Chapter 2011. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Holding the bamboo in his hand, he walked to the side of the sky-soaring vine and looked it up and down. His eyes turned slightly, then he waved his hand. It looked very casual, but the angle of insertion was very precise. With a light puff sound, the bamboo was easily inserted into the sky-soaring vine. Not a drop of poison seeped out. But at the same time, Chang Yefeng cried out in alarm and quickly dodged to the side. Xiaohua looked back in shock and saw a peach-red liquid spurting out from the bamboo towards Chang Yefeng, who was standing beside him. "Oh, Senior Chang." Xiaohua saw this and his face was full of apology. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior made a mistake." Junior didn't expect this bamboo to be hollow. Puffed. Chunny covered her mouth and laughed. This bamboo is not hollow, but when it comes in contact with the juice of the sky-soaring vine, the texture in the center will quickly melt. Buzz buzz. Just when Chang Yefeng was angry and wanted to hit Xiaohua with his hand, he heard a loud roar in the valley. Looking at the sky-soaring vine in front of Xiaohua, it began to gradually tremble, shaking the nearby stone wall. The bamboo that was inserted into the sky-soaring vine began to slowly melt and merge into the wound of the sky-soaring vine. "Let's hide aside." Zhu Qinghe didn't understand and hurriedly retreated to the side. The sky-soaring vine began to twist, like a snake's tail being stepped on. The peach-red juice of the sky-soaring vine also spilled out in the air. The sky-soaring vine swayed for a moment, then slowly twitched again and gradually shrank down along the stone wall. When the sky-soaring vine disappeared, revealing a hole the size of several people, Xiaohua immediately understood that Zhu Qinghe and the others were planning to do this. "Xiaohua, you go down first," Zhu Qinghe ordered without hesitation. "Yes, Junior will go down first." Xiaohua responded, walked to the hole, and poked his head out to take a look. This was the same stone wall as the first floor. There was nothing special about it. Xiaohua sized it up and jumped down. However, just as his figure landed on the precipitous part of the stone wall, he heard a gust of wind. A black shadow flashed past and whipped towards Xiaohua's head from the top. Xiaohua's transcendence energy is completely depleted, but he still has his fists and kicks. He waved his hand, wanting to block the shadow. But when he glanced over, he realized that the black shadow was actually the gigantic sky-reaching vine from before. Numerous sharp thorns were piercing towards him. Moreover, the whooshing sound of the wind indicated that the vines were extremely powerful. Xiaohua waved his hand. Originally, he wanted to take out the Great Wisdom Sword. However, his hand only moved slightly before stopping. His feet moved slightly as he used the ethereal steps. His figure flashed to the left and easily dodged the sky-soaring vine. Prung! The sky-reaching vines hit the stone wall. Dozens of tiny holes appeared on the hard stone wall. It was obviously the work of those thorns. Woo, the sky-reaching vine was actually extremely nimble. Using the counterattack force from the stone wall, it turned horizontally and struck towards Xiaohua's waist. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Without waiting for the vines to reach him, he jumped into the air and somersaulted just in time to dodge the vines. The shiny thorns barely scratched Xiaohua's waist. However, this wasn't the end of it. While Xiaohua's figure was still in the air, a dozen or so vines that were attached to the stone wall shook and swung towards Xiaohua from all directions. "Damn it," Xiaohua cursed in his heart. He looked at the hole from the side. Zhu Qinghe and the other three did not appear. Clearly, they were waiting. "Forget it," Xiaohua sneered. His figure moved and he used the ethereal steps. It seemed that he did not use his magic power, but relied on the strength of his body to escape into the distance. The second floor was somewhat different from the first floor. It seemed that the space was much larger. The natural restriction under Xiaohua's feet made it soft to step on. It was no different from stepping on grass. Following Xiaohua's escape, the sky-reaching vine was like a giant hand bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It chased after him and swayed. After half a cup of tea's time, Xie Zhiqian poked his head out of the hole. Seeing that there was no movement, he shouted, "Manor Lord Chun, wait for a while. Xiaohua has lured the sky-reaching vine away." Zhu Qinghe and the others jumped down. Looking at the nearby tranquility and listening to the sound of collision in the distance, the four of them were calm. "Actually, we should let Xiaohua know the situation," Chang Yefeng said in a low voice. "At least he can be prepared." Zhu Qinghe narrowed his eyes and said, "This place is very dangerous. I have already told him. If he wants to come here, I can't do anything about it. but I only prepared 3 jade slips. With one more, there will be more danger of it being leaked. Could it be that the 3 of you are not afraid that the Chongbai sect or the Flame Bamboo Sword sect will come after you? Don't say so many useless things. Chunyi said calmly, let's quickly find the way to the 3rd floor. If Xiaohua can come back safely, the sky-reaching grass is on the 3rd floor. Why don't we just let him pick it? Isn't this what he wants? Exactly. Zhu Qinghe nodded. He looked around and waved his hand. He quickly walked in a direction. Chun-Yi and the others did not hesitate to follow. This time, no one looked in Xiaohua's direction. As for Xiaohua, his figure was fluttering as he fled. Once he was far away, he reckoned that Zhu Qinghe and the others wouldn't be able to see him. With a wave of his hand, the great wisdom-heavy sword appeared in his hand. His figure leapt up and casually swung it. With a light schwaff sound, the sky-soaring vines were easily cut off by the heavy sword. With a piu sound, the peach-colored liquid sprayed out and filled the sky. Xiaohua was not afraid at all. He had already calculated the angle. His figure flashed and dodged the juice. Then, he jumped up again and nimbly cut off several more vines. Woo-woo! Another gust of wind blew. The sky-soaring vines retreated. Although the remaining vines did not retreat, they still swayed in the distance and did not come closer. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted. He raised his head and took a look. Then, with quick steps, he ran towards a small cave on the stone wall. After waiting for Xiaohua's figure to disappear into the cave, those sky-soaring vines finally slowly retracted back, landing on some unknown stone wall. The sky-soaring vine was not weak. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely sharp and poisonous. It could even swallow a cultivator's liquid. This was especially true in this place where one's divine sense and dharma power were restricted. Regardless of whether it was Chang Yefeng, Qin Yi, or even Zhu Qinghe, they might not be able to dodge the sky-soaring vine so easily. Unfortunately, the sky-soaring vine met Xiaohua, a strong martial artist. It had to be said that this was a tragedy for the sky-soaring vine and a comedy for Zhu Qinghe and the others. Chapter 2012. Humph, I'll rest here for a while first. Xiaohua hid in the cave and laughed coldly. It won't be too late for me to go after you've found the path to the 3rd floor. Or perhaps you all can go in first. I'll be a fisherman. But at this moment, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. How can I use my divine sense in the cave? Of course, the cave wasn't very deep. It was only about 10 feet deep. Xiaohua was currently sitting in the middle of the cave. His divine sense was naturally probing the inside of the cave. Although his divine sense couldn't extend very far, it was clearly much stronger than when he was in the valley. This is Limeon stone. Xiaohua's divine sense landed on the stone wall, and he shockingly discovered that there was actually a piece of refining material inside. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed upon seeing this. He didn't care about meditating and cultivating qi. He jumped up from the ground and released his Buddhist sense, examining it bit by bit. After he finished looking, he unconsciously stretched out the stone and said to himself, "Good, this cave isn't long, but there are a lot of refining materials inside. Although they aren't too rare, if I were to search for them in the auction, wouldn't I have to spend a lot of spirit stones? Now I actually have all of them. It's really not bad." Xiaohua immediately calmed down his angry thoughts. He picked up the great wisdom sword and became a miner, digging out the materials that he could see with his Buddhist sense one by one and storing them into his space. Alas, everything is good here, but unfortunately there's no Qianmo stone. And this place should be like what Zhu Qinghe said. It's the place where the spiritual energy of Ink Shadow Black Forest gathers. A lot of materials are formed because of the pressure of ink sand. It can be said that there are a lot of rare materials in the entire mountain range. Xiaohua thought as he put away all the materials he could get his hands on. He clapped his hands and sat down. But immediately after, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed. Damn it, this young master is stupid. This cave is probably where those nascent soul and even spirit-severing cultivators come to look for refining materials, right? The materials that I picked were probably left here by those seniors who disdained to use them, right? This is bad. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. Since there are so many caves here, then perhaps the passage to the 3rd floor is inside one of the caves. This young master only cares about resting here. If those shameless seniors think that this young master has died and enter the 3rd level without waiting for this young master, then wouldn't this young master's heavenly grass be lost? Forget it. For Shui Shui's sake, I'll endure it for now. Xiaohua thought and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly ran out of the cave and returned along the route he had just escaped. Xiaohua ran for a moment, but he heard a psua-sua sound not too far ahead. He could not help but be delighted. Senior Zhu, this kid is here. However, when he finished shouting, the psua-sua sound in front of him disappeared again. No one answered him. Is it Senior Zhu? Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the great wisdom-heavy sword appeared in his hand. Step by step, he walked forward. However, even when he walked to the front of a cave, he still did not see a single person. Strange, what's wrong with me today? Xiaohua scratched his head. Why am I always so suspicious? Woo, just when Xiaohua was bewildered, a slightly thin sky-soaring vine shot out from under Xiaohua's feet. Like a poisonous snake, it coiled around Xiaohua. I was wondering. So it's just this thing. Xiaohua did not even think. With a wave of his hand, he actually chopped the sky-soaring vine into several pieces. Xiaohua himself also quickly dodged and hid in the cave. The sky-soaring vine seemed to be in pain. It swayed and actually rushed into the cave, wanting to swallow Xiaohua. It's really something delivered to my doorstep. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure quickly rushed to the entrance of the cave. With a light wave of his hand, he actually cut off the sky-soaring vine that was several feet long. Then, with a wave of his hand, he did not touch the sky-soaring vine's vines and stored them into the space. Within the space, in an extremely distant place, other than the mountain of Emo Zhao's corpse, there was even more than these corpses. Blackwood. These blackwood were all extremely thick and long. Alas, not to mention the skyine grass. Just these things alone made Xiaohua's trip to Emo Zhao's black forest worthwhile. The sky-soaring vine that had its vines chopped off by Xiaohua one after another was really scared at this time. With a rustling sound, it pulled back its vines and did not dare to show its face again. Xiaohua also casually dug out several pieces of refining materials before leisurely coming out of the cave. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua ran to the entrance of the cave from the first floor to the second floor and shouted. Unfortunately, no one responded. Damn it, Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He looked left and right, then his gaze fell on the ground and smiled. He saw that there were some spiritual herbs on the ground, but at this time, some of them had fallen. It was the traces of someone walking past. Although it was not obvious, Xiaohua could still distinguish it. These gold core cultivators. Xiaohua shook his head. Although they are very old and their cultivation is profound, they have been interacting with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth since they were young. They are associated with divine sense. Suddenly losing these divine abilities, they seem to be no different from ordinary people. Suddenly, Xiaohua thought again. In this place, this young master's strength directly suppressed the four of them. If this young master is angry, won't the four of them lose their lives? Why should this young master be so timid? Just directly subdue them and bring this young master to pick the heavenly grass. Or, let Chinny pick it for this young master. Wouldn't that be better? Unless I kill them all here. Xiaohua immediately put away this baseless thought. Otherwise, if this young master leaves the Zhao Black Forest, will this young master still be alive? Following the faint traces on the stone wall, Xiaohua really found the front of a cave. However, this cave was obviously different from the other caves Xiaohua had seen before. There was a thick fog in the cave, and he could not see clearly inside. Senior Zhu? Manor Lord Chen? Xiaohua did not dare to release his divine sense, and also did not dare to rashly enter. He could only shout softly. Xiaohua, you are still alive? Xie Zhiqian's voice sounded from the side of the cave. Yes, it is this junior. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Senior Xie, have you not gone down yet? I am waiting. Xie Zhiqian's figure appeared from the fog with a short sword in his hand. The time is not right. The entrance to the third floor has not appeared yet. You came at the right time. You stay here and guard. I will go in and take a look. Yes. Xiaohua nodded and entered the cave. He stood at the place where Xie Zhiqian was guarding. Not long after, Zhu Qinghe walked out and sized up Xiaohua. He frowned and said, Xiaohua, how did you escape from the sky-soaring vine? How did you find this place? All right, I will let Senior Zhu know. Xiaohua bowed and said, after this junior lured the sky-soaring vine away, I happened to find a cave on the stone wall and quickly hid inside. The cave was very long, and the sky-soaring vine could not penetrate it. This junior waited for a while, but there were no more sky-soaring vines, so I came out. You are quite clever. Zhu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. There are many similar caves on the stone wall. How did you find them? After Xiaohua explained the reason, Zhu Qinghe frowned again and looked at the ground outside the stone wall. It was as Xiaohua said. Alas, the ancients are right. Pay attention to everything and learn. Zhu Qinghe shook his head and said, this old man calculated and calculated to cover up his tracks, but I never thought that I would make such a big mistake. Fortunately, there are few people here. Otherwise, we would have been discovered. Senior Zhu. Xiaohua's heart moved and said, when this junior was on the first floor, I seemed to have seen some brilliance, and I also seemed to have heard some movement, but what? Zhu Qinghe raised his eyebrows and rushed out. He looked around for a long time, then frowned and asked, are you sure? Of course this junior can't be sure. Otherwise, I would have already told the seniors. Xiaohua shook his head. Well, there is usually no one in the core area of the ink-cloud Black Forest. Moreover, the cultivators who come here are all nascent soul stage seniors. They won't be so sneaky. Zhu Qinghe nodded and said, the movements you mentioned are probably caused by the sky-climbing vine, right? And this junior thinks so too. Because I was attacked by another vine, this junior had no choice but to hide in the cave again. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. At this moment, Chen Yi's voice sounded from inside the cave. Fellow Taoist Zhu, there is movement. Come quickly. Xiaohua, you come too. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and said, follow me to the third floor. There should be skying grass there. You can pick it yourself. Thank you, Senior Zhu. Xiaohua quickly bowed and carefully followed Zhu Qinghe into the cave. This cave was actually very long. Moreover, there were some natural bends inside. However, fortunately, there were no forks. Zhu Qinghe and Xiaohua walked for a moment and reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave was a space of several zhang. At the bottom of the space was a clear spring. The spring was about 1 zhang wide. Around the spring, on the stone walls, there were many spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs were not pure white and looked like they were carved out of ice and jade. Before Xiaohua could get close, a chill rushed over him. Xiaohua couldn't help but shiver. This is a fire spirit pill. Take one. Zhu Qinghe didn't turn around. With a flick of his hand, a green bean-sized pill was thrown to Xiaohua. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua took the pill and hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and swallowing it. Sure enough, a stream of heat flowed out from his dantian as he swallowed the fire spirit pill. Soon after, it flowed through his limbs and bones, and the chill gradually faded away. How is the reaction of the ice springs? Zhu Qinghe asked in a low voice. There was a slight tremor just now. There was a ripple in the center of the ice spring. However, it only lasted for a moment before it calmed down. Chen Yi said in a low voice. Her gaze swept past Xiaohua's face. It's good that there was a tremor. The ancient records say that there are 9 tremors. After 9 tremors, we will have a chance. Zhu Qinghe turned to look at Xie Zhiqian. In a moment, I will have to ask fellow Taoist Xie to make a move. Chapter 2013. Well said. Xie Zhiqian nodded. I've been itching to try for a long time. Zhu Qinghe laughed and turned his attention back to the ice spring. Why can't I use my divine sense here? Xiaohua tried to use his Buddhist sense and divine sense, but they couldn't leave his body. It's completely different from the cave just now. Villa Master Qin, these spirit herbs look very rare. Xiaohua looked at the spirit herbs above the ice spring and couldn't help but whisper. I also want to pick them. Qin Yi snorted unhappily. Unfortunately, we don't have divine sense or magic power, so we can't use the picking technique. These spirit herbs are born from the ice spring's extreme spiritual energy. If we touch them with our flesh and blood, not only will we be immediately contaminated, we won't be able to use them. If it's serious, we'll immediately turn into spiritual energy and our bodies will also be injured. She glanced at Xiaohua and teased, How about you go and pick them? Xiaohua heard and shook his head. Senior doesn't dare to take the risk. How can Junior dare? It's better to be honest. However, Xiaohua was calculating in his heart how to find a time when the 4 of them weren't paying attention and use his divine sense to take these spirit herbs into his space. After a few breaths, the center of the ice spring began to tremble slightly, as if a needle had pierced it. Ripples spread out in succession and quickly spread in all directions. Xiaohua saw it clearly and his eyes turned rapidly. This was really strange because there wasn't any movement nearby. Soon after, the trembling became even more intense, each time faster than the previous one. After the 9th time, the entire ice spring suddenly began to boil. One by one, thumb-sized bubbles formed in the middle of the ice spring and quickly spurted out. Waves of extremely cold air rushed into the air and landed on the white sparkling spirit grass on the stone wall. Right now, hearing Zhu Qinghe's soft reprimand, Xie Zhiqian reached into his bosom and took out a fiery red pill. He raised his head and swallowed it. Then a trace of dark red appeared on his face. Then his left hand activated magic power and a spell was formed. Immediately after, Xie Zhiqian pulled his right hand again and untied the storage bag at his waist. With a shake of his hand, a fiery red flame flew out from the storage bag. It was a fist-sized Firebat King. When Xie Zhiqian saw the Firebat King come out, he struck the center of the cold spring with his left hand. Walala! The sound of ice sealing was heard, and a few wisps of white flames appeared above the cold spring. The Firebat King circled around Lung Quan a few times in the air. It squeaked angrily and rushed towards Lung Quan. The Firebat King's squeaking sound wasn't very loud, but in Xiaohua's ears, there was a burst of ringing in his ears. Even his brain felt waves of pain. This pain was extremely similar to the pain he had felt when refining the jade blood pill, but it was much lighter in comparison. Xiaohua only frowned slightly, not caring about it at all. Looking at the many bubbles above the cold spring, under the Firebat King's squeaking sounds, they all popped one after another. Even the dozen or so white spirit herbs on the stone wall began to crack. In the end, they gradually broke apart and fell into the cold spring. Just as the Firebat King was halfway there, at the center of the cold spring, where the bubble had burst, there was another vibration that was 10 times stronger than before. This time, it was even stronger, and it formed a deep concave shape. When the Firebat King rushed into the concave shape, 100 times stronger vibration was generated in the cold spring. Finally, with a bang, the entire cold spring suddenly disappeared. A hole about 10 feet wide appeared in front of Xiaohua and the others. Waves of cold air rushed out from the hole. "Let's go," Zhu Qinghe growled. He took the lead and jumped into the hole. Chun Yi and the others also followed without hesitation. On the other hand, Xiaohua hesitated slightly. He looked up at the few white spiritual herbs and sighed. He also jumped down, seemingly a little regretful. With a cheed sound, Xiaohua only felt a slight blur in front of his eyes. Before he could see the situation in front of him clearly, his feet slipped, and his whole body suddenly fell down. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked. He slapped his hand, wanting to use the force to reverse his body and maintain his balance. However, the place where his hand fell was strangely cold and smooth. It was as if there was no force at all. Thus, Xiaohua's whole body curled up and slid down along the smooth surface. At this time, Xiaohua could clearly see that this was a slanted slope. The slope was completely formed from transparent ice. This ice was incomparably hard and smooth. Not only was Xiaohua sliding down the slope, but the 4 people who had entered before were also sliding down. It was just that they had slid down a bit further. Damn it! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Immortal Lu Peng didn't seem to have mentioned such a difficult place, right? Or, Martial Uncle Zhen Qing didn't write it down? Although the slope was incomparably smooth, it wasn't long. Xiaohua quickly slid down to the bottom of the valley. Zhu Qinghe and the others had already climbed up and hid at the side. Seeing that everyone was in the same sorry state as him, Xiaohua secretly laughed. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He tidied up his Taoist robe and obediently stood at the side. However, Xiaohua's eyes didn't stay idle. They looked around randomly, trying to find the whereabouts of the heavenly Een grass. He saw that this was a narrow slanted valley. It was completely formed by transparent ice. He didn't know how thick the transparent ice was, but he could faintly see the reflection of everyone. In this frozen valley, he didn't see any greenery. Instead, there were some things that were similar to the spiritual herbs above the cold spring. They grew on the steep ice valley. It's easy to come down, but difficult to go up. Xiaohua sighed and looked at the slope that he came down from. In a situation where he didn't have any magic power, going up from here was really strenuous. However, since Zhu Qinghe and the others came prepared, Xiaohua didn't think too much. If they could go up, Xiaohua naturally could too. Wait a moment, let me take a look. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe's face was somewhat dignified. All four sides here are the same. It's very difficult to distinguish the direction. According to the sect's ancient records, it's very special. Oh, it's over there, Zhu Qinghe said as he looked around. It was unknown what he saw, but he pointed at an ice wall and said. Xiaohua was curious. He looked for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. He couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Zhu Qinghe led everyone towards the ice wall with great difficulty. They were really slipping 3 times with each step. They were in an extremely sorry state. The faces of these gold core and foundation establishment cultivators had already been smashed countless times here. Seeing the ice wall in front of them, the strange thing was that although it was clearly a solid ice wall, when they walked in front of it, it was actually just a shadow, a reflection of the ice wall on the other side. Chapter 2014. When Zhu Qinghe walked past the ice wall, Xiaohua was dumbstruck by the scene in front of him. On the other side of the ice wall was another slanted stone wall. However, it was covered in red lava. There was even dark red lava quietly flowing on it. This scene was no different from the Flame Forest Mountains. Looking at the middle of the 2 stone walls, there was an open area about 10 feet wide. It was flourishing with flowers and lush with spirit herbs. The verdant vegetation formed a green barrier, dividing the fiery red and snow white into 2. Heavenly Een grass. Xiaohua looked over and found the heavenly Een grass in the center of the spiritual herbs. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't be anxious," Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice. This is the intersection of yin and yang. 2 different kinds of spiritual energy of heaven and earth are mixed here. It is very strange. According to the records of the sect, there is a 2-headed spirit snake breeding here. 2-headed spirit snake? Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood. The nature of the 2-headed spirit snake was lustful. One of them was yang while the other was yin. The toxicity of the 2 snakes was naturally divided into yin and yang. If one was bitten by only one snake, it would be dangerous. If one was bitten by 2 snakes at the same time, the yin and yang snake venom would work together. Even a nascent soul and spirit severing cultivator would have a hard time keeping their life. Martial Uncle Zhenqing. This is a matter of life and death. Why didn't you record it down? Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. I promised Manor Lord Chun to let her pick a few more spiritual herbs. Therefore, I made some preparations. Zhu Qinghe said, however, my methods are not good enough. I can only confuse the 2-headed snake for a few breaths. Xiaohua, if you want to pick the heavenly Een grass, you have to be faster. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua let out a big breath. He was very glad that he was able to come. Otherwise, with Chun Yi's personality and temper, how could she waste time on spiritual herbs that were unrelated to her? Wait a moment. Wait for my command. Zhu Qinghe cautiously walked close to the green barrier and didn't dare to move forward. With a clap of his hand, he took out a crimson incense stick from his bosom. He twirled it with his 2 fingers and a thin wisp of smoke came out of it. The smoke was also strange. After rising about a foot into the air, it began to dissipate in circles. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand, and the incense stick landed in front of his feet at the edge of the green barrier. Then he reached into his robes and took out 2 bronze willow leaves. He carefully placed them near the incense stick. Then, Zhu Qinghe quietly walked to the other side of the incense stick, and Chun Yi and the others followed him. Sho, Zhu Qinghe whispered. This celestial silkworm phase is made from a kind of fragrant silkworm excrement, which attracts poisonous insects the most. The thin silk leaves are also the favorite of the double-headed snake. Thin silk gene? Chun Yi exclaimed in a low voice. Fellow Taoist Zhu, is this the legendary thin thread gene that can paralyze Mo Zhao for 10 breaths? Yes, that's right, this is it. Zhu Qinghe lowered his voice and said, if we want to pass through here, we have to face the double-headed snake. If we had magical power, everything would be easy. But now we can only do this. Then he glanced at Xiaohua and said, although the thin silk leaves can paralyze Mo Zhao for 10 breaths, it may not be able to paralyze the double-headed snake for 10 breaths. But I don't know how much it can paralyze the double-headed snake. Anyway, we don't need to pick up the spiritual herbs. We just need to pass through here, and a few breaths will be enough. Villa Master Chun and Xiaohua, you have to be careful. Sho, over there, the double-headed snake is coming out. Zhu Qinghe stopped talking and pointed his finger. Sure enough, in the middle of the green barrier where Zhu Qinghe was, there was a rustling sound coming from the green grass, and the spiritual herbs swayed slightly. Then a red and white snake, about a foot long and as thick as a chopstick, raised its head from the spiritual herbs. Sure enough, it had two heads. One of them was so white that it was almost transparent, while the other was as red as fire. The eyes on both heads were pitch black, and the two snake tongues were rapidly flicking in and out of the snakes' mouths. Moreover, the two tongues were looking in the direction of Zhu Qinghe and the others. They were even swimming toward Zhu Qinghe and the others. Hiss! Xie Zhiqian took a breath of cold air and moved back a little. Then he saw Zhu Qinghe standing there motionlessly, and his face was slightly red. He saw the double-headed snake swim to the edge of the green barrier, and it seemed to be afraid of the ice on this side. It hesitated for a moment, then stopped and spat out its tongue at Zhu Qinghe and the others with a hissing sound. Zhu Qinghe only calmly watched and didn't move. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the double-headed snake suddenly turned its head, as if it had smelled the heavenly silkworm fragrance. It very excitedly twisted its two heads and swam over at an extremely fast speed. In about 5 breaths of time, it reached the side of the thin strands. 5 breaths of time. If the thin strands had 5 or even 8 breaths of time, they would have enough time to pick a few spiritual herbs. Xiaohua secretly calculated while watching. Facing the two thin strands, the double-headed snake actually had enough vigilance. It didn't immediately swallow the 2 leaves like Xiaohua had thought. Instead, it stretched out its snake head and carefully looked. It even turned its head and looked in the direction of Xiaohua and the others. Then it swallowed the thin strands into its stomach. Let's go. Seeing that the double-headed snake had swallowed the thin thread, its upright snake head became slightly limp. Both snake heads crawled and its pitch-black snake eyes closed. Zhu Qinghe let out a low roar. He took the lead and strode into the green spirit grass. Then, he ran towards the opposite side of the spirit grass that was 1 zhang away. Xiaohua had already prepared his power. When he heard Zhu Qinghe's voice, he rushed towards the heavenly Yin grass. Although he had already concealed it, the ethereal steps was unknowingly used. Like moving clouds and flowing water, he easily arrived in front of the heavenly Yin grass. Then, with a wave of his hand, the devil spear's tip appeared in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Not only was the heavenly Yin grass uprooted, but the other spiritual herbs beside it were also pulled out along with the soil. Then Xiaohua waved his hand, and the spiritual herbs were stored into the space. At this time, Zhu Qinghe and the others had already run to the edge of the green barrier. Xiaohua slightly tilted his head. When he looked at the double-headed snake had already gradually stood upright and turned its head to look at them. Ayo, it's actually only 4 breaths. Xiaohua was startled. He didn't have time to pick up the other spiritual herbs. His feet slipped, and he ran behind Zhu Qinghe and the others. Behind him, the double-headed snake was swimming rapidly among the spiritual herbs. It was really like lightning as it rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's ethereal steps was really powerful. Although he was still some distance away from the green barrier, his figure was like a wisp of smoke, swaying above the spiritual herbs. In a few breaths, he reached the edge. Just as his feet left the barrier, the double-headed snake pounced. The 2 snake heads stretched out and bit the place where Xiaohua's heels had just left. Good. Zhu Qinghe couldn't help but shout. Chun Yi, who was beside Xiaohua, was also gasping for breath as she escaped from the barrier at the same time as Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua was blocking in front of her, so the double-headed snake didn't attack Chun Yi. Phew, Xiaohua let out a long breath and patted his chest. Chun Yi's face was also deathly pale as she stroked her towering chest. Xiaohua, your movement technique is somewhat strange. It seems somewhat similar to the so-called innate martial Tao of the Dawn Rain continent? Zhu Qinghe asked with a slight frown. Good, I'll let Senior Zhu know. Xiaohua said with a smile. Before this junior refined qi, I had indeed practiced martial arts for a few days. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to use it here. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhu Qinghe nodded and seemed to be somewhat pensive. I didn't expect that you still had a trick up your sleeve. Chun Yi sneered at the side. I only picked a stalk of silver feather flower. Not only did you pick the skyine grass, you even picked the harmony grass and the twin fruit. Your harvest is quite bountiful. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands. He took out a spiritual herb that he didn't recognize and handed it to Chin Yi, saying, "This junior was just passing by and gave it to Villa Master Chin. Many thanks to Villa Master Chin for giving this junior this opportunity." And that's more like it. Chun Yi took the spiritual herb and said with a smile, "Xiaohua understands martial arts. This is actually good news." Zhu Qinghe said with a smile, "It will be of great use in a while." Xiaohua's heart gave birth to a trace of a bad feeling. However, he could only brace himself and say, "This junior's seniors have helped a lot. If I can help, this junior will do his best to help." "Of course you have to do your best," Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. "We have been preparing for several years. You have benefited greatly by following us. How can you not do your best?" Then he turned to Chong Yefeng and said, "Fellow Taoist Chong, now that we are here, it should be time for you to receive it." Chong Yefeng nodded and glanced around the lava. He frowned and said, "My fellow cultivator Zhu, you didn't say that we couldn't use our magic power and spiritual thoughts in this place. Therefore, I took the heavenly mirror without hesitation. However, this area is very wide. Without the support of magic power and divine sense, how can I find the hidden cave?" Clear sky mirror. These three words were like thunder in Xiaohua's ears. However, after the thunder passed, Xiaohua's mind was blank again. It seemed that he couldn't remember anything at all. This young master seems to have a magic tool called the clear sky mirror before. This magic tool, is this young master's? Where did Chong Yefeng get this young master's magic tool? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Chong Yefeng. It seemed that Chong Yefeng was his enemy. Haha. Zhu Qinghe heard Chong Yefeng's words and only laughed. He said, "Of course I know there are some difficulties. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found fellow Taoist Chong, right? In fact, there are many magic tools similar to the clear sky mirror on the Dawn Rain continent. Fellow Taoist Chong was the first person I thought of. Perhaps it's fate between fellow Taoist Chong and the sword spirit?" "Okay." Chong Yefeng clapped his hands and took out a square magic tool about 1 foot in size. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, you'd better find a smaller area." "No problem." "Fellow Taoists, please follow me," Zhu Qinghe said, and led the group to the right. At this moment, there was a man and a woman standing beside the ice spring that Xiaohua and the others used to enter the 3rd level. Chapter 2015. There were 2 cultivators beside the cold spring. The man was tall and thin, with bright eyes and sword-like eyebrows. The lines on his face were as if they were carved by a knife. He was abnormally stern. The woman had a graceful figure, delicate features, and a heroic spirit. She was far from being comparable to Chun Yi's bearing. The 2 people stood there very straight. Although they were not on guard, there was a kind of coldness and a kind of sword intent on their bodies. They were like 2 sharp swords that had been unsheathed. It seemed that they were not inferior to the coldness that had rushed into the space. These 2 people were actually swordsman Duan Yuming and Wang Xuyao from the Huan country's Huan sword sect. However, at this time, the sword intent on their bodies was much more restrained than when they first came from the Huan country to the Meng country. It was obviously the result of their great improvement in cultivation. The 2 people seemed to have stood there for a long time. Wang Xuyao was a little impatient. She looked at the hole where the cold spring disappeared and said in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother, I'm afraid they have already gone. They won't be guarding inside. We should go in early. Otherwise, if we lose track of them, we will have come in vain." "Junior Marshal Sister, don't be anxious." Duan Yuming stared at the coldness in the hole and frowned slightly. He said calmly, "When we entered the 2nd layer just now, we were a little careless. We were actually discovered by that Foundation establishment brat. Although he didn't find our tracks, he must have already told those gold core cultivators. Although they didn't come out to look for us, I'm afraid they have already set up a trap under this hole and are waiting for us to fall. Let's wait a little longer." We should have killed that little Foundation establishment stage cultivator with a single sword strike. He's just a shield. Just now, he lured the sky-piercing vine away and was lucky enough to escape. If we kill him, those golden core stage cultivators won't necessarily know. Wang Xuyao said coldly. That little Foundation establishment brat's hands and feet are not weak. There is a hint of sword Dao. Our sword origin is restricted. If we are careless and leak our tracks, we will wake up those gold core cultivators. Wouldn't all our previous efforts be wasted? Duan Yuming shook his head slightly. They are just a few gold core cultivators. Just kill them all. Wang Xiao was still unconvinced. We've killed more than 1 or 2 Jindan stage cultivators in the past few years in the cultivation world. Now that we've entered the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm, wouldn't killing a few Jindan stage cultivators be as easy as lifting a finger? Duan Yuming stared at the spirit herbs in front of him thoughtfully. Then he replied, sword cultivator, it's true that we improve through battles. If we were in Huan Kingdom, unless we were fighting with millions of Meng mountains, how could we improve our cultivation base so quickly? However, it is precisely because we have killed so many cultivators that I fear some nascent soul cultivators will want to kill us. No way. Wang Xiao was slightly taken aback. We were extremely careful when we killed them. If they were from a big sect, we definitely wouldn't provoke them. Only small sects would make a move. Moreover, once we made a move, we definitely wouldn't leave anyone alive. It's impossible for them to have a hold on us. Besides, would those nascent soul cultivators dare to attack us? Aren't you afraid of incurring the enmity of us sword cultivators? Wang Xiao said disdainfully. That's true. Duan Yuming laughed. They're probably afraid of harming us. Bah, you're the rat. Wang Xiao spat and scolded jokingly. Hee. A hint of sweetness appeared on Duan Yuming's face. He didn't retort, but explained again, it's not that I don't want to kill those golden core cultivators. Look at this hole and the spirit herbs beside it. It must be some powerful restriction. We don't know anything about this place, but they've been preparing for several years. Why don't we let them lead the way? When they find Senior Li Xiubai's 9 stars transverse sun sword spirit, wouldn't it be better for us to be the mantises chasing after the cicadas? Bah, senior brother, why don't we be the oriole? Wang Xiao spat a few more times and said. Duan Yuming smiled foolishly. Junior sister, whatever you say. Humph. Wang Xiao looked at the hole under her feet and sneered again. These cultivators are really delusional. Although we're all sword cultivators, how can the sword spirit of us sword cultivators compare to the flying swords of cultivators? They're indulging in fantasy. Can they practice flying swords just because they obtain the sword spirit? Can they have the attack of us sword cultivators? Can they compete with us sword cultivators? That's true. Duan Yuming smiled apologetically. How would they know that the sword spirit is loyal to the person who nurtured it? It's useless for others to take it. The most precious thing that Senior Li Xiubai left here isn't the 9 sword spirits, but his 9 stars transverse sun sword intent. Cultivators only know about magic power. How would they know about sword intent? Even if they obtain Senior Li Xiubai's sword pill, they can't get the sword intent in it. Wang Xiao said coldly. They can only let the sword pill gather dust. Casting pearls before swine. That's right. Duan Yuming's handsome face was filled with respect. The seniors of Flame Bamboo Sword Sect searched for a long time in Meng, but they didn't expect Senior Li Xiubai's sword pill to land in Shi. If not for us being lucky and hearing someone asking about the refinement of the sword pill, we wouldn't have been able to find out that these little golden core cultivators were actually coveting Senior Li Xiubai's sword pill. The problem is that they really found the location of the sword pill. Wang Xiao nodded. And the place that they found was exactly the same as the place that the seniors of Xian Sword Sect had predicted. Now that we've met them and followed them for so many years, we can't help but say that it's fate. It's Senior Li Xiubai's spirit in heaven that protected us. Duan Yuming echoed. This 9 stars transverse sun sword intent still belongs to the sword cultivators of my Huan country. Naturally, if not for Senior Li Xiubai's spirit in heaven, how would we have accidentally searched that Foundation establishment female cultivator's soul that day? Wang Xiao's face showed a trace of excitement. If not for the soul search, how would we know that this cultivator called Zhu Chenghe was looking for the refinement method of the sword pill? If not for finding this Zhu Chenghe, how would we have followed him to Flame Bamboo Sword Sect? I believe that this guy still hasn't thought that the one who told him the refinement method of the sword pill was this sword's arrangement. Otherwise, how would a cultivator like him be able to find out the refinement method of the sword pill so easily? That's right, even if it was the secret place where they gathered, it was also hard for us to find it. This Zhu Chenghe has a lot of evasion spells. He almost escaped. Duan Yuming still agreed. This is also junior sister's intuition. I admire it very much. That's for sure. Wang Xiao was a little proud. My intuition has always been shocking. It's not like I haven't told you before. The ink storm in the Black Forest lasted for almost a year. If not for me by your side, I'm afraid that you would have long given up, right? Yes, junior sister is right, Duan Yumming replied. The ink storm was so rampant. How could a few golden core cultivators survive? Moreover, because of this, we lost track of their whereabouts. In such a huge black forest, how could we find them? That day, I was indeed abnormally depressed. Chapter 2016. It's useless to be depressed and kill a few cultivators to vent your anger. Wang Xiao smiled. Her curved eyes were like crescent moons. My intuition tells me that they'll definitely escape and enter again. And the place that I'm thinking of isn't too far off, right? Duan Yumming gave her a thumbs up and praised. Junior sister is indeed wise. That Zhu Qinghe is gone, but Chun Yi and the rest are still there. If we tail them, wouldn't it be the same as finding Zhu Qinghe? Speaking of this, Duan Yumming frowned again and said, but I still feel that something is wrong. Ah, why? Wang Xiao asked curiously. I don't feel it. Could it be that we've been discovered by them? That little foundation establishment. Duan Yumming shook his head and said, the one called Xiaohua is a little strange. Mo Bao is so big, but he's completely fine. The sky-climbing vine is also very powerful. Even you and I have to retreat, but he still managed to escape. It's really strange. Senior brother, you're right. Wang Xiao nodded, and a trace of seriousness appeared on her face. I also have a trace of doubt in my heart. However, Wang Xiao immediately raised her head and proudly said, even if he's concealed his cultivation, he's nothing compared to the two of us sword cultivators who possess offensive power close to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Senior brother, don't worry. When we go in later, it's fine if he dies. If he dies, we can use the one heart sword technique and kill him. When you and I find the sword intent of the 9 stars soaring sun, our cultivation will soon break through to sword transformation realm. It won't be a waste for us to stay in the cultivation world for so many years. Duan Yumming looked at Wang Xiao with affection in his eyes. Sigh, it's a pity that there's no news of Yutong and Yuhi. Wang Xiao sighed and said, we only found Yutong's flying sword and nothing else. We can't explain it to the sword master. It doesn't matter. As long as we don't find their whereabouts, as long as we don't return to the Huan sword sect, we'll be a fugitive Mandarin duck in the cultivation world. Duan Yumming gritted his teeth and seemed to say these words word by word. Wang Xiao was obviously stunned. She stared at Duan Yumming for a long time, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her 2 small hands clenched tightly as she muttered, Senior brother. These words. You finally said them. This little sister. I thought I would never hear them in this lifetime. Duan Yumming's face was flushed red again, as if he had drunk a lot of spirit wine. I was afraid that you would reject me. How could this little sister reject you? Wang Xiao was also abnormally shy. She said in a low voice, this little sister was afraid that senior brother would make things difficult for you. So I didn't dare. When you and I obtain sword intent and cultivate to the sword transformation stage. Duan Yumming suddenly realized something when he spoke up to hear. Wang Xiao also realized something, and a happy smile appeared in her eyes. She pointed her finger and said, Senior martial brother, let's not talk about it anymore. We should go down earlier and see if those golden core cultivators have already found Senior Li Xiubai's 9 stars transit of the sun. Yes, junior sister, come with me. As he spoke, Duan Yumming stretched out his hand. Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand. The two shook hands in front of the lava. Xiaohua and the rest followed Zhu Qinghe around a corner. It was as if they were walking on the rugged bottom of a valley, and they came to a place where there were no bumps and depressions. Zhu Qinghe stood there and stared at it for a long time. Then he shook his head and walked to another place. He looked again and still shook his head. After a few times, Xie Qin asked in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Zhu, is there no suitable place? I won't hide it from fellow Taoists Xie. How could it be so easy to find the place where Li Xiubai and Taoist Master Brightsword fought? Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. This is just my own guess. If it could be found so quickly, I'm afraid that the previous seniors would have already found it. Xie Qin said no more. He knew that Zhu Qinghe was telling the truth. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Qinghe was somewhat dejected. He clenched his teeth and said, I really can't find any trace of it. As for the clear sky mirror, it seems that I can only let fellow Taoist Chang use it once. I have no choice but to risk my life. As he spoke, Zhu Qinghe took out a palm-sized, purple-colored octagonal disc from his bosom. He said, I obtained this from the Huan country. It is said that it can be used to detect sword essence. However, I don't have sword essence, so I can't use it. I can only use my blood to activate it, and the range is limited. When Chang Yefeng and the others heard this, their faces unconsciously showed respect. They all nodded and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhu. Okay. Zhu Qinghe took out a scarlet spirit pill from his bosom and put it into his mouth without hesitation. His face quickly turned dark red. Zhu Qinghe threw the octagonal disc into the air. Zhu Qinghe spat out a mouthful of blood onto the disc. When the disc was stained with blood, it immediately emitted a layer of light. This light was different from the light of ordinary magic treasures. It was like a fluorescent light, like flowing water. Moreover, there was a threatening coldness that was like a sharp sword piercing through his skin. Zhu Qinghe immediately took out a sword-shaped talisman from his bosom. He used his left hand to force out the magic power from the spirit pill, and the talisman shone brightly, transforming into the shape of a small sword. Go! Zhu Qinghe scolded softly. The small sword in his hand flew out and entered the octagonal plate. Woo-woo, a buzzing sound came from the octagonal plate, and the brilliance of the octagonal plate became more and more dazzling. Then, Zhu Qinghe spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood onto the octagonal disc. Zhu Qinghe's face was pale, and the octagonal disc turned purple. Buzz, with a buzzing sound, the light on the octagonal disc suddenly disappeared. A little sword light appeared from the center of the octagonal disc. The sword light instantly increased in size and turned into the shape of the small sword that just fell into the octagonal disc. At this time, Zhu Qinghe's body was slightly trembling. His hand that was holding the octagonal disc seemed to be holding a boulder as it slightly tilted down. Ka! Another sound was heard. Like a sword being unsheathed, the small sword finally flew out from the octagonal disc. The tail of the small sword still had a trace of brilliance that was connected to the octagonal disc. Quick! Follow the small sword. Zhu Qinghe saw the small sword rush out and fly to the other side of the lava. He quickly caught up and ordered Xiaohua. Yes! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His feet moved, and sure enough, he was a step faster than Xie Zhiqian and the others. He was the first to grab the lava, but that small sword was even faster. It streaked across the air with a crimson brilliance and disappeared into a crack. Although Xiaohua was a bit slower, he still saw the place where the small sword disappeared. When he arrived at the crack, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was where the 2 streams of lava intersected. The gap was about the width of a finger, and it led straight to the top of the stone wall. Vaguely, there was some light shining through it, but there was nothing special about it at all. After Xiaohua looked around, Chun Yi and the others caught up. Zhu Qinghe was actually the last. It's here. Chun Yi didn't seem to believe it. After all, it was really a crack. Yes, I saw the small sword fly in here. Xiaohua nodded. However, I don't know where it landed. Good. Zhu Qinghe praised. He put the octagonal disc into his arms and said to Chang Yefeng with a smile, Fellow Taoist Chang, your clear sky mirror should be able to cover this area, right? It should be able to. Chang Yefeng nodded. He also took out a scarlet pill and swallowed it. As the pill's efficacy increased, Chang Yefeng tossed the supreme sky mirror into the air. It let out a clear ring and flashed with a swamp light. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the magic treasure. The corners of his mouth moved slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Similarly, Chang Yefeng was also chanting. His hands were constantly making complicated seals, and he hit the clear sky mirror one after another. As the seals were hit, the clear sky mirror's brilliance didn't increase. Instead, it became dimmer and dimmer. Even the edges of the mirror began to disappear. The surface of the mirror was originally clear, and there was no image. Now, it was slowly reflecting the surrounding scenery. Oh no! Seeing that Chang Yefeng's seals were getting slower and slower, and the clear sky mirror was still not completely hidden. The scenery on the mirror was still very clear. Chang Yefeng gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the clear sky mirror. Buzz buzz, a loud sound was heard. It was louder than the sound of the octagonal disc. The entire clear sky mirror emitted a dazzling clear light. In the clear light, the clear sky mirror's shape completely disappeared, leaving only a round mirror surface. The mirror surface reflected the surrounding scarlet lava. Oh, I understand. Seeing the scarlet surface of the clear sky mirror, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the clear sky mirror was the same as his Dharma eyes. It should be able to see the fluctuations of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. That was why it could see the location of the duel between Li Xiubai and immortal Ming Jian. Chang Yefeng waved his hand weakly, and the mirror surface of the clear sky mirror flew into his hand. Chang Yefeng pushed his hand. Through the fiery red mirror surface, a round object about the height of a person appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Quick! Just as Zhu Qinghe and the others were delighted, Chang Yefeng forcefully shouted again. A faint, indistinct green light was emitted from the mirror surface and hit the round object. Swish! Like rainwater rushing through the lava in front of them, ripples flashed on the lava. In a moment, a cave identical to the one on the clear sky mirror appeared in front of everyone. Great! Zhu Qinghe clapped his hands and said, "The clear sky mirror is so magical. I really didn't expect that fellow Taoist Chang would save my Dharma Chi." Cough cough. Chang Yefeng put away the clear sky mirror and said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist, Zhu has already spent a lot of effort just now. This time, it's my turn to help. Otherwise, I won't have the face to take the sword pill." Hearing this, Xie Zhiqin's face was slightly unnatural. Chapter 2017. Let's go, we'll go in. Zhu Qinghe waved his hand and glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, we're a bit exhausted right now, so our physical strength can't compare to yours. You lead the way. If there's an extra sword spirit, I'll give you one. How about it? Xiaohua shook his head with a bitter smile. Senior, thank you for your kindness. I can lead the way, but I don't want that sword spirit boy. After all, I don't know how to use a flying sword. Okay, go ahead. I'll compensate you. Chinny nodded. We Jindan stage seniors won't let you suffer losses. Yes. Xiaohua bowed and was about to enter the cave. Xiaohua, where's the otherworldly item you got from the Feather Immortal Assembly? Chinny suddenly asked. Ah? Xiaohua was taken aback. Then he smiled apologetically. I'll let Villa Master Chin know. That thing is really too heavy. I can't put it in my storage bag. Moreover, I can't carry it with me. Therefore, I put it in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Chinyi's beautiful eyes looked at Xiaohua, not saying anything. On the other hand, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had told Chinyi many things, but he hadn't said anything important. Xiaohua had a guilty conscience about the great wisdom-heavy sword, so he hadn't said anything. However, he didn't expect that. Chinyi actually knew about it. At this moment, Xiaohua was a bit regretful. Thinking about the Feather Immortal Assembly, the Great Wisdom Sword, and the matter of Fairy Hong Xia. Damn it! Xiaohua's scalp went numb when he thought about it. The Feather Immortal Assembly is held once every 10 years. The 3 cultivation kingdoms of the Dawn Rain continent have held it countless times. Could it be that Chunyi really went to inquire about it? Alas, I really can't lie too much. Every time I lie, I have to use 10 or even 100 lies to cover it up. If this continues, this lie will eventually be exposed. Forget it. Seeing that Chunyi didn't ask any more questions, Xiaohua braced himself and walked inside. Zhu Qinghe frowned and turned to look at Chinyi. However, Chinyi ignored him. Zhu Qinghe had no choice but to ignore her. After Xie Zhiqian and Xiaohua, the group of 5 entered the cave. The inside of the cave was very tranquil, and a slight heat was surging in. His divine sense still couldn't be used, but a faint light penetrated from the distance. Xiaohua walked cautiously, and he didn't encounter any danger. Of course, in such a dangerous place, how could Xiaohua not open his left hand's delirium eyes? In his transcendence vision, everything outside the cave was fiery red, but there was nothing wrong with the inside of the cave. Just like the soft footsteps in his ears, everything was normal. As they walked to the center of the cave, faint rumbling sounds could be heard from the end of the cave. Xiaohua was startled and raised his head. At the same time, he also raised his transcendence vision. He saw that not far away, at the end of the cave, there were flashes of red light falling down. That's it! Zhu Qinghe exclaimed in surprise. Everyone, including Xiaohua, quickened their steps. When they reached the end and looked to the left, everyone was overjoyed. At the end of the cave was lava. Looking to the left, there was a huge space. Inside the space, there was a faint sky light coming from somewhere, illuminating the entire space. Sword case! Zhu Qinghe blurted out and pointed. Sure enough, in the center of the space, there was a 3 feet long and 3 inches wide sword case on top of a bulging rock. Sword pill! Chang Yefeng also laughed. Beside the sword case, there were several sword pills with cracks on them. These sword pills were different in size, and they were exactly the same as the one Xiaohua was refining. 8. It's really 8. Chunyi was beaming with joy. If we add fellow Taoist Jews, it'll be 9. These 8 sword pills are just as we planned, 2 for each of us. That's strange. Where's that buzzing sound just now? Xiaohua asked in surprise. These sword pellets had a sword spirit. Xiaohua had long wanted to find a sword spirit and see what it was. These sword pellets were definitely a great temptation to him. However, he still didn't dare to be too impatient. Wait, Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice. He looked around and said in a low voice, it's a bit strange. Why is there no protection in such an important place? However, everyone stood outside the space for a moment. The entire space was quiet. Where was the buzzing sound? Xiaohua, I asked you just now. Are you willing to help us? Zhu Qinghe said solemnly. As you can see, we've been preparing for several years. We've spent a lot of spirit stones and energy. If you can bring those sword pills over, this penniless Taoist will give them to you. Furthermore, this penniless Taoist will give you the sword pill and also give you the manual to cultivate the flying sword. This. Xiaohua looked hesitant and pretended to hesitate. Xiaohua, if we don't get those sword pills, we won't go out. Chunyi said with a smile. You can choose not to help, or you can have other plans. But if we all die here, can you afford to leave? Moreover, if you don't go. Chunyi said no more, but the threat was self-evident. Hearing Chunyi's threat, Xiaohua was unhappy. He looked at the 4 people and muttered. If he relied on his physical body, he could probably resist 2 or 4 people. However, he didn't have the kind of spirit pill that Zhu Qinghe took. If 2 of them took a spirit pill that stimulated magic power at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be their opponent. Xiaohua, my vitality has been greatly injured. Otherwise, I would have gone this time. Chang Yefeng stepped forward and said with a smile, actually, fellow Taoist Xiao invited your sex master Zhenyi that day to use the speed of your sex lightning escape technique to get those sword pills. And this junior understands. Xiaohua frowned, then turned to Zhu Qinghe and said, Junior can go and give it a try. However, I would like to ask Senior to tell me about the danger in detail. Otherwise, Junior will be confused and might lose his life. Cough cough. Zhu Qinghe knew what Xiaohua was referring to. He coughed twice and said, Xiaohua, you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Your status is different from ours. Although your cultivation is low, we have to be on guard against you. Perhaps you can understand everything that happened before. As for the danger now, Zhu Qinghe pointed at the sword pills and sword sheath and said, these are probably Master Brightsword's flying swords and Senior Li Xiubai's sword pills. Since they are placed there must be a restriction around them. We don't have divine sense, and our magic power can only be activated for a moment. Right now, there isn't much difference between you and us. If you can take those sword pills, I can also give them to you. Manor Lord Chun and the others will be convinced, don't you think? Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the stone. He seemed to be thinking about it, but in reality, he had already opened his Dharma eyes and carefully examined the side of the stone. Then he sighed and said, all right, since all of you think so highly of this junior, then this junior can only help all of you. However, Senior must give the sword orb to this junior. Chapter 2018. Hee, since you're so worried, I'll give it to you now. Zhu Qinghe took out the sword pill from his bosom and threw it to Xiaohua. Oh! Xiaohua didn't expect Zhu Qinghe to be so forthright, but his heart was at ease. After all, from what he saw with his Dharma eye, there was nothing beside the stone, and there were no restrictions. He only needed to go over and pick up the sword pellet. There was no danger at all. On the contrary, the 8 small and sharp lights inside the sword pellet and the red flying sword lights inside the sword sheath made Xiaohua really happy. Zhu Qinghe was right. These were the flying swords and sword pills left behind by Master Brightsword and Li Xiubai. This is the sword pills? Xiaohua took it and pretended to be curious. Zhu Qinghe said unhappily, Xiaohua, you should go over and try it. You can't expect me to give you the sword art right now, right? Hee, there's no need. Xiaohua smiled and put the sword pill into his bosom. He said with a smile, Senior knows how to give Junior a medicinal pill that promotes magic power. Junior will use the flying technique to give those sword pills to Senior. Zhu Qinghe smiled bitterly. That's for gold core cultivators to use. Your meridians are weak, so you can't use it. Chunyi glanced at Zhu Qinghe and clapped her hands. She took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaohua. She said, "This is the bamboo marrow of Yulon bamboo. Although it can't be compared to the spirit pill you want, it's better in terms of its calmness. You can use it with your foundation establishment cultivation. Hee, just keep it in your mouth and swallow it when you need it. I hope you won't need it." "Many thanks, Manor-head Chen." Xiaohua received it with a smile. Then he held the jade bottle in his hand, and a drop of the jade-like liquid emitting a faint bamboo fragrance dripped into his mouth. Then, Xiaohua stepped towards the sword pill on the stone and held the jade bottle in his hand. He was still waiting to take the sword pill and put the bamboo marrow into the jade bottle. Moreover, Xiaohua even muttered in his heart. Should he take away all the sword pills and not leave a single one for Zhu Qinghe and the others? After all, with this drop of bamboo marrow, Xiaohua had enough confidence to kill these 4 people. Seeing Xiaohua carefully walk into the stone, Zhu Qinghe and the other 3's faces showed nervousness. However, unlike Chang Yefeng and Xie Zhichin's nervousness, Zhu Qinghe and Chunyi's eyes still had some anxiety. The 2 of them even tilted their heads slightly and looked at each other. However, when Xiaohua walked to the edge of the rock, there was still no movement. Xiaohua stopped and stretched out his left hand. After looking at it for a moment, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Senior Zhu, I'm afraid this junior will have to take advantage of you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to take the sword pellets, while Chunyi's face revealed a trace of disappointment. But it just so happened that right at this moment, the buzzing sound that everyone heard just now suddenly rang out. Xiaohua was stunned, and he hurriedly raised his left hand to meet the eye. An extremely brilliant red light flashed past, and even his eye couldn't help but close. "Ah?" Hearing the exclamations of Zhu Qinghe and the rest, Xiaohua immediately knew that the situation was bad. A crimson-red sword light was born from the sword sheath beside the sword pellet, and a fierce sharpness and intimidating aura instantly enveloped Xiaohua. Shit! Xiaohua didn't expect that the flying sword from the sword sheath would suddenly attack. While he was greatly alarmed, he immediately swallowed the jade essence into the air. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his meridians like true essence. Xiaohua urged his magic power without hesitation and immediately used the bright thunder escape. In addition to the misty steps under his feet, his entire body flew to the side. However, Xiaohua had just urged his magic power, and his body had only moved 3 feet when the true essence formed by the jade essence suddenly disappeared. His magic power flowed out, and Xiaohua's body naturally stagnated for a moment. At this moment, the sword light that was more than 3 feet long chopped at the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and his feet staggered in succession, wanting to block this mountain-like sword light. Unfortunately, that sword light was set up by Taoist Master Brightsword. That was a flying sort of a nascent soul cultivator, and it was the work of great magic power. If Xiaohua had the bright thunder escape, he might still have a chance. But now, how could he dodge it by relying on misty steps, this kind of extreme movement technique? Seeing the incomparable sword light chopping down at a speed that Xiaohua couldn't think of, Xiaohua held the great wisdom sword in his hand without hesitation and raised it up, wanting to block the flying sword. But with a loud dang, the sword light above Xiaohua's head was blocked. A huge force was transmitted to Xiaohua's body, and then to his feet. A shining crack appeared under Xiaohua's feet. At the same time, the tip of the red sword light suddenly bent down like a soft sword, and the speed at which it chopped down was twice as fast as before. Xiaohua simply didn't have time to dodge. With a peub sound, it neatly chopped his back. A burst of brilliance flashed, and Xiaohua's protective spirit armor was only able to resist for a moment before it was split into 2 by that incomparable sword light. Xiaohua let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his entire body fell into the brilliance that appeared under his feet. The unforeseen event that Xiaohua encountered was really too fast. That sword light flashed and disappeared. Although Xiaohua flew for a distance, in the eyes of Zhu Qinghe and the others, it was only an instant. The brilliance of Xiaohua's spirit armor was annihilated, and they saw it with their own eyes. Xiaohua's heart-wrenching scream was also heard by them. Although Xiaohua's body fell into the brilliance, they knew that Xiaohua's body must have been split open by that incomparably sharp sword light. When his body landed on the ground, it would definitely split into 2 halves. Hiss, after a moment, Xie Zhichin took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with joy. Indeed, if Xiaohua hadn't come here, The one who would have been split into two halves by that sword light would have definitely been him. Fellow Taoists, yeah. Zhu Qinghe's voice sounded by his ear again. According to our agreement, this time it should be fellow Taoist Xie's turn to step forward. Xie Zhiqian was a little surprised. It's fine, Chun said with a smile. As long as it's an ownerless flying sword, it only has the power for one attack. Xiaohua is dead, so naturally there won't be any danger. Don't be afraid. All right. Xie Zhiqian understood that he was similar to Xiaohua. That is, the Fire Bat King was his effort, and everything else was arranged by Zhu Qinghe. If he didn't go, who else would go? Xie Zhiqian took out a scarlet spirit pill and put it in his mouth. Then, like Xiaohua, he cautiously approached the sword pellet. At this moment, Xie Zhiqian didn't look at anything else but the sword case. He was prepared to wait for the sword case to change, then he would leave and flee. Fortunately, until Xie Zhiqian touched the sword pellet, the sword case didn't have any movement. That terrifying buzzing sound just now also didn't come out in the slightest. Great. Xie Zhiqian picked up a sword pellet and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Jew, it's fine. These 8 sword pellets are now ours. Haha. Chang Yefeng laughed and walked to Xie Zhiqian's side. He reached out and grabbed the 2 largest sword pellets and said, there are exactly 8 of them. We each have 2, and this trip is complete. That's right, it's complete. This is the completion of our Huan country's sword cultivation. 2 cold voices came from behind Zhu Qinghe. A rainbow-like sword light and a sword light like a fish in the sea flew out at the same time. They drew a dazzling brilliance in the air and pierced towards Xie Zhiqian and Chang Yefeng. Ah? Xie Zhiqian was shocked. He didn't have time to touch the sword pellet. He swallowed the spirit pill in his mouth and waved his hand. A meteor-like flying sword met Duan Yuming's rainbow sword. He also slapped his hand and took out a shield-like magic treasure from his storage bag. Clang! Xie Zhiqian's flying sword collided with the rainbow sword and was immediately annihilated by the rainbow sword's sword light. Immediately after, it was knocked into the air and the brilliance on the sword disappeared. Like a piece of scrap metal, it hit the stone wall and fell to the ground. Fellow Taoist Jew, save me. This was Chang Yefeng's cry for help. He had just forcefully used the clear sky mirror, and his vitality was damaged. It was too late for him to take out a spirit pill. Seeing countless colorful fish surrounding him and about to drown him, he couldn't help but cry out. But just as his voice sounded, the colorful fish immediately opened their mouths and pounced on Chang Yefeng's body. Chang Yefeng's body flashed with brilliance. It was the protective brilliance and the protection of Chang Yefeng's magic treasure. Unfortunately, Wang Xuyao's attack power was comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Although her sword origin was restrained, it was not something Chang Yefeng could resist. Puff! 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 Dozens of places on Chang Yefeng's body were ruptured and blood gushed out like a fountain. At the same time, Duan Yuming's rainbow sword suddenly trembled. Like a 7-colored satin, it quickly wrapped around Xie Zhiqian from the bottom to the top. With a muffled sound, Xie Zhiqian's scream could not be heard. Blood spurted out from his neck. Xie Zhiqian's head was chopped off by the rainbow sword. Villahedchen, let's hurry. We definitely can't let these 2 sword cultivators get the sword orb. The sword cultivators' attacks were really powerful. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Zhu Qinghe only had time to give Chun Yi an order before Chang Yefeng and Xie Zhiqian were already dead. Yes. Chun Yi heard him and her body floated up, pouncing on the sword pill. Zhu Qinghe naturally moved in another direction. Wang Xuyao and Duan Yuming sneered and also pounced on the sword pill. The 2 flying swords were also driven by them and suddenly turned around. But, just as the 2 of them flew into the air and the flying swords turned around, Zhu Qinghe and Chun Yi suddenly turned around at the same time. They actually went back to the whole of the revolving space. Duan Yuming was stunned and whispered, Junior sister, go and kill these 2 people. I'll take Senior's sword pill. Yes, Senior brother. Wang Xuyao responded and suddenly turned around. The sword light that was like a fish also followed her and chased after Zhu Qinghe and Chun Yi. Let's go. Zhu Qinghe and Chun Yi's figures landed at the entrance of the cave. They whispered and quickly ran out of the cave. Unfortunately, even though the 2 of them had prepared elixirs in advance, the amount of spiritual power they could mobilize was still limited. They had just flown less than 10 feet when Wang Xuyao had already caught up. Seeing the layers of fish fiercely pouncing over, Zhu Qinghe was greatly shocked and couldn't help but shout, "Envoy, save me!" Haha. A rough laugh sounded from outside the cave, and a voice came. Martial nephew Zhu has worked hard to lure these two cunning sword cultivators here. How can we bear to let you lose your life? Chapter 2019. Who is it? Wang Xiao was shocked. Just as she was about to retrieve the swimming fish sword, two large hands flew in from outside the cave. One of the large hands slapped down with lightning speed, holding the swimming fish sword in its hand. With a slight force, all the fish were annihilated, leaving only the flying sword in the large hand, which was overflowing with brilliance. Ah? Nascent soul cultivator? Wang Xiao was shocked. She knew that she had fallen into someone's trap. She couldn't care less about her flying sword being retrieved and turned to escape into the cave. However, the other large hand had already slapped down on Wang Xiao's head. A fierce aura came from the large hand and shackled Wang Xiao's body. If she had the swimming fish sword at this time, Wang Xiao might not be powerless to fight back. She might even be able to break through the big hand. However, now that two nascent soul cultivators were attacking her at the same time, the swimming fish sword was already restrained. All her cultivation was on the flying sword. Under the big hand, she was indeed somewhat helpless. But seeing the large hand about to reach her head, Wang Xiao's face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and opened her cherry lips slightly. A mouthful of sword essence was spat out and attacked the large hand. At this moment, the other large hand clenched slightly, and Wang Xiao's flying sword was caught by the large hand. The entire flying sword was actually melted into the shape of a ball. Ah! A scream came from Wang Xiao's mouth. Her sword essence also dimmed. Taking advantage of this moment, the large hand that was covering Wang Xiao suddenly slapped down. Wang Xiao no longer had any power to fight back, and her body was slapped to the ground. Junior sister. Hearing Wang Xiao's scream, Duan Yuming rushed out. Seeing Wang Xiao being slapped to the ground by the large hand of a nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the rainbow sword turned into a seven-colored rainbow and rushed towards the large hand. Go! A soft shout came from the cave. The large hand picked up from the ground again and clenched into a fist to hit the rainbow sword. Poof! The rainbow sword pierced the giant hand. The giant hand shook as if it was about to collapse. Just as the giant hand flashed with brilliance, another giant hand took the opportunity to pounce from the side, and with a slap, easily covered Duan Yuming. Duan Yuming felt an unparalleled power of imprisonment. He had never thought that after scheming for so many years and following Zhu Qinghe for so many years, he would become the mantis in the end. What made his heart ache the most was that he had just confided in Wang Xiao, and their relationship had just undergone a fundamental change. But his Wang Xiao had already died in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. God, why are you so unfair? Duan Yuming couldn't help but shout. The heavens are naturally fair. A tall and thin early nascent soul cultivator emerged from the cave. It was none other than the cultivator who had chased after Xiao Hua in the ink-cloud black forest. The nascent soul cultivator sneered. Do you know how many cultivators you've killed in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Although you've carefully chosen the cultivators you've killed, they are still cultivators of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How can we let you do whatever you want? Humph, don't talk so much with him. This guy is too cunning. We have searched for him many times but couldn't catch him. Now that he is here to catch a turtle in a jar, don't let him escape again. The other nascent soul cultivator's hand also flew into the air and firmly covered Duan Yuming. How can you cultivators know the divine abilities of us sword cultivators? Duan Yuming sneered and waved his hand. 8 sword balls flew into the air at the same time. At the same time, Duan Yuming opened his mouth and spat out a stream of life essence. In an instant, 8 streams of life essence rushed into the 8 sword balls. Senior, don't let this guy control the sword balls. Zhu Qinghe shouted anxiously. Let me slap him to death. The cultivator who covered Duan Yuming sneered and pressed his hand down. He wanted to slap Duan Yuming, as if he wanted to slap Wang Xiao to death. However, the 8 sword balls above Duan Yuming's head suddenly emitted a brilliant light. The 8 sword beams flew straight up and pierced through the big hand. With a loud boom, the nascent soul cultivator's big hand collapsed. Following the collapse of the nascent soul cultivator's big hand, the 8 sword beams also dimmed. At the same time, the other nascent soul cultivator roared. Go. The other big hand slapped down. Duan Yuming's eyes flashed with determination. Looking at the badly mutilated Wang Xiao, he slapped his forehead. A faint light overflowed from the top of his head. However, just as this light appeared, the nascent soul cultivator's big hand had already slapped down. Duan Yuming was slapped under the big hand without any suspense. Ha ha ha, the nascent soul cultivator laughed and said, "The emissary always said that this sword cultivator is powerful. In I's opinion, he is only SO. Fellow Taoist, be careful." Before the nascent soul cultivator finished speaking, the other nascent soul cultivator hurriedly shouted. The nascent soul cultivator was startled. Under his big hand, the 9 sword beams flashed and actually rushed towards Chun Yi and Zhu Qinghe. What was special was that one of the sword beams actually landed on the rainbow sword that had just fallen to the ground. The rainbow sword also flew up and was actually only half a step slower than the other 8 sword beams. "Senior." Chun Yi turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. "Don't be afraid." The 2 nascent soul cultivators who were already standing beside Chun Yi and Zhu Qinghe were extremely calm. They casually rubbed their hands together, and a few faint beams of light appeared in front of the 4 of them. Puff! 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 A series of noises could be heard as the 9 sword beams pierced through the beams of light. However, the beams of light only flickered and were unable to pierce through them. The 9 streaks of sword light seemed to be exhausted as they fell from the sky. However, just as they fell half an inch, the 8 streaks of sword light once again emitted extremely brilliant sword light. Like poisonous snakes that had their tails stepped on, they rushed towards the 2 nascent soul cultivators to bite them. When the 2 nascent soul cultivators saw this, their faces were filled with astonishment. Both of them reached out their hands at the same time, as if trying to capture the sword lights. However, the 8 sword lights only paused in midair for a moment before rushing back into their hands. Damn it! The tall and thin nascent soul cultivator was slightly angered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence. It transformed into a 1-foot square shield in front of him. 4 of the flying swords actually destroyed the shield and stopped in midair like a dead fish. "This is bad, Senior." That rainbow sword. Just as the tall and thin cultivator snorted coldly, he heard Chun Yi's scream. When he looked up, he didn't know when, but the rainbow sword had already flown more than 10 feet away from the ground. "Still want to run?" The tall and skinny cultivator slapped his forehead, and another large hand was about to appear. However, the rainbow sword suddenly emitted a terrifying blood-red light, and its speed suddenly increased. Before the large hand could appear, it had already rushed out of the cave. Chapter 2020. This is bad. The tall and skinny cultivator didn't think too much and flew out of the cave. Unfortunately, even though he was a nascent soul cultivator, his magic power and divine sense were restricted here. By the time he flew out of the cave, the rainbow sword had already disappeared. Clap, 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 clap. A few claps sounded beside the tall and skinny cultivator. A voice said, "Senior is indeed powerful. You easily killed 2 evil sword cultivators on the spot. This merit cannot go unnoticed. I will definitely report this matter to the Alliance Master." When the tall and skinny cultivator heard this, his eyes turned slightly and a smile appeared on his face. He said to the cultivator in camouflage who had just turned around, "I don't dare." This was all planned by the emissary. It was the emissary's amazing strategy. "We only did our best." Senior is wrong. This was all planned by the Alliance Master. How could Junior dare to be greedy? The cultivator said with a smile. But the tall and skinny cultivator looked worriedly at the rainbow sword that disappeared into the distance. The emissary didn't seem to see the rainbow sword fly away. He pointed at the sword orb in the tall and skinny cultivator's hand and said, "Is that Li Xiaobai's sword orb?" "Yes. If I guessed correctly, it is Li Xiaobai's sword orb." The cultivator quickly replied. Duan Yuming also put it away and activated it. Its power is indeed powerful. At this moment, another nascent soul cultivator walked out with Zhu Qinghe and Chun Yi. He held another 4 sword orbs and a sword case in his hand and said, "We followed the emissary's plan and really found a place that sword cultivators covet. We didn't come here and didn't even touch the things inside for fear of arousing Duan Yuming and Wang Xiao's suspicion. Therefore, this is the first time Marshal Nephew Zhu came here. It is also the first time for us. And to be able to set up the emissary's plan, it is all thanks to Marshal Nephew Zhu." If he didn't find this place, Duan Yuming and Wang Xiao might not have been fooled. That's right. Su Yen School's Zhu Qinghe and Burial Flower Manor's Chen Yi. This emissary will remember them. I will definitely report everyone's merit to the Alliance Master. The emissary nodded and said, "These sword orbs, how to deal with them?" The tall and skinny nascent soul cultivator said with a smile, "Why not let the emissary take them back? This thing can be considered a rare item." "Forget it. You've worked hard for so many years. How can I take away your hard work? You can split these 8 sword pellets among yourselves." The emissary waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. "This is some reward. Although it's not much, it's still a small token of appreciation from the Alliance leader." "I don't dare." The tall and skinny cultivator took it, and then looked at the other nascent soul cultivator. The cultivator handed the sword case to the messenger and smiled. "This is the flying sword of Taoist Bright, sword of the Changbai sect. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take it, so please handle it yourself." "Well, this thing is indeed a bit troublesome. Let I handle it." The emissary put the sword case into the storage bag and looked up at the cave with a smile. If it weren't for Zhu Qinghe, this emissary wouldn't have thought that Li Xiaobai and Reverend Bright Sword's flying swords were hidden here. It's really unexpected. Indeed, even I didn't really believe Marshal Nephew Zhu that day either. The tall and skinny cultivator nodded. "However, even if there's nothing, Marshal Nephew Zhu has already done a great deed by being able to lure 2 sword cultivators here. Hee, not to mention killing 2 birds with 1 stone," the emissary said with a smile. "I don't dare." Zhu Qinghe was very respectful at this time. Chen Yi also smiled apologetically and didn't dare to say more. "Well, this matter is over. I also passed on the Alliance leader's message. All of you have to be careful." The emissary instructed again. "Chen Yi's Burial Flower Manor is going to move again." "Yes, I'll follow the emissary's instructions." Chen Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "My Burial Flower Manor won't stay in one place for long." "Good." The emissary clapped his hands and said, "Let's go. We don't know who will come here next time. We also don't know if they will think that we cultivators killed 2 sword cultivators here." The tall and skinny nascent soul cultivator had a trace of a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the other nascent soul cultivator. 10 days later, on a foothill outside the Inkcloud Black Forest, the emissary watched Zhu Qinghe, Chen Yi, and the 2 nascent soul cultivators disappear. Only then did he turn around and fly in another direction. When there was no one around, he removed the Mimi. He saw an early Foundation establishment cultivator who was about 20 years old. He wore an ordinary Taoist robe and had delicate features and a scholarly face. It was the deputy sect leader Zhang Ji, who was personally appointed by heavenly demon sect's Zhang Qingxiao. Originally, I wanted you to kill the 2 sword cultivators. But you actually let one of them escape. This is good. The sect leader's plan is even more perfect and absolutely flawless. Isn't this the heaven's plan to let I do it? Zhang Zhihao said to himself coldly. The sect leader's wisdom is unparalleled in this world. Dao sect, they are really stupid pigs. Soon after, Zhang Zhihao flew away in a grandiose manner. No one knew that such a soul-stirring thing had happened in the Ink Zhao Black Forest. No one knew that Xiaohua had lost his life in the Ink Zhao Black Forest. As for Zhang Zhihao, although he was one of Zhang Qingxiao's doppelgangers, Zhang Qingxiao now specialized in Dao techniques. For the sake of Zhang Zhihao's safety and secrecy, she did not keep in touch with him at all times like before and turned Zhang Zhihao's knowledge into her own knowledge. How did Zhang Qingxiao know that Xiaohua had died? Moreover, Zhu Qinghe did not mention the loss of Xie Zhiqian and Chang Yefeng, the Golden Core cultivators. Zhang Zhihao did not ask at all, let alone Xiaohua, the Foundation establishment cultivator. Even Chen Yi would never mention it again. Unfortunately, the matter was far from what they knew. Sometimes, what they saw might not be the truth. When Xiaohua's figure fell into the brilliance, that incomparable sword light chopped down from his back. In the eyes of Zhu Qinghe and the others, Xiaohua was split into 2 halves. In the eyes of Zhu Qinghe and the others, perhaps because the sword light was too powerful and the sword edge was too sharp, there was no bloody light for a moment. Nor was there the tragic sight of Xiaohua's body being split into 2 halves. In fact, Xiaohua's scream was really tragic. It was really from the horror in his heart. It was truly terrifying. It was even more horrifying than that day when his meridians were almost broken by the earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After all, This was a blow from a true nascent soul cultivator's flying sword. It was a blow that really killed Xiaohua. But when Xiaohua shouted and released his horror, he suddenly heard a "kacha" sound in his mind. The expected pain did not come. Instead, his vision blurred and his figure appeared in midair. Moreover, his figure rapidly fell down. "Ouch, my butt!" Xiaohua roared and jumped up from the ground. He touched his butt and scolded, "Who is so uncultured to put some needles on such soft grass? Don't you know that this soft grass is used for something else?" Immediately, Xiaohua quickly touched his body and even touched an extremely important place. He said to himself in bewilderment, "Damn it, this young master. Is this not dead?" Then, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He quickly untied his Taoist robe and took out the voodoo puppet that was tied with a purple ribbon from his neck. However, the voodoo puppet had already been split into two halves. The corners of the voodoo puppet's mouth drooped again. Good heavens, this voodoo puppet is actually real. It's actually this powerful. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and looked at the voodoo puppet that was split into two halves in disbelief. To be honest, when he was refining the voodoo puppet, he didn't really believe it. After all, this was witchcraft, not Taoist techniques. Moreover, it could substitute death. What kind of almighty ability was this? What a pity. Now that the voodoo puppet has been destroyed, I'm afraid it has already been used 3 times. Xiaohua felt extremely regretful. He carefully put away the voodoo puppet and thought, witchcraft has such a heaven-defying effect. How can it be lost? Looks like this young master needs to properly search for it. These things that others don't know about are definitely useful in crucial moments of life and death. Today, if it wasn't for this voodoo puppet, this young master would have died here without anyone knowing. Sigh, what a pity for this young master's spiritual armor. Xiaohua took off the spiritual armor and carefully put it into his storage bag. He then took out the spiritual armor that Gantian Mountain gave him and put it on. He shook his shoulders left and right and said with a frown, "This spiritual armor. Why is it so uncomfortable? I keep feeling that it smells like Qian Diheng's body odor." "Ah, done," Xiaohua said and raised his hands in the air. He let out a long breath and said, "The feeling of being alive is really good." Xiaohua said and lowered his head to look at the pile of bones on the grass. He sighed and said, "These bones probably all met the same fate as this young master. Unfortunately, different people have different endings. This young master's life is good." Following which, Xiaohua looked around and was shocked. He saw that this was a place filled with lush greenery. A layer of spiritual grass covered the ground. In the distance, there were a few tall trees with twisted branches. The lush green leaves on the trees rustled in the wind. A gurgling sound like that of a zither could be heard from the stream, causing Xiaohua's excited mood to calm down. Xiaohua raised his head again. Above his head was a sky-blue color. It wasn't much different from the sky that he usually saw. Furthermore, above the sky blue, there were traces of white. It was extremely similar to the white clouds. Sigh, such a calm and peaceful place. After experiencing life and death, only then do I know that this is the most beautiful. Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to walk around and look around, he suddenly heard the sound of wading in the stream. He couldn't help but sweep out with his spiritual sense. As expected, in the stream, there was a little deer that looked like a lamb looking at him in fear. It seemed to be able to sense Xiaohua's spiritual sense and frantically walked around the stream. After running a few feet, it hurriedly went ashore and hid in the dense forest behind the stream. My spiritual sense can be used? Xiaohua suddenly understood. However, when he swept out with his spiritual sense again, in the dense forest behind the stream, apart from trees, there were only trees. The little deer was nowhere to be found. Chapter 2021. Strange. Xiaohua found it strange. He blinked his eyes and thought for a moment, but he still temporarily extinguished the thought of going forward to investigate. Anyone who had just been killed once would be more careful, knowing the principle of curiosity killing the cat. This young master should do some good deeds first. Xiaohua looked around, walked to the side of the stream, and used the great wisdom-heavy sword to dig a large hole. Then he turned around and cleaned up the large pile of bones into the large hole. After he had filled up the hole, he said, "What a pity, not a single person's storage pouch was left behind. Could it be that there were also people who came here? They also had the same luck as this young master?" This sentence directly exposed Xiaohua's nature, but it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. There was a plum blossom-like token among the bones. This token was very strange. Xiaohua couldn't see what material it was made of, and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. It was probably carried by some cultivator. Xiaohua couldn't see any clues, and casually put it into his storage pouch. But suddenly, Xiaohua quivered again, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Yes, needless to say, if the storage pouches of these bones were all here, then it meant that there was only one passage in this space, and that was the dead end that Xiaohua came in. Without being killed by the flying sword, it was impossible to enter. But what if the storage pouches were all gone? That meant that there were living people who came in. Xiaohua didn't believe that someone could come in alive under the flying sword and not take away the flying sword and sword pellet. This also meant that, other than the dead end above Xiaohua's head, there were other ways to survive in this space. Someone came in and out of that way, and took away all the storage pouches. But this young master fell from the 3rd floor, so this should be the 4th floor, right? Why is it somewhat different from the 4th floor that Taoist master Lu Peng described? There doesn't seem to be any cold pond here. Xiaohua scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. Forget it, let's not care about that for now. This young master should first find a way out. Xiaohua released his divine sense. This divine sense was also restricted here, but fortunately, it could still be released for dozens of zhong, so it was better than nothing. However, even if this young master finds a way out, this young master can't go out now. Zhu Qinghe and the rest were 4 golden core cultivators. They were definitely not something that yours truly could deal with alone. Motherfucker, this bitch Chun-Yi looks incomparably pure, but not only is she extremely stingy, her heart is also vicious. That bamboo marrow of the jade orchid bamboo. I'm afraid this bitch has long since had the intention to kill me. Could it be in the Buried Flowers Manor? Or was it in Mo Zhao Black Forest? Forget it, I won't bother guessing anymore. I can't guess the thoughts of a female cultivator, even if I guess. I might as well use my own means to see who's the real deal. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. He hated people who schemed against him the most, especially cultivators with higher cultivation than him. No wonder someone wanted to poison Chun-Yi's spirit grass. Damn it, it would be better if all the youth-retaining grass died out. Sun Qian. Although she's only known by name, she's definitely an interesting female cultivator. Xiaohua became more and more angry. He suddenly felt grateful to Sun Qian, who he had never met before. He felt a kind of sympathy in his heart. If there's a chance, this young master will go to the Buried Flowers Manor and make a scene. After finishing his good deed, Xiaohua released his divine sense again and carefully examined the spirit grass under his feet. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, there was only a common spirit grass under his feet. It wasn't rare, but no matter how long this spirit grass grew, it was only half a foot long. It was most suitable for some decorations. So many cultivators casually planted it in their immortal's cave. However, Xiaohua still had a heart that would rather miss it than let it go. He still transplanted a large piece of spirit grass into his space. Then, after seeing that there was nothing strange around him, he lifted his feet and walked to the side of the small stream. The stream could only submerge his feet. It wasn't very deep, but it was abnormally cold and very bone-chilling. Admittedly, this place didn't restrict divine sense, but Xiaohua's Zhenyuan was still condensed and couldn't mobilize his magic power. Xiaohua had to personally wade through the stream. However, when Xiaohua sat beside the stream and took off his shoes and socks, he suddenly had a rare kind of joy. It seemed that a childlike feeling that he hadn't experienced for a long time spontaneously arose. It also seemed that he often did this kind of carefree and unrestrained thing many years ago. This kind of rare mood made Xiaohua walk along the stream for a while until there was a kind of pain on his feet. Only then did he reluctantly go ashore. Cultivators, perhaps, have heaven-defying magical powers, but when using these magical powers, they throw away a lot of fun. I really don't know if it's right or wrong. Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he was in Tianmen Mountain, Huang Tianle told him to often use his feet to walk. At this time, he was quite emotional. Walking ashore, it was still a grassland, but there were many more trees. These trees were named after Xiaohua's footsteps, so he naturally didn't hold back. He pulled out a few different kinds of trees and sent them into his space. Who told Xiaohua to have so much strength? Even if he didn't have magic power, pulling out these thick trees from the ground was an extremely easy matter. The forest was more than 10 times larger than the grassland on the other side of the stream. However, when Xiaohua walked to the end, he saw a rugged and hard stone wall. He still didn't see any deer. Even the open space near the stone wall that didn't have any trees planted was only covered with green grass. What's going on here? Xiaohua turned his eyes. When he asked himself this question, he actually already had an answer in his heart. Immediately, he stretched out his left hand without hesitation and opened his transcendence vision, carefully sizing up this stone wall. When he finished looking at all the places on the stone wall, he unconsciously used his hand to scratch his chin thoughtfully. The stone wall wasn't similar to what Xiaohua had seen before. Previously, when Xiaohua saw it, he could directly see through the restriction, and even a hole appeared in his transcendence vision. However, this stone wall wasn't the hole he expected, but 9 different stars. Strange. Xiaohua stared at these stars for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what they meant. Soon after, he had no choice but to wade through the stream and arrive at the grassland he was at before. He wanted to find a similar stone wall on the grassland. However, what was even more unexpected was that this side of the grassland was even more extreme. There wasn't even a stone wall, only a restriction that divine sense couldn't see through blocking him. After walking along the restriction for a while, Xiaohua gave up. He didn't know how big this space was, but he knew that there wasn't only shrinking Earth into an inch. There was also so close yet worlds apart. If there was such a magic at the edge of the restriction, he wouldn't be able to find the end even if he walked for 10,000 years. When Xiaohua returned to the grassland, he once again sat at the place he had just landed. He propped up his chin and looked straight up, as if waiting for Xie Zhiqian or Chang Yefeng to fall from above. Chapter 2022. After a full meal, Xiaohua finally stopped his illusion of waiting for the rabbit. He stretched and lay on the grass, crossing his arms behind his head and using his head as a pillow. He even closed his eyes, looking like he was taking a break. However, in just a moment, Xiaohua thought of something and suddenly jumped up from the ground. He patted his forehead and took out a sword pill from his Buddha's heart. He looked at it again and again. Damn it, I knew it. Those 9 stars looked very familiar. It turns out that they look similar to my 9 sword pills. Xiaohua happily ran to the stone wall and took out the other 8 sword pills, using his Dharma eyes to deal with them one by one. Sure enough, the 9 sword pills Xiaohua got from the Thunderquake Palace matched the shape of the 9 stars. Since this young master's 9 sword pills matched the 9 stars, then what is Zhu Qinghe's sword pill? Thinking, Xiaohua also took out Zhu Qinghe's sword pill and compared it slightly. It was actually extremely similar to one of Xiaohua's sword pills. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Could it be that this is the authentic one? Of course, Zhu Qinghe's sword pill was said to be obtained from the first floor here, and Xiaohua's 9 sword pills were completely unrelated. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be sure. Whether it's a mule or a horse, I have to take it out for a walk. Xiaohua thought and spread out his hand. The sword pill was sent to the stone wall, near the star that was similar in size to the sword pill. As Xiaohua expected, a strange thing happened. The star emitted a faint brilliance, and a light belt with the same outline as the star penetrated the stone wall and covered the sword pill. Naturally, this was what Xiaohua saw with his Dharma eyes. He couldn't see it with his naked eyes or divine sense. Just as Xiaohua was rejoicing, the brilliance circled around the sword pill and turned back. The entire star and even the stone wall didn't change at all. Could it be that this is a mule? Xiaohua looked at the sword pellet and put it into his storage pouch. Soon after, he took out his own tattered sword pellet, and the same brilliance covered the sword pellet. What surprised Xiaohua was that at the same time, a huge force was suddenly born from the star. Without waiting for him to wake up, his sword pellet merged with the stone wall, and even merged with the star. Great! Xiaohua was shocked at first, then he was overjoyed. This meant that his 9 sword pellets were the real 9 stars transit, and Zhu Qinghe's sword pellets were just fakes. Since Zhu Qinghe's sword pill is a fake, then... Xiaohua suddenly remembered, the 8 sword pills above are all fake. Then what about the flying swords inside the sword sheath? Wasn't it even more fake? But since it's fake, why is it so fierce? Xiaohua was somewhat unable to understand, but then Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. His grandmother, this young master doesn't care if the information above is real or fake. This young master was scared to death by that flying sword. Isn't this coming here to compensate this young master? I'm sure the 4 people on the upper level are holding 8 fake sword pellets, and are so happy that they don't even know where they're going. Following Xiaohua's small tail, Xiaohua placed the other 7 sword pellets into the stars. But when Xiaohua spat out Zhu Meng, he saw Zhu Meng nimbly shrink in Xiaohua's palm. No matter what Xiaohua did, he was unable to restore Zhu Meng to the appearance of a sword pellet. His grandmother, this young master, didn't work hard for nothing, right? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, but he still unwillingly sent Zhu Meng to the stone wall. Something that made Xiaohua happy happened again. Under the brilliance, the small sword actually escaped from Xiaohua's palm and drilled into the last star. Great! Xiaohua didn't even have time to cheer when he heard a rumbling sound coming from the stone wall. It was as if the stone wall was about to be completely pushed open. The 9 stars in the stone wall emitted a bright brilliance and began to rapidly rotate. The rotation trajectory was very strange, and as it rotated, a fiery red brilliance gradually formed within the 9 stars. Xiaohua opened his Dharma eyes wide. He wasn't looking at the fiery red brilliance, but the rotation trajectory of the 9 stars. He had practiced sword play the world for a long time and had some attainments in sword formations. At this moment, with just a few glances, he immediately understood that the rotation of the 9 stars was a profound sword formation technique. Xiaohua looked while desperately memorizing. When all the 9 stars stopped, Xiaohua finally finished looking at the entire sword formation. When Xiaohua closed his Dharma eyes, he carefully recalled the sword formation's trajectory in his mind. Only when he was sure that he had completely memorized it did he want to open his eyes. However, before he could even open his eyes, something cold and wet licked his eyes. Red dawn. Xiaohua's first reaction was fairy red dawn, but when he opened his eyes, in front of him was actually the small deer he saw just now. Ah! Xiaohua looked at the small deer that was abnormally panicked and abnormally intimate. He smiled and used his hand to push the small deer's head to the side. But this deer was different from others. Xiaohua didn't feel any warmth when he touched it, only a kind of coldness and a kind of sharpness. And this small deer is probably the brilliance that appeared under the 9 stars' illumination just now. Or maybe it came out from this cave. Xiaohua was a little enlightened. He saw that a cave entrance that was about the height of a person had appeared in the 9 stars. It led to the stone wall, and within that cave, there was a faint brilliance that seeped out. Where's my sword pill? Where's my dream executioner? Xiaohua hurriedly looked at the 9 stars. Unfortunately, the 9 stars were still located in the stone wall, and his divine sense and eyes couldn't see them. Xiaohua slightly activated the sword art. Although he couldn't really use it, Xiaohua could faintly sense that the dream executioner was currently in the cave. Should I go in or not? Xiaohua was a little hesitant, but as if it knew Xiaohua's hesitation, the small deer actually stretched out its head, bit his Taoist robe, and pulled him in. Seeing such a clever small deer, Xiaohua smiled. The timid small deer wasn't afraid of what was inside, so he didn't have to worry about anything. After approaching the cave, Xiaohua immediately felt an extremely pure heaven-earth spiritual qi. It was far from being comparable to the cave he had just entered. However, when he turned a corner and came face to face with a space that was the same size as the upper level, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. In that space, there was a large stone that was exactly the same as the upper level. At this time, there were also 8 sword pills and a sword case. However, the only difference on the stone was that the dream executioner was also placed there flat like an ordinary flying sword. Looking at the 2 sides of the stone, there were 2 cultivators sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. One was dressed as a sword cultivator, the other was dressed as a Taoist cultivator. What else was there to say? Xiaohua was shocked and didn't dare to use his divine sense to scan. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets Senior Li Xiubai and Taoist Bright Sword." However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear anyone speak. Only then did Xiaohua secretly scan the 2 with his divine sense. However, in his divine sense, how were they 2 people? They were simply 2 incomparably sharp swords that could directly cut through Xiaohua's divine sense. Are these 2 people alive or dead? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that cultivators were incomparably powerful and could cut off one's life force. It was common for cultivators to come back from the brink of death. However, based on the appearance of these 2 people, he couldn't be sure at all. However, Xiaohua immediately thought of what Zhu Qing has said. Li Xiubai and Taoist Bright Sword's Life Sword Tablet and Life Spirit Tablet were already damaged. How could the 2 of them still be alive? Seniors, I heard that the two of you have already immortalized. Junior had no choice but to intrude. Please forgive me. Xiaohua bowed again. This is the sword pill that Junior obtained. Moreover, Junior has already refined it. Junior still wants to take back the execution dream. Oh, of course, Junior's ability is limited for the other 8 sword pills and can't refine them. If Senior wants to take them back, Junior has no objections. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and wanted to take back the execution dream. However, the execution dream seemed to be extremely heavy and couldn't be picked up. Xiaohua sighed and walked to the front of the rock. He looked at the sword sheath and then looked at Zhu Meng, pondering how to pick up Zhu Meng. At this moment, the obedient little deer leaped past Xiaohua and jumped into the sword sheath with a light jump. This little deer. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. He only knew a little about sword cultivators. All of his flying swords were trained in sword plays the world. He didn't know anything about the flying sword techniques of the Chongbai sect. This little deer is the sword spirit of Taoist Bright Sword's flying sword? How can a cultivator's flying sword have a sword spirit? Is a sword spirit this mysterious? Xiaohua raised his Dharma eye and looked at the sword case. Inside the sword case was a fiery red little deer lying down. It was extremely quiet and didn't seem to be dangerous. However, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Xiaohua had just been killed by the sword case. He couldn't make the same mistake again. After thinking for a long time, when his gaze fell on the cultivators sitting on both sides of the stone, he couldn't help but smile. Of course, if there was a problem with the sword case, he could escape. These two, wouldn't they also be affected? This physical body, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Thinking this, Xiaohua still chose a more ingenious angle. If there was a problem with the sword case, he could immediately hide behind Li Xiaobai. Xiaohua was much more careful, but when he opened the sword case, there was no abnormality at all. He only saw an extremely ordinary flying sword lying quietly inside the sword case. That kind of silence was really like a shy little deer. Xiaohua was shocked because this flying sword looked exactly like the one that killed him on the 3rd floor. How could there be 2 identical flying swords? Taoist Bright Sword had 2 flying swords? Xiaohua gently took out the flying sword. On the cold sword hilt, there was a faint aura of the little deer. It was quite dependent on Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua felt that the dream executioner seemed to be able to move. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, and the dream executioner answered. Xiaohua didn't hesitate again, and immediately sent the dream executioner into the Buddha's heart. Chapter 2023. After receiving the Dream Slayer, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He used his index finger to touch the other sword orb. The sword orb rotated with his finger on the big rock, and the somewhat healed crack flashed left and right. Senior Li Xiaobai. Xiaohua said shyly, "This sword orb of yours, this little one has nurtured it for many years. Senior, take a look, it's almost repaired. If I leave the sword orb here, it can't be repaired completely. Senior, you don't want this little one to give up halfway, right? This little one feels that this sword orb should be left here with this little one. Wait for this little one to properly repair it, and wait for it to shine in the future. Since you don't object, this little one will take it as your consent." Thus, Xiaohua didn't see Li Xiaobai's objection and put the sword orb into his Buddha heart like lightning. Soon after, Xiaohua scratched his head, touched his nose with his finger, and said, "Senior, you seem to be an easy person to talk to, and you don't want your sword orb to be misused. How about this? Since this little one has already received 2 sword orbs, you might as well give this little one the 9 stars transit of the sun N. It's still the same old rule. If you don't say anything, this little one will take it as your consent." Just like this, Xiaohua took back the 8 sword orbs and put them into his Buddha heart. Soon after, Xiaohua looked at the flying sword in his hand, somewhat embarrassed. This flying sword belonged to Reverend Bright Sword, and it was also Chongbai Sect's. If he took it out, he was afraid that it would cause trouble. Moreover, he already had the 9 stars transit of the sun flying sword, so Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword was probably useless. However, when Xiaohua put the sword case on the rock, the little deer jumped out of the sword case and licked Xiaohua's hand, as if it was begging Xiaohua to take it away. Xiaohua touched the little deer's ice-cold head and pondered. But at this moment, the little deer bit Xiaohua's Taoist robe and led Xiaohua to the other side of the big rock. Its small tongue licked a bulge on the big rock. The strange thing was, following the little deer's actions, the bulge actually slowly disappeared, revealing a small jade slip. AI, it's really strange. Xiaohua knew that this little deer should be the key to discovering this jade slip. If the little deer didn't want to, perhaps no one would be able to find this jade slip. Taking the jade slip from the little deer's mouth, Xiaohua used his hand to touch the little deer's forehead, indicating that it should wait a moment, and then his divine sense of the jade slip. Xiaohua's expression changed a few times. First, he suddenly understood, then he showed respect, then he was overjoyed. In the end, he was actually wild with joy. Of course, in the end, his brows were tightly knitted, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After completely reading the jade slip, Xiaohua carefully put the jade slip into the space and patted the little deer's head, indicating that it should return to the flying sword. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the flying sword returned to his hand. Only then did he straighten his clothes and salute Li Xiubai and Taoist Master Brightsword again, saying, "This junior has disturbed the two seniors." The two seniors' determination and confidence in pursuing the way of the sword, as well as their noble character and unquestionable integrity, this junior admires them. Today, this junior will take away the sword pellet and flying sword. In the future, no one will disturb the two seniors' quiet cultivation. Soon after, Xiaohua saluted the two 9 times, slowly sweeping his eyes over the entire space, and slowly retreated from the space. Following his retreat, the entire cave rumbled and gradually closed, gradually shrinking and completely disappearing from the stone wall. Only when the cave completely disappeared did Xiaohua put the flying sword into the space with a flick of his sleeve. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't go far. He sat in front of the stone wall and carefully recalled what he had just seen. It turned out that what was recorded in the jade slip was the friendship between Li Xiubai and Taoist Master Bright Sword, the two's determination to pursue the way of the sword, and the two's helplessness when they were forced to duel. Just as the legend said, Taoist Master Bright Sword went to Huan country to challenge the sword cultivators. Although it was for the way of the sword and for his own realm, it was more for the prestige of the Changbai sect and for the benefit of his sect. In fact, according to Taoist Master Brightsword's thoughts, he could have quietly gone and found a few sword cultivators with similar cultivation to himself. Wouldn't it have been better if they discussed the sword in the morning and wine in the evening? Who would have thought that as soon as he left the Changbai sect, the eyes of the 3 cultivation countries were focused on him. The sword cultivators of Huan country also looked at him with vigilant and threatening gazes. They simply treated his so-called friendliness as a trap. When Taoist Master Bright Sword saw that his goodwill was fruitless, he could only brandish his flying sword and fight head-on. Of course, Taoist Master Bright Sword's attainments in the flying sword far exceeded the expectations of the sword cultivators of Huan country. It was normal for him to be easily defeated by Taoist Master Bright Sword. That challenge could not be considered a success. First, Taoist Master Bright Sword's state of mind was not there, and the results were limited. Second, the sword cultivator he wanted to challenge, Li Xiubai, was not in the Flame Bamboo Sword sect. When Taoist Master Bright Sword returned to the Changbai sect and went into seclusion, Li Xiubai chased after him. Similar to Taoist Master Bright Sword's situation, Li Xiubai also had a mission. His mission was even more important than Taoist Master Bright Sword's. He had to redeem the reputation of the sword cultivators of Huan country. However, when he saw Taoist Master Bright Sword's refined and courteous manner at the Changbai sect and talked with him in detail, Li Xiubai knew that although this cultivator in front of him was from the Tao sect, he was like him, a fanatic who pursued the way of the sword. However, this was the cultivation world, the Dawn Rain continent where the way of the sword and the way of the sword were on par. They could not work together to comprehend and improve together. Moreover, all the sword cultivators and the entire Tao sect were waiting for this rare flying sword duel. It was impossible for them to not give the Changbai sect, the Flame Bamboo Sword sect, and the entire Dawn Rain continent an explanation. The two fell into a difficult situation. Just as Taoist Master Bright Sword said in the Jade Slip, I originally thought that if I cultivated a small divine ability, I would be free to roam the Dawn Rain continent. If I cultivated a great divine ability, I would be free to roam the 3 realms. However, the cultivation world is like the mortal world. There is face, honor, and many awkwardness that one has no choice but to do. Now, I understand that I am not wrong to be obsessed with the way of the sword. I am not wrong to pursue the way of the sword. I am wrong to be in the limelight. I am wrong to place the glory of the sect on myself. If I was given a chance, I would hide the sword in my heart and hide the blade. Before I could break free from the shackles of the sect, I would just be an ordinary free disciple. In the half a year at the Changbai sect, Taoist Master Bright's sword and Li Xiaobai completely let go of their misgivings and let go of the barrier between the Tao sect and the sword cultivators. They discussed the way of the sword together and discussed what they had learned. They even learned from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses. They had made great progress in many areas of the way of the sword. However, as the relationship between the two grew, the pressure they faced also increased. The Changbai sect master had already given the order to have a winner or loser no matter what. This caused the two of them to be in an extremely difficult position. Chapter 2024. Of course, the two could also join hands to create a scam and deceive the world. However, both of them were experts in the way of the sword and would rather break than bend. They knew that if they did this, their way of the sword would be tarnished and their state of mind would also be tainted. In the future, their way of the sword would not have any progress. Rather than that, they might as well have a real duel. Thus, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai made a promise to the world. However, after half a year of sparring, Reverend Bright Sword and Li Xiaobai were clear that the flying swords of sword cultivators and the flying swords of Taoist sects each had their own merits. In ordinary places, even if they could distinguish who was better, it would be due to the difference in magic power, magic tools, and even swords. It would not be able to distinguish who was better in the way of the sword. Only by discarding these factors could one truly determine who was better in the way of the sword. Thus, Reverend Brightsword chose a place like the Ink Zhao Black Forest that restricted spiritual sense and magic power. At the same time, the two of them also considered each other. They only agreed to allow the Changbai sect and Yanzhou sword sect to fight, but they would definitely not announce the result of the duel to the world. The result of the battle was basically within Taoist Master Bright Swords and Li Xiaobai's expectations. The difference in cultivation between the two was too minuscule. It could only end in mutual destruction. And this mutual destruction attack was launched by both of them at the same time without any hesitation. They did not hold back in the slightest. They were truly dying for the Tao of the sword. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua bowed 9 times to the corpses of the two people in the end. Xiao Hua asked himself if he would sacrifice himself for something, but he admired these seniors who sacrificed themselves for their own pursuits from the bottom of his heart. After that sword, Li Xiaobai died. However, because Reverend Bright Sword had a Yuanying, he did not immediately die. First, he set up a deceptive formation in the cave on the 3rd floor to prevent covetous people from destroying their bodies. Then, he activated the formation he had set up in advance in the cave on the 4th floor and wrote down a jade slip before he died safely. In the jade slip, other than recording the real situation of Li Xiaobai and Reverend Bright Sword's interaction and duel, it also explained the deceptive array in the 3rd and 4th floor. Of the 2 flying swords of Reverend Bright Sword on the 3rd and 4th floors, only the 3rd floor was real. Inside the flying sword was an array laid down by Reverend Bright Sword. On the 4th floor, the flying sword that Xiao Hua had obtained was not used by Reverend Bright Sword. However, the flying sword that Xiao Hua obtained was the true essence of Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword. In other words, it was the sword intent of Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword. The sword intent was different from the sword spirit. It was a realm of pure sword Tao, a height of comprehension of the sword Tao. This sword intent was sealed within this ordinary flying sword by Reverend Bright Sword. Seeing this, Xiao Hua really did frown, because he thought that the little deer should be the sword spirit of the flying sword, but he didn't expect that the little deer was actually a sword intent that could kill everything. Look at Xiaolu's shy and timid appearance. How is it related to sword intent at all? Taoist Bright Sword's treatment of Li Xiaobai's 9 sword pellets was different. The 8 sword pellets placed in the 3rd level were fake, but the sword spirits inside were real. However, the sword spirits were damaged during the battle. The 9th sword pellet, which was the one that Xiao Hua obtained from Zhu Qinghe, was thrown out of the valley by Reverend Bright Sword. As for the real 9 sword pellets and the sword intent within them, Reverend Bright Sword hesitated for a long time because it involved the two's physical bodies and even the inheritance of the sword Tao. In the end, he still threw the sword pellets in the 4th level. He still wanted to pass down the sword Dao that he and Li Xiubai had comprehended. As for the sword Dao that Li Xiubai and Reverend Brightsword had comprehended, it was also explained in the Jade Slip. The real sword intent was their comprehension. If a fated person obtained the sword intent, they would be able to obtain their comprehension from the sword intent and receive their inheritance. Of course, the comprehension that couldn't be included in the sword intent was also recorded in the Jade Slip. This was also the content that made Xiao Hua wild with joy. This part talked about Reverend Brightsword's unique comprehension, as well as Li Xiubai's repair of this comprehension. This was the secret of using the primordial spirit to control the sword. Sword cultivators used the sword as their foundation and used their own body to nurture a sword spirit, achieving the goal of controlling the sword with their own body. This was known to all cultivators in the world. However, the sword spirit was the sword pellet spirit. It was a unique secret technique used by various sword sects to temper their sword pellets. Sword cultivators used their own blood and sweat to nurture the sword spirit, allowing the sword spirit to be used by them. After hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of communication, they could become one with the sword spirit. Becoming one with the sword spirit, Reverend Brightsword blazed a new path and thought of using a wisp of his primordial spirit to fuse with a flying sword, using his primordial spirit to control the sword. It wasn't that no Dao sect cultivators had thought of this method since ancient times, but Reverend Brightsword had used his own unique method to realize it. He had even succeeded. He had used his primordial spirit to defeat the sword cultivators, sword spirit flying sword one by one. In the Jade Slip, Reverend Brightsword had recorded a secret technique to nurture and strengthen the primordial spirit. This was what Li Xiubai had comprehended. Li Xiubai had also relied on this secret technique to obtain the reputation of a sword immortal. This secret technique of sword heart seed that had been perfected by Reverend Brightsword, and Li Xiubai was admittedly a secret path to cultivating the flying sword in the eyes of sword cultivators. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, how could it merely be a path to cultivating the flying sword? He had the ghost cultivator's secret technique to divide his primordial spirit into tens of thousands, as well as the devil cultivator's blood shadow technique. The reason why he hadn't dared to split his primordial spirit was because he didn't have the secret technique to strengthen his primordial spirit. He was afraid that after splitting his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to distinguish between the primary and secondary primordial spirit, and his true primary primordial spirit would be devoured by the other primordial spirits. Now, Reverend Brightsword was actually able to split a wisp of his primordial spirit and fuse it with the flying sword. This secret technique was admittedly somewhat crude in Xiao Hua's eyes, and was even extremely dangerous. However, his method was correct, and his technique was absolutely heaven-defying. This method could be said to complement the ghost cultivator's spirit-splitting technique, and could be used as a reference. Li Xiubai's secret technique could also be used as a reference with the blood shadow technique's secret technique. Apart from strengthening the primordial spirit, it could also control the primordial spirit. This was exactly what Xiao Hua urgently needed to cultivate. How could Xiao Hua not be wild with joy? Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the grass in front of the stone wall for a long time. After thinking about all the details, he sighed and said, "Two seniors, this junior has benefited greatly from your sword Dao and comprehension. This junior doesn't know how to repay you, but looking at the two seniors' intentions, they didn't intend to leave this thing for the Flame Bamboo Sword sect and the Chongbai sect. Therefore, this junior won't give this thing to them. After this junior practices it, I will definitely choose someone with a noble character like the two seniors to teach and pass down the two seniors' orthodoxy. This sword sect must be a new sword sect. It doesn't belong to sword cultivators, nor does it belong to the Dao sect's sword sect. Senior Sword Heart Seed will definitely make this sword sect famous throughout the world." Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly quivered, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the empty stone wall with an inconceivable gaze. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the stone wall and into the stone cave, looking at the two sword-like bodies of Li Xiubai and Reverend Brightsword. Yes, a sword Dao expert who could split his primordial spirit and plant it into a flying sword. Even if his cultivation was restricted, could he easily achieve heaven incarnation? However, Xiao Hua immediately withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with this junior, right? As long as this junior takes advantage of it, won't he be stronger than anyone else?" Forget it, this junior should quickly find a way out and return. I'm afraid that Haoming City's Shue Shue is waiting anxiously, right? Since Reverend Brightsword has left the way out in the Jade Slip, this junior. Xiaohua smiled and turned around to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he was stunned again. Damn it, Senior Brightsword. How can you speak without bringing me along? Why did you only talk about the path from the 3rd layer to the 2nd layer, and the path from the 2nd layer to the 1st layer? Why didn't you talk about the path from the 4th layer to the 3rd layer? Xiaohua was about to stomp his feet. However, when Xiaohua took out the Jade Slip again and looked at it again and again, there was still no record. He was somewhat scratching his head. Since Reverend Brightsword didn't record it, then there must be a reason. He couldn't have left a useless Jade Slip, right? Even if this junior successfully cultivates the flying sword, how will he go out? How will he let someone pass on this flying sword technique? Xiaohua muttered to himself. Then he looked around carefully. This stone wall can be climbed? This restriction can be broken? This stream water? I'm such a big fool. Xiaohua slapped his head and said self-deprecatingly, since there is water flowing in and out, it means that there is an entrance and an exit here. If water can enter and exit, then this junior can also enter and exit. Thinking about this, Xiaohua was about to jump into the stream water and walk up. But at this moment, Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. Damn it, this junior was really knocked out by Reverend Brightsword's flying sword. The cold pool that Reverend Lu Peng mentioned, isn't it where this stream flows into? If this junior follows the direction of the stream water, won't I be able to find the cold pool? Senior Brightsword, your sword strike was really too vicious. Your Dao can be considered as compensation for this junior. Xiaohua really couldn't figure out why he didn't connect to the cold pool because of the stream water. If he really did connect like that, he feared that he wouldn't be able to obtain the true sword intent, right? Sure enough, following the flow of the stream, after Xiaohua walked for the time it took to eat a meal, he found a gap that was only the size of a palm in one of the restrictions. This gap was clearly set up for the stream. No matter how Xiaohua struck it with the Great Wisdom Sword, it would not expand in the slightest. Admittedly, Xiaohua could try to use the spiritual fire, but did Xiaohua need to spend so much effort? He only thought for a moment and put all of his storage pouches and other things into the space. He used a simple secret technique to pass through this flaw that was extremely difficult for other cultivators. However, just as he passed through the hole in the restriction, a huge force pressed down on Xiaohua's body from above. All of the true essence in his body completely condensed. It was a kind of condensation that Xiaohua had never experienced before. Xiaohua's entire body rushed out from the hole. Following that ice-cold stream, he fell from midair. Unfortunately, just as he had time to shout, he heard a plop sound as Xiaohua fell into a deep pool. Chapter 2025. There was a huge pressure in the space, and Xiaohua couldn't use any of his magic power. He was like a mortal. When he fell into the deep pool, he struggled with all his might. Fortunately, Xiaohua knew how to swim, and the buoyancy of the water was strong enough. Xiaohua flopped and flopped to the shore of the deep pool. Xiaohua powerlessly struggled out of the pool and let out a breath. He lay on the side of the deep pool, not wanting to move at all. The pressure in this space is too great, right? Xiaohua looked up at the sky in admiration. It was pitch black above, as if he was at the bottom of the mountain in the ink Zhao Black Forest. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the cliff he just fell on, and his eyes flashed with joy. He bent his waist and sat up. Xiaohua used a lot of strength to do such a simple action. What Xiaohua saw was an enormous, incomparably dark stone wall. The other 2 walls were the same. On the stone wall, there were dozens of holes of different sizes. Each hole had a different size of water flowing into the cold pond. Damn it, could it be that, behind each water flow is a space? Then, isn't each space the same as the one I just went to? Xiaohua couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Xiaohua stood up with difficulty and roughly sized up this space. He couldn't help but smile. It turned out that this was a rather large space. There was only one huge cold pool, and it almost occupied the entire space. Wasn't it exactly as Immortal Lu Peng described? So, this is the space that Immortal Lu Peng went to. Xiaohua suddenly realized. It seems that the 4th layer is definitely not one space. It's multiple. Since Immortal Lu Peng went in and out, Xiaohua was relieved. There must be a way out here. However, Xiaohua looked at the deep pool in front of him and the source of the stream behind it. He understood that it was easy to come out from the stream, but it would be extremely difficult to go back. Since there was no obvious way out of the deep pool, Xiaohua turned his gaze to the slightly steep slope behind him. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the high slope was actually a rock wall. It was a sealed rock wall without a single crack. Even if Xiaohua used his hands to touch every place he could reach, he still couldn't find any way out. Xiaohua was a little anxious. He took out the great wisdom-heavy sword and the devil hammer, and used brute force to knock on the rock wall. However, there was no effect. The rock wall seemed to be cast from copper and iron, and it was not damaged in the slightest. Xiaohua frowned. There was nothing he could do, so he slowly walked towards the pool and released his divine sense. At this moment, although his divine sense was still able to leave his body, it could only extend for about 3 meters, which was not even comparable to the vision of the naked eye. Arriving at the left side of the deep pool, Xiaohua stretched out his body and squinted his eyes as he looked down into the deep pool. However, he saw that in the dark shadows, behind a protruding rock wall, there was a palm-sized place. It really couldn't be sensed by divine sense. My goodness, who would care about such a remote place? How did Taoist Master Lu Peng notice that place back then? Could it be? Xiaohua rubbed his chin as he looked at the deep pool. He was really imagining things. In the end, Xiaohua ended his association with cultivators are also people and began to think about how to get this thing out. Then he looked at the location of the cliff, blinked his eyes a few times, and very naturally opened his illusion breaker eyes. After using the illusion breaker eyes several times, Xiaohua felt that it was really convenient to have this illusion breaker eyes. Ayo, this thing is really strange. What Xiaohua saw with his illusion breaker eyes, the thing that couldn't be sensed by divine sense, was actually in the shape of a spindle. It was embedded in the rock wall, and it was more than 3 meters long and more than 1 qi wide. Xiaohua understood that what the illusion breaker eyes saw was condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was even an extremely special thing between heaven and earth. Ordinary things couldn't be seen by the illusion breaker eyes. But how do I get it? Xiaohua closed his illusion breaker eyes, and his figure landed on the surface of the water. He scratched his chin in worry. Come, let this young master see your true appearance. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 2 huge magic hammers. With a splash, he jumped into the water and stood in front of that thing. This pool of water is actually neither hot nor cold? Xiaohua had just come out from the cold stream and landed in the deep pool. He only thought about struggling to get out and didn't pay attention to it. Only now did he know that the water in this deep pool was actually exactly the same as ordinary water. Xiaohua's gaze swept over the source of the dozens of streams. Naturally, he understood that these streams should come from the 3rd layer. Half of them should be in the cold ice area, and the other half should be in the lava area. At this place, they converged again. That thing was about 1 qi below the surface of the pool. Xiaohua picked up the magic hammers, looked at the angle, and used all his strength to smash a protrusion on the rock wall. But as soon as the magic hammers fell into the water, the force was immediately offset by the pool water. Moreover, the pool water's buoyancy was quite strong. When the magic hammers hit the rock wall, it was no different from a light touch. Xiaohua tried a few more times under the water, but none of them were satisfactory. He couldn't help but frown. He could only put the magic hammers into the space and cast his gaze towards the deep pool. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's mind entered the space and activated the puppets. They dug a large hole in a certain place, and he himself looked at the thing in the rock wall. The thing looked no different from the rock wall. If Xiaohua hadn't obtained Master Lu Peng's jade slip, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there would be such a thing here. Xiaohua reached out and touched it. That thing was incomparably hard, and it felt as sharp as the rock wall. This is strange. I don't know what this thing is used for. Xiaohua stared at it for a long time, thinking of other methods. At this time, he could only use his divine sense. His true essence was completely condensed, so what other methods could he use? He could only use brute force. Moreover, if there were other methods to solve this problem, he feared that when Master Lu Peng came last time, he would have already taken this thing away. When the puppets in the space finished digging the large hole, Xiaohua's mind came out again. He placed his hand on the pool water, and his mind thought about taking the water in his hand into the space. Sure enough, a very interesting scene appeared. As the water in Xiaohua's hand was taken into the space, the water in the deep pool also flowed into his hand, and this water was slowly taken into the space by Xiaohua. At the beginning, Xiaohua was still a bit unfamiliar with this, and it was a bit intermittent. But after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua was already familiar with it. Just like a giant whale sucking in water, the water in the deep pool was completely absorbed into the space. Chapter 2026. Ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. His gaze fell on the bottom of the pool, but he saw that the bottom of the pool was still pitch-black rock walls. There were no obvious formations or restrictions, but the great power was still there. This is a natural forbidden area. The power of heaven and earth. Xiaohua sighed. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound. It seemed that at the same time, the amount of water in the dozens of holes increased by more than 10 times. Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge and was immediately drenched. Good, this pool of water is also strange. This young master should get back to work. Xiaohua looked at the pool of water. He didn't care about the stream water on his head and took out the magic hammer again. Prung pung pung, prung pung pung in the entire space. Xiaohua was like a foolish old man chiseling a mountain. He stood on the protruding rock and hammered the incomparably hard black rock wall. After smoking half a cigarette, Xiaohua finally smashed a hole in the protrusion on the rock wall. Fortunately, although this rock wall is so hard, it can still be chiseled. If it was the rock wall just now, this young master would have no way to break it. Xiaohua rejoiced a little. He had also collected materials for refining in the first layer of the cave, so it didn't seem to be this troublesome. Therefore, Xiaohua was reluctant to throw away the rock, so he casually placed it in his space. A hole appeared. The thing that was flat with the rock wall just now, which he couldn't exert force on, now revealed a place where he could grab it with his hand. However, when Xiaohua reached out to grab that thing actually shrank on its own, as if it was going to be flat with the hole that Xiaohua made just now. Ah! Xiaohua had already stretched out his hand and retracted it. Could it be that this thing is alive? One side of that thing slowly shrank, while the other side didn't move. In a moment, it was flat with the entire rock wall, without any gap. Xiaohua looked at the other side of that thing. Sure enough, Xiaohua didn't move the other side of the rock wall. That thing was also stuck on that side of the rock wall, and didn't move. Xiaohua seemed to think of something, but it was only a feeling. He didn't know what it was. However, he understood that it was definitely a good thing. Since it was a good thing, how could Xiaohua let it go? Without saying anything, Xiaohua raised his magic hammer and went all out. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, under the hard work of God Power Xiaohua, he finally made another hole in the wall. This hole was about the same as the previous one, but it was clear that the effort he used was more than twice as much. At this time, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He put away the devil hammer and immediately stretched out his hand to grab the thing that was about to shrink. Ah! Why is it so slippery? Wasn't it hard just now? Xiaohua felt a wave of slipperiness when he touched it. If it wasn't for the lack of heat, Xiaohua would have suspected that he had grabbed onto something that he shouldn't have. However, he didn't dare to hesitate. He used his fingers to hold onto that thing tightly while his other hand pushed against the rock wall. He exerted all the strength in his body with one arm and shouted, "Come out for me." But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, just as his voice came out, the slippery thing in his hand suddenly disappeared, as if it had suddenly disappeared. At this time, his strength had just been exerted, and his body suddenly fell backwards. Seeing that Xiaohua had lost control of his strength, he hurriedly twisted his body and curled his body up. He quickly somersaulted a few times in the air, and with a poochy sound, he landed on the layer of water that had just gathered. Damn it, what is this? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his head to look at the thing on the high rock wall, and was somewhat at a loss. He was currently at the bottom of the pool. The original wall of the pool beside him was a little concave, but it was really too small, no different from a steep mountain. Xiaohua's hands and feet were clumsy. He couldn't even use ethereal steps, so how could he go up? Wait! Xiaohua was helpless. He could only sit at the bottom of the pool and anxiously watch the water flowing out from the dozens of holes in the pool. He waited for the pool water to slowly float up to the big rock that Xiaohua was standing on earlier. With the previous two experiences, Xiaohua once again found a direction to smash. This time, he used the time of 2 cigarettes to smash down a piece of the rock wall. After collecting the rock wall, Xiaohua immediately took out the great wisdom sword. Gathering his strength, he used the tip of the sword, which had yet to be unsealed, to stab into that object. Haha! Sure enough, everything has its nemesis. Xiaohua saw that the great wisdom-heavy sword had indeed inserted into that thing and laughed heartily. He used his strength to pull the great wisdom-heavy sword, and bit by bit, he pulled that thing out from the rock wall. Just how strong was Xiaohua's arms right now? Perhaps no one in the entire cultivation world could compare to him. But even with this kind of astonishing strength, he was only able to drag that thing out of the rock wall with great difficulty, bit by bit. And Xiaohua also slowly retreated to the shore as that thing was pulled out. Seeing that he was about to pull out the thing that was about 1 zhang long, Xiaohua panted, and his face revealed a happy expression. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua suddenly became the same as before. His hands became light, and he lost his balance. He had no choice but to spin a few times in the air to dissipate the force and land on the ground to stabilize his body. When he saw that the thing that was about 1 zhang long had disappeared, he was somewhat discouraged. He didn't look carefully and lowered his head to walk towards the pool water again. But when his gaze fell on the rock wall that was not covered by the pool water, he was stunned. That rock wall had become an empty hole, completely different from the one that was tightly sealed just now. Could it be that I pulled that thing out? Xiaohua suddenly understood, and immediately turned the great wisdom-heavy sword to look. Sure enough, at the tip of the great wisdom-heavy sword, there was a fist-sized thing inserted. That thing was the same color as the great wisdom-heavy sword. If one didn't look carefully, how could they see it clearly? Xiaohua looked at the thing in front of him, and then looked at the rock wall. There was already an empty hole there. Xiaohua even used his transcendence vision to look at it. It was also empty inside, there was nothing else. That thing that was about 1 zhang long and 1 qi wide, and it was a spindle. It became such a big piece? Xiaohua was somewhat flabbergasted. He even evilly clenched his hand a few times and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What can this thing do? That's right, the thing in his hand was only so big. It actually didn't have any strength. It didn't have any weight at all. What can it do? Xiaohua himself didn't know how to explain it. Forget it. It wasn't easy to get this thing. I must keep it well. Who knows what use it has? Xiaohua waved his hand and put the great wisdom-heavy sword and that thing into the space. After he was in the space, he used his mind to forcibly remove that thing from the great wisdom-heavy sword. Only then did Xiaohua mutter to himself, if it doesn't work, then I'll give it to Fairy Hongxia. Her lines seem to be a bit worse than Shue's. Oh, that's right, this rock wall is really solid. Now that there's a hole, it should be easy to break. Xiaohua really didn't leave empty-handed. He ruthlessly smashed a few more pieces of the rock wall. Only then did he stop. He clapped his hands as if he hadn't had enough and returned to the shore. At this time, the water in the pool was rising very quickly. It had already reached the hole in the rock wall and was still rising. Walala, the entire space was filled with the sound of water. The water in the pool overflowed the deep pool. The water in the pool overflowed the rock wall and continued to rise. This is bad. Seeing that the water in the pool had surpassed the original position of the pool and continued to rise to his feet, Xiaohua was slightly startled. He knew that by taking away the water in the pool, he had triggered another restriction. He hastily looked left and right and moved towards the high slope that he had just found the way out. When Xiaohua reached the high slope, he looked at the stream that was like a water dragon spitting out water. Xiaohua came to a realization. Great, as long as the water in the pool rises to the same height as the stream, this young master will be able to swim over soon, and then go out from the place that I came in from. Just like that. Thus, Xiaohua's eyes stared straight at the distant pool of water. He calmly waited for the pool of water to not reach the rock wall before he swam over. What Xiaohua didn't expect was that when he was staring at the front with all his attention, the pool of water quietly didn't reach the high slope. When it reached a certain height, the rock wall behind Xiaohua gradually emitted a faint brilliance. A 10-foot square hole appeared behind him. And in that hole stood a cultivator. Why isn't it rising anymore? Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. A gust of cold wind suddenly appeared behind him. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He used his divine sense to sweep behind him. Seeing the abnormality, he hastily threw himself to the left. At the same time, he took out the great wisdom sword in his hand and swept it behind him. With a piu sound, the great wisdom sword hit that cultivator's body. That cultivator's body was immediately sent flying. He crashed into the rock wall at the side of the cave and fell down. There wasn't the slightest sound of a scream. Huh, this person died long ago? Xiaohua's divine sense swept again. He already knew. And at this time, the stream above the pool of water returned to its original state. The pool of water also began to slowly recede. Looking at the flickering brilliance of the cave entrance, Xiaohua knew that the cave entrance was about to close again. Without thinking, he hurriedly took a big stride and jumped into the cave entrance. After a few breaths, the cave entrance disappeared. A pitch-black rock wall blocked the entrance of the cave. Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua slightly nodded. There were probably some rules for entering and exiting this layer. As long as one grasped the rules, they would be able to enter and exit freely. Otherwise, Reverend Brightsword wouldn't have not written down the method of entering and exiting in the jade slip. This guy, I'm afraid he died here long ago. He didn't even have a storage bag on him. He must have been ambushed by the cultivators who came with him. Sai, what can I do? Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. So what if he was a cultivator? Isn't it the same? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the cultivator's corpse. He slightly shook his head. Reaching out with his hand, he took out the tip of the devil's spear. Releasing his divine sense, he carefully took precautions and walked out of the cave. Xiaohua knew that the exit method given by Reverend Bright Sword might not be the same as the one Zhu Qinghe used to enter. He also wasn't afraid of running into them again. Chapter 2027. The Haoming City was known as one of the 7 major cities of the country of Xi, and it was not an undeserved reputation. A mountain range that was several hundred feet high was towering under the clear sky. The mountain range stretched for more than 10 miles. There were many cultivators riding on clouds above the mountain range, going up and down from time to time. Among them, there were also immortal birds that spread their wings and circled around the mountain range. Some of them had people on their backs, while some didn't. If one looked carefully, they would see that there were some palaces, pavilions, and simple caves where the cultivators went in and out of the mountain range. They were quite different from ordinary immortal caves. If one were to observe carefully, they would be able to see that although there were many cultivators flying above the mountain range, the higher they flew, the fewer there were. At the bottom of the mountain range, there were the largest number of cultivators, and they had the widest range of activity. They were qi condensation cultivators. The mountain range was covered with dark green vegetation. The vegetation was not the same, and each had its own unique characteristics. Every place had its own beauty. However, there was a faint light flickering under the vegetation, and there were even faint runes flowing. A single rune didn't look special, but if the runes on the entire mountain range were connected, the mountain range's aura would immediately be aggressive. Looking at the bottom of the mountain range, there was a strip of open space that was several miles wide, enclosing the entire mountain range. There were many buildings on the open space, and there were many secular people. These people were bustling with activity, and it was very lively. This was the entire Haoming City. The people on the ground were the secular people of Haoming City, and the cultivators on the mountain range were the cultivators of Haoming City. It really lives up to its reputation. At this moment, Xiaohua flew over from midair and saw the majestic aura of Haoming City from afar. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiaohua came out of the ink shadow black forest and didn't rest much. He found the nearest teleportation formation and went directly to Haoming City. However, when he reached the last teleportation formation, there was a problem. Because Haoming City was going to hold an auction in the next few days, and there were too many cultivators going to Haoming City, Taoist Master Quan Hong of Haoming City issued an order that the teleportation formation would only accept cultivators above the gold core stage. Foundation establishment cultivators and qi refining cultivators could only rely on themselves to fly over. Therefore, Xiaohua had no choice but to ask for directions and fly over himself. However, this was also good. Xiaohua had obtained Immortal Bright Sword Heart Energy Seed technique in the Majiao Black Forest, but he had never carefully comprehended it. Now that he was comprehending it while flying, by the time he saw Haoming City, he had already comprehended most of its essence. However, Xiaohua valued this sword heart origin seed art. It was far from being used on a flying sword. Therefore, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. He was afraid that there would be a problem if he took it out to comprehend. At the same time, he also took out the Ghost Cultivator's Spirit-Splitting Art, Li Xiaobai's Primordial Spirit-Strengthening Art, and the Blood Shadow Art. He scrutinized them one by one. Forget it. It seems like Haoming City is already near. But if I were to fly closer, wouldn't I still need a day's worth of effort if I were to use an ordinary flying technique? Xiaohua released his divine sense like a waterfall. He looked to his left, found a hidden place, and landed. This place was already very close to Haoming City. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abundant, and the scenery was beautiful. It was 100 times better than the left side of the Majiao Black Forest. Xiaohua released the puppets and easily opened up a simple cave on a stone wall near the water. After that, he set up the rabbit array formation and sat down cross-legged. He opened his mouth and Jumeng flew out. When the dream execution sword landed in his hand, the sword light shrank and contracted slightly, appearing extremely agile. Xiaohua smiled and muttered to himself, "This sword pill is actually Senior Li Xiaobai's 9 stars transverse sun sword pill. There is also the sword intent sealed by Senior inside. This is something that sword cultivators yearn for. If I were to go around looking for sword cultivation techniques, wouldn't I be guarding a treasure mountain and begging for food? Moreover, with Immortal Bright Sword Heart Energy Seed Art, I can plant a trace of my primordial spirit in the other 8 sword pills and let them slowly germinate and grow. Presumably, it won't be long before I can use the 9 stars transverse sun sword art and even sword playing the world, right?" However, Senior Bright Sword has been immersed in Sword Dao since he was a child. Although this secret technique of his is different, he still has a very deep background as a sword cultivator. It might not be difficult for a sword cultivator, but for me, it will be a bit of a challenge. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and read the Sword Heart Energy Seed Art again. Then, he waved the flying sword and it floated in front of him. Xiaohua's hands then formed an extremely strange seal, and he tapped the space between his eyebrows. The magic power in his body gradually surged toward the seal in his hands, and his divine sense also contracted. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, pain appeared on Xiaohua's face, and bean-sized drops of sweat formed on his forehead. An unparalleled pain, a sharp pain that felt like it was tearing him apart, and a feeling that life was worse than death arose in Xiaohua's head. There was a rumbling sound, and the space in Xiaohua's mind shook like an earthquake. Little Silver and the other spirit beasts looked in horror at the starry sky that had suddenly changed. Little Yellow, Thunder Beast, and the others, who were sleeping soundly, also opened their eyes slightly and looked very sleepily. "Quick!" Xiaohua uttered an incantation, and his hands trembled as he formed a seal. As the incantation entered his body, Xiaohua felt his mind go blank and his head sway. It was as if the entire world had become 2 overlapping worlds. He knew in his heart that the initial primordial spirit split had been successful, and a wisp of primordial spirit had been torn from the complete primordial spirit. Resisting the extreme discomfort, Xiaohua hurriedly used a secret technique to send that wisp of primordial spirit into Executioner Dream. Just as that wisp of primordial spirit entered Executioner Dream, a sword light as brilliant as a shooting star came from the distance and flew toward Xiaohua's primordial spirit. That suffocating flowing light gave people a feeling that they couldn't escape, a feeling that made people want to be torn apart. Xiaohua knew that this was Executioner Dream's sword intent, and didn't dare be careless. He urged his primordial spirit to fly toward the sword intent, like a moth flying into a flame. With a boom, Xiaohua only felt his vision darken, as that wisp of primordial spirit became entangled with the sword intent. Xiaohua hurriedly continued to use the elemental planting technique to fuse his primordial spirit and the sword intent tightly together. Like a sweet rain, the sword intent slowly flowed within Xiaohua's primordial spirit, gradually nourishing Xiaohua's injured primordial spirit. After an unknown period of time, the primordial spirit within the sword intent seemed to have fallen asleep, and there was no more movement. Great! Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the sword heart elemental planting technique was basically a success. He only needed to wait for that wisp of primordial spirit in the sword intent to gradually grow stronger under the sword cultivator's secret technique, and then he would be able to use his primordial spirit to control the sword. This method was indeed effective, but the pain was really too great. Chapter 2028. Hehe, Immortal Ming Jian is really a genius. It's a pity that he can only use this method to drive a flying sword. He doesn't dare to split a trace of his primordial spirit. Xiaohua endured the pain of his primordial spirit and secretly laughed. He doesn't know the ghost cultivator's soul-splitting technique. Every time he splits his primordial spirit, I'm afraid it's not just half of it. If he is like Senior Li Shoubai and splits his primordial spirit into 9, then wouldn't his primordial spirit be smaller? The other primordial spirits would easily devour their masters, right? I'm afraid this is also the reason why Senior Li Shoubai didn't dare to try. Subsequently, Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, waiting for the pain in his primordial spirit to lessen slightly. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade bottle containing the green python's venom. He used a secret technique and took out a drop of venom from the jade bottle. He used a secret technique to divide it into 9. Then he calmed his heart and once again waved his hand, taking out the roots of the beauty-retaining grass from the space. Since the beauty-retaining grass, which was already dead in the eyes of Chun Yi and Chun Kuei, was thrown into the space by Xiaohua, the beauty-retaining grass didn't have any movement at first. Xiaohua even looked at it before entering the ink cloud black forest, and he basically didn't have any hope. However, after Xiaohua was trapped by the black sand and desperately used a secret technique to temper his true essence and push his cultivation to the middle stage of foundation establishment, there were some changes in the space. Because of these changes, the beauty-retaining grass also changed. It seemed to have lost its vitality long ago, but it was slowly recovering. However, it was only recovering, and its vitality was still being strangled by the beast poison. However, in the space behind Xiaohua's head, the beast poison seemed to have some restrictions. It was not as fierce as it was in the outside world. Therefore, when Xiaohua entered the secret place of the ink cloud black forest, he didn't look at it. Xiaohua only wanted the beauty-retaining grass to suppress the beast poison with its vitality, and then he would remove the beast poison himself. However, after coming out of the ink cloud black forest, Xiaohua looked at the space several times. The vitality of the beauty-retaining grass was really weak, and it could only compete with the dormant beast poison. If he wanted to suppress the beast poison, it seemed impossible. Therefore, Xiaohua simply took action today. If he succeeded, he would get a beauty-retaining grass, otherwise he would give up. When Xiaohua took out the roots of the beauty-retaining grass from the space, the beast poison immediately launched a counterattack as if it had awakened. The already slightly dim black thread suddenly swelled up. Go! Xiaohua had long since made preparations. Without hesitation, he waved the spell he had already formed and a portion of the green python's venom flew into the beauty-retaining grass. Xiaohua had already saved 4 stalks of beauty-retaining grass in the burial flower manner, so he was very familiar with this method of fighting poison with poison. However, this stalk of beauty-retaining grass had been poisoned too deeply. Xiaohua had to use 2 drops of the green azure python's venom and use the time of a meal to clear out most of the beast poison. Haha! Xiaohua saw the pitch-black color of the beauty-retaining grass gradually fade away, and his heart was overjoyed. This kind of rare spirit grass was the favorite of female cultivators. If he could find the pill formula for the beauty-retaining pill and cultivate a large amount of beauty-retaining grass, then wouldn't he be able to easily obtain large amounts of spirit stones? Carefully putting the beauty-retaining grass back into the space, he drove the puppet to open up a medicine garden for the beauty-retaining grass in a separate place. Xiaohua frowned, because in the burial flower manor, the beauty-retaining grass was made into a medicine garden using the best quality spirit stones. Presumably, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into it was also extremely rich. Maybe there was some special cultivation method. Xiaohua prepared to casually plant it, who knew whether it would work or not. It has to work even if it doesn't. Xiaohua curled his lips. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this young master's space is abundant. Could it be that it still can't raise this insignificant beauty-retaining grass? Mother, Goldie's voice sounded, still extremely sleepy. What happened just now? The sky shook and the earth shook. Huh? Goldie, you woke up? You actually know that the sky shook and the earth shook? Xiaohua said in pleasant surprise. No, Mother, I'm still sleepy. Boy slept a little longer. Goldie blinked and then narrowed his eyes again. Oh, Xiaohua responded, then suddenly asked, You slept for so long. When did you wake up? Did you grow a little? Boy just fell asleep. Goldie was confused. The boy feels like he grew a little. Then there was no more sound. Little Silver. Xiaohua didn't care whether Little Silver could hear him or not, and instructed, "You absolutely can't touch this spirit grass." Little Silver straightened up in the medicine garden that he could eat at will, and very skillfully extended his two little paws, cupped them in front of his chest, and bowed up and down to indicate that he understood. "Ha, this little guy is becoming more and more sensible." Xiaohua smiled and looked elsewhere in the space. Although he had already taken out the spirit storage bag and could take Goldie, Little Silver, the ice worm king egg, the water butterfly, and the others there, he also knew that this space was a little strange and would definitely be extremely beneficial for the growth of these spirit beasts. Therefore, he didn't touch anything other than putting the mighty strength centipede into the spirit storage bag. Of course, given Xiaohua's current cultivation, the mighty strength centipede really didn't do anything, so he just left it there. Forget it, let this guy go back to the space too. Thinking this, Xiaohua sent the mighty strength centipede back into the space. What about the water in the pool? Xiaohua thought it would be fun for a moment, and moved some of the deep pool water in the hidden area of Ink Cloud Black Forest into his space. He didn't know what to do with it now. The water butterfly grows in the swamp. I'll put its eggs and the rainbow epiphyllum into the pool. As Xiaohua thought about it, he took out a few stalks of Aeolian bamboo that had already recovered their emerald green color, as well as a dozen or so new stalks of Aeolian bamboo, and placed them beside the pool. Unfortunately, there were no Aeolian insects here, and the Aeolian bamboo was just bamboo. Afterwards, Xiaohua took care of some things before withdrawing his primordial spirit from the space. Xiaohua didn't drive the puppet to do these things, but only relied on his primordial spirit. The pain gradually disappeared, and the faint movements gradually became more and more skillful. The primordial spirit in the space is like a hand. At first, it can carry things, but now it can work. After it's proficient, it can think about how to control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and use the incantation in the space. In this way, it can set up restrictions in the space, and put all kinds of things in different categories. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Moreover, that nascent soul cultivator was able to turn the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into a big hand. It should be the same method. Thinking of the nascent soul cultivator, Xiaohua thought of Chang Yefeng. Chang Yefeng's clear sky mirror sounds familiar, but it doesn't seem familiar. However, since it's related to this young master's origin, then I'll go to the rock border sect of the Lian country in the future. Alas, everything is meaningless. I'd better hurry up and improve my cultivation. Xiaohua almost lost his life in the Black Forest, and his heart had long been confused by the realm and cultivation. He couldn't wait to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate, but thinking of Shui, Xiaohua's heart was sweet. I'd better accompany her back from the seaside. Moreover, refining the Ling Lei pill isn't something that can be done in a day. It's best to go to the seaside and find a place with elegant scenery to refine the pill in the morning and accompany the beauty at night. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked, and his face changed. Damn it, this young master is a little selfish. This young master's enemy is so powerful. I'm afraid it can compete with the Imperial Thunder Sect. This young master joined the Imperial Thunder Sect, and they didn't stop me. Maybe they don't care about the Imperial Thunder Sect at all. This young master and Fairy Hong Xia dual cultivated. After all, the situation at that time was forced, and this young master didn't know it. Now that this young master knows that he's in a dangerous situation, how can I drag Shui into it? She should just peacefully and steadily be a disciple of Sun Lei Palace, and walk as far as she could on the path of cultivation, free and unfettered. It's better than being taken advantage of by this young master's enemy after dual cultivating with this young master. Wouldn't that be harming her life? But how can I explain it to Shui? Xiaohua's face was cloudy and uncertain, and he was really hesitant. Thinking of the changes Shui had made for him, and thinking of the good Shui, Xiaohua really didn't know what to do. Forget it, this is all for later. First, I'll help Shui build her foundation and send her back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua sighed. Let the Imperial Thunder Sect protect her first, and after this young master beheads my enemy, it won't be too late to dual cultivate with her. Soon after, Xiaohua used the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique to conceal his cultivation level, and he still looked like an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Only then did he fly out from his hiding place and fly towards Haoming City. Xiaohua had only been flying for half an hour, but he had already met many other cultivators along the way. However, their cultivations were all below the gold core stage, so Xiaohua was too lazy to pay attention to them. Only when those aura-refining cultivators respectfully bowed to him did he show a slight smile. It seems that the auction in Haoming City is going to be very noisy. Many people want to find things that are useful for their cultivation here. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. There were already many things in his space, but there weren't many that were useful for his cultivation. Like those cultivators, he also wanted to follow Huafurong to the auction that nascent soul cultivators could participate in to see if there were any strange items that he needed. Rumble, rumble. The sound of a fireball exploding rang out less than a few miles in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and couldn't help but frown slightly. A few miles away, there were 3 qi refining cultivators, all of whom were in the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. 2 of the qi refining cultivators were in a group and were confronting another cultivator. The lone cultivator was holding a stack of fireball talismans in his hand, and he was the one who threw the fireball. The other 2 cultivators were also holding yellow talismans in their hands. However, one of the cultivators wasn't wearing an ordinary Taoist robe, but a kind of armor. The style of this armor was similar to that of Shang Qinghe, the guard of Haoming City that Xiaohua had seen before. Needless to say, this cultivator was a guard of Haoming City. Xiaohua didn't frown because of this. Instead, there were several Foundation Establishment cultivators in front of him, and one of them was even in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. These people only scanned with their divine sense, and when they saw that there was a guard of Haoming City, they immediately withdrew their divine sense and continued flying forward as if they hadn't seen anything. Chapter 2029. At this moment, the city guard of Haoming City clapped his hands and took out a rope-like magic tool. He muttered something in the air and was about to cast it. The cultivator on the other side was quick-witted. Seeing that something was wrong, he immediately threw out a pile of fireball talismans and flew toward the nearest middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. He shouted, "Senior, save me, Junior." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the Foundation Establishment cultivator flicked his sleeve and accelerated his flying speed, ignoring him completely. The cultivator was slightly stunned. However, seeing the 2 people chasing after him, he didn't dare to hesitate and flew toward Xiaohua again. However, although he flew early, his cultivation level didn't seem to be as high as the 2 people behind him. Moreover, the city guard had already cast out his magic tool and caught up with the cultivator in the air like a fish. Before the cultivator could ask for help, his hands and feet were bound by the rope, and his whole body fell from the air. "Hee, fellow Taoist Bai, why do you have to do this? We just got the news and made a deal with you in advance. We won't owe you any spirit stones, so why do you have to be so stiff?" The city guard said with a smile. I don't want to make a deal with you, so what? The bound cultivator was still cursing while being held in the city guard's hand. "I want to exchange for Foundation Establishment pills at the auction. What's the point of giving me those spirit stones?" Slap! The city guard slapped the cultivator's face and scolded. "By Feng Liang, you're just a small individual cultivator. How can you be so ignorant? How can you cultivate to the 11th layer of the aura refining realm with such a rude temper? In my opinion, you should have been killed long ago." Senior Marshal Brother Liu, you don't know. Another cultivator said with a smile, "This guy is really stubborn. I heard that a disciple of a sect invited him to join, but he refused." "Huh? Is that so?" Senior Marshal Brother Liu asked curiously, "Which sect is it? Why does this guy have such high standards? I only heard about it, so I'm not too sure." The cultivator was a little embarrassed. "It seems to be some heaven something sect, right?" "Huh? Heaven devil sect?" Xiaohua's eyes and ears were outstanding, so he had heard everything. He subconsciously swept his divine sense over. Senior Brother Lu's interest was piqued. He stretched out his hand, and a yellow talisman hit Bai Fengliang's body. Bai Fengliang's body twisted rapidly, as if he was in extreme pain. "Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm very curious. Can you tell me about it?" Senior Marshal Brother Liu asked with a smile. It's nothing. However, since you're trying to intimidate me like this, how can I tell you?" Bai Fengliang said through gritted teeth. Blood had already seeped out of his teeth. "It's good that you know how to show off your strength." Senior Brother Liu sneered. "I offered you a toast, but you refused to take it the hard way. Now, I won't give you a single spirit stone." As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to pull out the small storage bag from Bai Fengliang's body. "Wait!" Seeing this, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, urging his body to fly to the three people's side. The city guard of Haoming City was a little surprised. It wasn't that he didn't see Xiaohua, but there were a few cultivators nearby who pretended not to see him, so he was a little bold. Junior Lu Cheng greets Senior. That city guard was very respectful and well-mannered. He didn't reveal his identity, only mentioning his name. Junior Li Minji greets Senior. Another cultivator also bowed and saluted. "And get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "I've seen what you've been waiting for. It's just some things for cultivation. Why do you have to be like this? What you've done today can certainly satisfy your own needs, but what about Bai Fengliang? What will he think? Do you think he'll let you go if he succeeds in his cultivation in the future?" Humph. Lu Cheng's voice was obviously not directed at Xiaohua. He glanced at Bai Fengliang and said respectfully to Xiaohua, "It's not that I don't want to give fellow Taoist Bai face, but since he obtained the Weiming gold, fellow Taoist Li has been negotiating with him. He has always refused, saying that fellow Taoist Li gave too few spirit stones. That's why fellow Taoist Li came looking for me. We pooled together some spirit stones, added other spirit herbs, yellow talismans, and so on, but he still didn't agree. Don't you think he's making fun of me?" "Senior, don't listen to his nonsense." Bai Fengliang was very happy to see Xiaohua standing up for him. He shouted, "The Weiming gold is a material used to refine flying swords. It's extremely rare. I'm a loose cultivator, and it's not easy to obtain this material. Of course, I want to use it for something important. What do I need the spirit stones and spiritual herbs they mentioned? I just want to use this Weiming gold to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Fellow Taoist Bai, I don't want to criticize you. This Weiming gold is indeed rare, but it's not worth a foundation establishment pill, right?" Li Minji couldn't help but refute. "If Senior Marshal Brother Lu and I didn't really need this Weiming gold, who would look for you so many times? I'm willing. What can you do about it?" Bai Fengliang scolded again. "You want to curry favor with the newly appointed city guard captain of Haoming City. But what does that have to do with me?" Seeing that Bai Fengliang was so bad-tempered, Xiaohua also frowned slightly and said coldly, "Bai Fengliang, since I'm here, you should speak honestly. If you continue to be so stubborn, I'll leave in a huff." "Yes, I know I'm wrong." Bai Fengliang saw that Xiaohua was angry and quickly shut up. Lu Cheng and Li Minji looked at each other with a worried expression. "Put him down." Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, and the rope that bound Bai Fengliang was immediately shaken off. Bai Fengliang's figure shook a few times, and he activated the flight talisman to stand in midair. Hiss! Lu Cheng was slightly shocked when he saw Xiaohua easily shackle his magic tool. Xiaohua said again, "Lu Cheng, as a city guard of Haoming City, you bullied an aura-refining disciple near Haoming City. It's quite damaging to Haoming City's reputation. I don't dare." Lu Cheng quickly bowed and said, "I can't go far from Haoming City, so I can only intercept Bai Fengliang here with fellow Taoist Li. Moreover, I don't dare to abuse my authority as a city guard of Haoming City, so I intercepted Bai Fengliang outside the city for this reason. The other foundation establishment seniors don't care. I'm afraid they don't care about us aura-refining disciples, right?" Seeing that Lu Cheng was so clever and didn't use too fierce methods when fighting just now, Xiaohua felt that what he said should be right. He couldn't help but sigh at the way the foundation establishment cultivators before him sought advantages and avoided disadvantages. "MN, this old man doesn't care about your previous dispute. However, this old man has a matter to discuss with Bai Fengliang, so I have no choice but to extend my hand." As Xiaohua spoke, he turned his head and said to Bai Fengliang, "If you agree to this old man's matter, this old man will have Lu Cheng and the other person release you. You should know that they won't give you any chance." Chapter 2030. Bai Fengliang's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "Senior, please explain the matter clearly first. Otherwise, I won't agree." Then he looked at Lu Cheng and the others. "If they can kill me, I'll just suffer for a while. But if they can't kill me, I'll definitely kill them in the future. This is much better than Senior torturing Junior for the rest of his life." "Haha." Xiaohua patted his own forehead. He was really laughing for this somewhat stubborn cultivator. "Take out your Weiming gold." Xiaohua laughed and said, "This." Bai Fengliang hesitated. "So troublesome." Xiaohua waved his hand and used the great confinement technique. How could Bai Fengliang resist? He watched as Xiaohua took the storage pouch from his waist. "Well, there are a lot of things. Unfortunately, only this Weiming stone is worth some spirit stones," Xiaohua said with a smile as he opened the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine sense. Bai Fengliang was terrified when he saw Xiaohua imprisoning him so casually that he couldn't even speak. However, his eyes were burning with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak, he would have started cursing. "Well, Lu Cheng, take out the things you want to exchange for the Weiming stone." Xiaohua looked at Lu Cheng again. Lu Cheng naturally knew what Xiaohua wanted to do. He didn't even look at Li Minji. He reached out his hand and handed the storage pouch to Xiaohua. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior, thank you for your help. This is what I want to exchange with this guy. Senior, you'll know what I said is displeasing." "Good." Of course, Xiaohua had looked at it very carefully. He nodded and said, "Although you are a guard of Haoming City, you have never bullied others. What you did today is indeed inappropriate, but I won't make things difficult for you." "Thank you, Senior. If Senior needs anything in Haoming City, please let me know." Lu Cheng bowed and said. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to him. He took everything from the storage pouch and handed the Weiming stone to Lu Cheng, saying, "Okay, you can wait." "Yes." Lu Cheng took the Weiming stone with a happy expression on his face. Together with Li Minji, he saluted Xiaohua and urged the flying talisman to fly in the direction of Haoming City. After Lu Cheng and Li Minji flew far away, Xiaohua looked at Bai Fengliang, whose eyes were about to spit fire. He waved his hand, took out a foundation establishment pill, and said, "Look carefully, this is a foundation establishment pill." Finished speaking, he placed the foundation establishment pill into Bai Fengliang's storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, he removed the restriction on Bai Fengliang's body and threw the storage pouch into his bosom. Bai Fengliang's face was naturally filled with joy, but he was somewhat puzzled. "Senior, you are." Xiaohua looked him up and down and said, "What do you think of this ending?" Bai Fengliang scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "Of course it's the best of both worlds. However, Senior used the foundation establishment pills to exchange for those spiritual grasses and spirit stones. I'm afraid it's a loss. However, what if your life is included?" Xiaohua said with a smile that was not a smile. That was all because Lu Cheng used his power to bully others. Bai Fengliang said somewhat angrily, "If he hadn't intercepted this junior with Li Minji again. Those who are too strong break easily. Those who are too soft are undefeated. Bai Fengliang, presumably you also understand this principle." Xiaohua said patiently. Seeing Xiaohua being so amiable and approachable, Bai Fengliang couldn't help but sigh. This junior naturally understands. However, this junior's temper is like this. If others were to be soft, it would be easy to negotiate. However, if they insist on being tough, this junior would rather die than submit. Naturally, this junior. Alas, no matter what, this junior has to thank Senior today. Not only do I have to thank Senior for saving this junior's life, I also have to thank Senior for giving up this junior's heart to help this junior. Today, a foundation establishment pill was able to save your life. If you don't change this temper of yours, next time, there won't be a foundation establishment pill that can save you. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve to let him stand up. Bai Fengliang nodded silently and said again, "Didn't Senior say you had something to do just now? Senior, please instruct me. If it's within this junior's power, this junior will definitely not shirk." "Oh, you don't have to be so concerned," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Just now, I only used it to give a reason, don't take it seriously." Bai Fengliang was even more surprised and looked at Xiaohua very strangely. "Hee, all right." Xiaohua looked all around and said, "Come with this old man." After waiting for the two of them to find a secluded place, Xiaohua set up a silent barrier and asked very calmly, "Just now, Li Minji said that a disciple of some sect specially came to look for you and invited you to join that sect. This old man is a bit puzzled. You're a loose cultivator, and you don't have any cultivation methods or medicinal pills. Why aren't you tempted by that sect? Could it be that that sect is too small?" "Oh, this matter." Bai Fengliang suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Senior is talking about the Heavenly Demon sect. It's a sect that has just risen in the last 10 years. Oh, this old man really hasn't heard of it. I'm afraid it's an extremely small sect, right? Where is their sect?" Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked again. Bai Fengliang shook his head. Senior, please no. This junior also doesn't know where the Heavenly Demon Sect is located. Their disciples are very mysterious. Last time, the disciple who wanted to invite this junior to join the Heavenly Demon Sect was a loose cultivator that this junior had met a few times before. In fact, to be honest with Senior, it's not that this junior didn't want to join the Heavenly Demon Sect, but that loose cultivator was really bullying. He wanted this junior to hand over rare spiritual herbs or precious refining materials before he was willing to introduce this junior to his master. You also know this junior's temper. A few words were inappropriate, and this junior had a falling out with him. Now that I think about it, this junior also has some regrets. It's all because this junior's temper isn't good. Oh, do you know anything about the Heavenly Demon Sect? Xiaohua asked with interest. And, according to that fellow Taoist, their sect master's cultivation is very high, and the cultivation methods he grasps are also very many. Just by relying on different cultivation methods, they are divided into several branches. Bai Fengliang thought for a moment and said, moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect's way of recruiting disciples is different from other cultivation sections. They don't need too complicated of a selection. Knowing that you have some qi refining cultivation, they can accept you into the sect. In particular, as long as you cultivate to a certain realm, they will definitely give you the corresponding medicinal pills and spirit stones. Senior, think about it, this kind of good thing for loose cultivators like us is really like spiritual herbs falling from the sky. Oh, right. I don't know if Senior knows that the former Heavenly Forsaken was an organization set up by us loose cultivators. And I've heard of it. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. What? Is Heavenly Forsaken still there? Wasn't it disbanded long ago? No. Bai Fengliang shook his head and said, this Heavenly Forsaken has never been disbanded. According to that fellow Taoist, the founder of Heavenly Forsaken and the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect reached some kind of agreement. The loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken can join the Heavenly Demon Sect at will, and all the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Demon Sect are open to the loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned. He hadn't been a loose cultivator for many years. He originally thought that this Heavenly Forsaken was disbanded because of Qing Fengmin's death, but he didn't expect that it would be accepted by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Xiaohua was suddenly shocked again and secretly said, the loose cultivators of Heavenly Forsaken are all over the country of Shi, and even the country of Meng and the country of Lian. The Heavenly Demon Sect has swallowed up Heavenly Forsaken, the power of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Isn't it stronger than the ordinary cultivation sects? But then he shook his head again. The sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. He is outstanding in Heavenly Forsaken, but compared to the cultivation sects, he can't even compare to a little finger. Even my Imperial Thunder sect's Shocking Thunder Palace can completely annihilate a Heavenly Demon Sect. But that's not right. Soon after, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. The demon that we saw earlier was already at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Those two strong men were also at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. They weren't much worse than the demon sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect from several years ago, right? Could it be they have a new sect master? Although Bai Fengliang's temper isn't good, he's not a fool. Seeing Xiaohua specifically ask about the Heavenly Demon Sect, and with an extremely interested appearance, he couldn't help but secretly ponder. He whispered, I wonder if Senior has any grudges with the Heavenly Demon Sect. This old man doesn't have any grudges with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Xiaohua raised his head and said, I'm just very curious about this Heavenly Demon Sect. Oh right, you still want to enter the Heavenly Demon Sect, right? And, although Junior has obtained a foundation establishment pill from Senior, Junior still doesn't have any confidence in foundation establishment. Bai Fengliang slightly nodded and said, fellow Taoist of the Heavenly Demon Sect has already said that cultivators at the 11th and 12th level of qi refinement like Junior are the most popular in the Heavenly Demon Sect. As long as I enter the Heavenly Demon Sect, I'll definitely have the corresponding Senior's special guidance, as well as the corresponding pills and secret techniques provided to ensure that I can build my foundation. That fellow Taoist covets Junior's pills. That's why he threatened me. Good. Xiaohua clapped and said, since that's the case, in this old man's opinion, why don't you enter the Heavenly Demon Sect? While you're at it, Help this old man inquire about the heavenly demon sect. Bai Fengliang's gaze flickered as he looked at Xiaohua and said with an apologetic smile, "Since Junior has entered the heavenly demon sect, then Junior will consider the heavenly demon sect as my sect. Senior, there are some things that Junior may not be able to do." "Hee, don't worry," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This old man won't make you make any hard oaths, nor do I need you to make any promises. I definitely won't give you any threats. This old man only wants to have a chance to meet you in the future. As long as you don't violate the heavenly demon sect's rules and you're willing to talk to this old man about the heavenly demon sect's situation in detail, that's all." "But," Bai Fengliang bitterly smiled again, "the heavenly demon sect isn't a sect that Junior can enter as he pleases." "Hee, this old man knows." Xiaohua thought for a moment. Then with a wave of his hand, he took out some spiritual herbs and handed them to Bai Fengliang, saying, "That cultivator of yours from the heavenly demon sect will probably recommend these things to you." "Good." Bai Fengliang saw the spiritual herbs and raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy in his heart and reached out to receive them. "There's also these." Xiaohua took out some pills for qi refinement. Chapter 2031. Xiaohua took out some medicinal pills for qi refinement, including several foundation-building pills, and handed them to Bai Fengliang. "These are for you. With these medicinal pills, I'm sure you can cultivate to the 12th layer of the qi refinement realm. As for whether you can build your foundation, that's not something I can give you." Soon after, he thought of something and took out even more spiritual plants. "And there are also these spiritual plants. Take them too. If you have the chance, exchange them for some spirit stones and things you need." "Senior." Bai Fengliang was surprised and happy, but he still hesitated. Junior still doesn't know Senior's name. Moreover, Senior doesn't ask for much from Junior. Junior doesn't dare to believe it. "Haha." Xiaohua stuffed the things into his hands and laughed. "You don't need to know my name. As long as you have the chance in the future, you can answer my questions. However, don't worry, I won't force you. I'll only ask if you're willing." Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and tore down the silencing barrier. He turned around and was about to fly away. "Senior," Bai Fengliang suddenly shouted, "what if Junior doesn't enter the heavenly demon sect?" "Up to you." Xiaohua didn't look back. "Then, I congratulate you for having the confidence to cultivate to the foundation-building realm." After Xiaohua finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared. Bai Fengliang looked at Xiaohua's back with a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. "Don't enter the heavenly demon sect? I don't believe it." Xiaohua had already flown away. He wasn't worried that Bai Fengliang wouldn't enter the heavenly demon sect. Without the guidance of a foundation-building cultivator, how can an ordinary qi refinement realm disciple cultivate to the foundation-building realm? My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples have to go through a lot of trouble to reach the foundation-building realm. You, a loose cultivator, can easily reach the foundation-building realm? Besides, even if you don't enter the heavenly demon sect, I'll just lose some spiritual plants. It's nothing. Hee, heavenly demon sect. I really want to see what kind of sect you are. Xiaohua secretly schemed against the heavenly demon sect and Zhang Qingxiao. And Zhang Qingxiao? At this time, in a bustling town, a handsome young man in a brocade robe was sitting in a tea house. He was looking at the people coming and going on the street with interest as he tasted the fragrant tea in front of him that was emitting a mist. Who else could it be but Zhang Qingxiao? "Qingxiao, why are you sitting here in a daze?" A series of light footsteps sounded from the stairs, followed by a concerned and soft voice. "What's there to see here? You should be spending your precious time on cultivation. Otherwise, when would you be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? When will you be able to take your revenge?" The corners of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth curled into a smile as an incomparable allure flashed from her eyes. Below the tea house, a group of women who were originally walking peacefully suddenly seemed to have sensed something. Many of them abruptly raised their heads in an attempt to capture the source of this allure. Unfortunately, what they saw was only a lonely back. The face that could bewitch all living things had already turned towards the female cultivator who had appeared from the stairs. "Yutong, you're here?" Zhang Qingxiao stood up with a smile and walked to the stairs. She stretched out her hand and said, "Come and try the fragrant tea of this tea house. It's really beyond my expectations. There's actually a fragrant tea in the mortal world that can compare with spirit tea. Furthermore, This fragrant tea actually has a kind of astringency that spirit tea doesn't have. The female cultivator who had walked up to the tea house was actually the sword cultivator who had been missing for a long time, Zhang Yutong. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's outstretched hand, Zhang Yutong didn't seem to be shy at all. She stretched out her own hand and looked around with a smile. You really know how to enjoy life. You actually chased away all the customers in the tea house and enjoyed it alone. Hee, how can those mortals compare to you? Such a beautiful scene should be accompanied by a beautiful woman. We definitely can't let filthy things spoil our fun. Zhang Yutong enjoyed these words very much and pursed her lips into a smile. I can't win against you in an argument. I might as well not say it. If you're having a hard time cultivating, it's fine to take a break for a while. Come, Yutong, sit here. Zhang Qingxiao pulled Zhang Yutong's hand and had her sit next to her. She personally poured a cup of tea and gave it to Zhang Yutong. She then pointed at the street below the tea house and said, "Drink this tea first and look at the people below. Tell me what you see." Zhang Yutong seemed to be obedient to Zhang Qingxiao. She looked at Zhang Qingxiao affectionately and obediently drank a mouthful. Then she closed her eyes slightly as if tasting the bitterness in the tea. She then opened her eyes again and stared at the people on the street. After a long time, Zhang Yutong was puzzled. She turned back and said, "Qingxiao, what's there to see? They're just a bunch of mortals. They're like ants in the eyes of us cultivators. In the eyes of your heavenly demon sect, they're even worse than pigs and dogs." "Haha, Yutong, you're wrong." Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said mysteriously, "Although they're mortals, what kind of people are the most common in the entire Dawn Rain continent? It's them. We cultivators also come from them. Just look at their faces and you'll know what they're feeling and what they've been through. Cultivators like us need to cultivate and experience. But where do we get our state of mind and Tao attainment? Generally speaking, one has to come out from the sharpening of one's mind. Generally speaking, one has to throw oneself into this tainted mortal world. Only then can one stand out and emerge clean. Wonderful. Qingxiao, I didn't quite understand before. In the Tao sect, we cultivate the 1,000 layers of mortal qi. In the sword cultivation, we cut through the worries of the mortal world. Now that you've said it, I've been enlightened." Zhang Yutong was shocked and said happily, "No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly. Your talent is really something I can't compare to." Not at all. There was not the slightest complacency on Zhang Qingxiao's face. She only smiled and said, "I just happened to see such a laborious mortal in the world. Thinking about their lives and then thinking about our cultivation, I was slightly touched. As for the speed of my cultivation, isn't it all because you let me practice with your own understanding and some of your books? That's why I've gained so much." Zhang Yutong blushed. She obviously liked Zhang Qingxiao's words. She replied, "Aren't I repaying you? If you didn't take the risk and fight with your heavenly demon sect master for the task of looking after me, and even used your life as a guarantee, I wouldn't be so free. Would I be able to continue cultivating by your side? Even if you came out this time, you could still bring me out. I wouldn't have to be trapped in a secluded place. What's more, those books of mine are nothing. With your beauty, you'll be the best in any sect. Furthermore, for the sake of your master, your senior martial brother, and for the sake of taking revenge for you, I am willing to tell you everything I know." Chapter 2032. Thank you, Yutong. With your help, I believe that I will be able to kill those nascent soul cultivators. I will let my master and senior brother smile in the underworld. Zhang Qingxiao held Zhang Yutong's hand and said sincerely. Sigh, Zhang Yutong didn't pull her hand away. She looked at the people below the tea house and sighed. These ordinary people don't have a trace of magic power or cultivation, and they don't have a long lifespan. But they have no grudges, no vendetta, and no separation of father and daughter. We see them as sad, but they feel that they are very happy. If we look at it from this level, we can't compare to them. Back then, you enjoyed the kinship of your sect. Now, you are willing to risk everything to take revenge for that kinship. What about me? Now, I know how precious kinship is. Yutong. Zhang Qingxiao held Zhang Yutong's hand and smiled. Don't be anxious. Sect Master probably has some arrangements. Since he doesn't want your life like before, you can live. Since you've survived, you'll still be able to see your teacher and your sister. It's only a matter of time. I think you should cultivate well and master the great Yin Yang Six Directions sword spirit. If you see Zhang Yuha in the future, You should give her a big surprise. Okay, Zhang Yutong smiled with satisfaction and said softly, previously, I was obsessed with the way of the sword and only believed that the sword could sever the threads of love. But after meeting you, I know why I came to the Three Kingdoms. It's not for the way of the sword or the sword spirit, it's just to be able to meet you. Now, to be honest, I don't hate your sect master. If it wasn't for him, how could I know you? I think so too. To be able to meet you is a gift from the heavens. Zhang Qingshao nodded and agreed. Then she said, my sect master is also a person with a hard life. He seems to have a lot of things that he can't help but do. By the way, Qingshao, is there any news about Yuha? Is there any news about the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom? Zhang Yutong asked again. I haven't been back for so many years. The Huan sword sect can't have no news? Oh, Qingshao, don't say anything if it's difficult. I'm just worried about my sister. Zhang Qingshao thought for a moment and stared at Zhang Yutong. Actually, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would affect your cultivation. What's wrong? Zhang Yutong was nervous. Zhang Yuha did not return to the Huan sword sect, and the Huan sword sect also sent 2 sword cultivators. One is called Duan Yuming, and the other is called Wang Xiao. They came to Meng country to look for the 2 of you. Zhang Yutong smiled bitterly. Your heavenly demon sect is really powerful. I didn't even know that I was still in Meng Kingdom all these years, so how could they find me? Moreover, where did Yuha go? Did your heavenly demon sect? When Zhang Qingshao heard this, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, Yutong, don't worry about this. I've already asked the sect master. He absolutely didn't send anyone to capture Zhang Yuha. Besides, the sect master's intention was to incite a conflict between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators. How could he possibly place all the blame on the heavenly demon sect? Your sect master is a little delusional. Zhang Yutong said bluntly. How could the conflict between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect be so easily incited? A few years ago, I told you about the sword cultivators and the Taibai sect's Daoist bright sword. Isn't that a good example? Senior Li Xiubai died in Meng country without knowing why, but the flame bamboo sword sect didn't mention anything about it. Sigh, I'd rather let the sword cultivators attack the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. That way, my blood feud can be avenged in the fastest way. Zhang Qingshao sighed. It's okay, Qingshao. Even if the sword cultivators don't fight with the Dao sect, as long as you cultivate well, there's still me. I'll also master the great Yin-Yang 6 directions sword spirit as soon as possible. Call Yuha too. When the 3 of us are pregnant, we'll go with you to take revenge. Zhang Yutong held Zhang Qingshao's hand and said with concern, and if the Dao sect and the sword cultivators fight, who knows how many people will die? How many people die every year when the sword cultivators fight with millions of Meng mountains? But that's different. Zhang Yutong retorted. If the sword cultivators don't stop the soul cultivators, not only the Huan country, but even the 3 kingdoms of cultivation will have more people dying. Sai Yutong, didn't you say before that the sword cultivators will always fight? The sword cultivators and the Dao sect will always have disputes. The sect master's arrangement is just one step ahead. Zhang Qingshao was about to say something when she heard a cough coming from the stairs. Zhang Qingshao looked up and said to Zhang Yutong, forget it. It's not easy for you and me to come out. Let's not talk about those boring things. Okay, I know. Zhang Yutong nodded knowingly. She also looked at the stairs and said, I'll leave first. Go on with your work, then. Zhang Yutong quickly walked down the stairs. A short foundation establishment cultivator with a thin face came up the stairs. It was Lanli Sek's Yin Meng. Yin Meng stared at Zhang Yutong, making Zhang Yutong's hair stand on end. Zhang Yutong's cultivation was not much worse than Yin Meng's, but she still lowered her head and quickly walked down the stairs with a red face. Hee. When Zhang Yutong was far away, Yin Meng walked up to Zhang Qingshao and said with a smile, Sect Master Zhang, oh Sect Master Zhang, this old man really admires you. This female sword cultivator is your enemy. She was captured by you with your own hands. She should have a deep-seated hatred for you. Who knew that she would actually have such deep feelings for you? From the looks of it, even if you killed your way to the Huan sword sect, she would still clean your sword for you. Hee. Zhang Qingshao was not at all bothered by Yin Meng's lack of respect. She only smiled and said, how can this Zhang's actions be compared to Vice Alliance Master Yin's plan? Vice Sect Master Yin is shouldering the hopes of the devil cultivators over there. Alas, speaking of this, the scene is really ashamed. This time I went out to search for the whereabouts of that thing, but I still didn't find anything special. Although Yin Meng was ashamed, he didn't mean to be ashamed. He sat down and ignored Zhang Qingxiao. He raised his hand to pick up the teapot and poured a cup of tea. However, just as the tea entered his mouth, he spat it out again with a pu sound. He frowned and said, "Sect Master Zhang, what kind of tea is this? It's so bitter, is it for humans to drink?" "Oh, Vice Sect Master Yin," Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, "this is tea used by mortals. How can it be compared to the spiritual tea that Vice Sect Master normally uses?" No wonder. Vice Sect Master Yin, this Sect Master is a little puzzled. I wonder what Vice Sect Master has been looking for all these years. It's so mysterious that even with Vice Sect Master Yin's ability, you can't find it? Zhang Qingxiao asked with interest. This thing. I'm afraid Sect Master Zhang has never heard of it. Even if this old man said it, it would be useless. Yin Meng replied with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's expression didn't change at all as he said, "Vice Sect Master Yin, why don't you tell me? Perhaps this Sect Master has some good ideas?" Yin Meng pondered for a moment and nodded. "Forget it. Since this old man is going to represent the demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon Sect, I can't let Sect Master Zhang know about this. Then this old man will tell Sect Master Zhang about it. This Sect Master is all ears." Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a thirst for knowledge, while Yin Meng's face was filled with disdain. After Yin Meng drank another cup of tea and felt that he had shown off enough, he smiled and said, "I wonder if Sect Master Zhang has heard of the Grand Universe Teleportation Token?" "Ah?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as she said enviously, "From what Vice Sect Master Yin is saying, the Grand Universe Shifting Token is a famous divine item from ancient times. Although I was born as an itinerant cultivator, I still know about it." Then he revealed a puzzled expression and asked, "Could it be Vice Sect Master Yin is looking for this item? However, according to this Sect Master's knowledge, this item has long been lost on the Dawn Rain continent. Why are you looking for it?" "Haha, that's because Sect Master Zhang is ignorant and inexperienced." Yin Meng did not conceal his disdain for Zhang Qingxiao at this time and said with a smile, "Sect Master Zhang is a rogue cultivator. Although you received the inheritance of my demon sect in the early years and secretly assisted Qing Fengmin of Heaven Forsaken, taking over the entire Heaven Forsaken after Qing Fengmin met with an accident, you have not been influenced by my orthodox demon sect master. In terms of knowledge, it's indeed somewhat shallow." Zhang Qingxiao put on a rather ashamed look and said with a smile, "It's exactly because I feel that I'm not capable enough that I invited Vice Suzerain Yin to be the Vice Suzerain of Heavenly Demonic Sect. He even gave me advice and suggestions to grasp the direction of Heavenly Demonic Sect. Alas, this is also because Sect Master Zhang's feelings are hard to refuse." Yin Meng sighed and said, "Otherwise, with the current situation of Heavenly Demon Sect, this old man will definitely not get involved in this muddy water." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and did not say much. He asked again, "Vice Sect Master Yin seems to have not said why you are looking for the Grand Universe Teleportation Token?" "Sect Master Zhang, you are wrong. It's not that it's impossible to use, it's definitely there." Yin Meng said proudly, "That Grand Cosmos Shifting Token was originally this old man's possession. However, because this item was already damaged, this old man got someone to refine it, and there was a problem. That's why this item was accidentally missing." There was such a thing? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and anxiously said, "Vice Sect Master Yin, you are now my Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master. This matter, you should at least let this Sect Master know about it, right?" Sect Master Zhang misunderstood. This matter happened before this old man became the Vice Sect Master. It's not that this old man wants to hide it from the Sect Master. Yin Meng smiled. This Sect Master has admired the other demonic cultivators for a long time. Vice Sect Master Yin, please tell this Sect Master in detail. Zhang Qingxiao almost smiled apologetically. Even if Sect Master Zhang didn't say it, this old man would have said it. This matter involves the cooperation between my Heavenly Demon Sect and the demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance. In the future, this place will have to rely on Sect Master Zhang. Yin Meng smiled and said, "Actually, it's very simple. There are indeed very few Grand Universe Teleportation tokens left in my Dawn Rain continent. The demonic cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance only obtained a damaged one. To come from the Cultivation Alliance, one must use a long-distance transfer array. Without this grand universe teleportation token, even nascent soul and spirit-severing cultivators don't dare to use the transfer array. Chapter 2033. If we fiendish cultivators want to cross the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains and arrive at the Three Kingdoms, we can only rely on this grand universe teleportation token. Yin Meng explained, so I've been looking for this item for the past few years. Vice Sect Leader Yin, you used this grand universe teleportation token to come to Xi? Zhang Qingshao asked thoughtfully. This. Yin Meng's eyes turned slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before replying. Yes, but because there was a problem with the transportation array, the Grand Universe Teleportation Token was also damaged. Therefore, I have been working on this matter. Then, Zhang Qingshao asked again, but before he could finish, Yin Meng cut him off. I can't tell Sect Leader Zhang the location of the teleportation formation for the time being. Hee. Zhang Qingshao's expression changed slightly, but he immediately laughed. I'm not asking about that. I want to know why I haven't found it yet. Is there any place in the Three Kingdoms that my heavenly demon sect can't go? Hee. Sect Leader Zhang feels great. Yin Meng laughed. There are indeed many places that my heavenly demon sect can't reach. Could it be the 3 sects of Xi? The 4 sects of Meng? Zhang Qingshao asked curiously. That thing is so important. How could it fall into their hands? Yin Meng's face seemed to be slightly red as he answered. Just as Sect Leader Zhang said, I asked someone to refine and restore that thing. But something went wrong and it fell into the hands of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. That disciple wasn't captured by my disciples at that time, and then that disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. Even though I had some backup plans, I couldn't succeed. There was a time when I almost met him, but because I didn't know his true face, I let him escape. Hee. Speaking of which, Sect Leader Zhang was also present that day. Imperial Thunder sect? Zhang Qingshao was extremely sensitive about the Imperial Thunder sect. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He had a hunch in his heart, but he still played dumb. It's related to me? Hee. I really didn't know. Sect Leader Zhang, did you forget? Yin Meng smiled and was about to speak when another voice came from the stairs. Sect Leader, there's an urgent message from Lord. Zhang Qingshao glanced at Yin Meng and said with a smile, Please wait a moment, Vice Sect Master Yin. Bring it up. Following Zhang Qingshao's instructions, a disciple quickly walked over with a blood-red messaging charm. Flying blood message? Yin Meng was also slightly taken aback when she saw this. She asked curiously, the Heavenly Demon Sect, actually, has someone who knows this kind of communication method from the Devil Realm? As he spoke, he waved his hand and forcefully took the communication talisman from the disciple's hand. Vice Sect Leader? That disciple was shocked. It's fine. Zhang Qingshao's face did not show any surprise at all. She waved her hand generously. You may leave. Vice Sect Leader Yin is the Vice Sect Leader of my Heavenly Demon Sect. Naturally, she has the right to look at the communication talisman. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple bowed his head and slowly retreated. Why is there nothing in this communication talisman? Yin Meng's demonic senses scanned the communication talisman and said strangely, Really? Zhang Qingshao was also stunned. She did not reach out her hand and asked, Which devil cultivator sent it? There's nothing in it. I can't tell. Yin Meng was a little embarrassed and handed the communication talisman to Zhang Qingshao. Zhang Qingshao frowned slightly. Without looking at it, she flicked her sleeve and hit the communication talisman. With a crack, the communication talisman was smashed into pieces. Hee. Since Vice Sect Leader Yin can't see anything, how can I see anything? I won't look at it. As Zhang Qingshao spoke, she narrowed her eyes slightly. However, in just a moment, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. It was as if she couldn't believe it. It was also as if she was lamenting. Sect Leader Zhang is really big-hearted. Yin Meng was surprised by Zhang Qingshao's actions. He praised her and said, I was also impressed by Sect Leader Zhang's open-mindedness for the first time. I joined the Heavenly Demon Sect without hesitation. Yes, it was that time. Does Sect Leader Zhang still remember those disciples in Lingpei Mountain Villa who were not from the Lanli sect? Them? It seems to be 3 or 4 of them. Zhang Qingshao said thoughtfully, That day, Vice Sect Leader Ian had just revealed his demonic cultivation method. I didn't know if Vice Sect Leader was a friend or foe, so I didn't dare to be careless. Since Vice Sect Leader killed them, I naturally had to let them go. Could it be? It's that guy. Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Yin Meng said regretfully. I didn't know at that time. I only found out later. Alas, fate really makes fools of people. So it was me who ruined Vice Sect Leader Yin's plan. Zhang Qingxiao was a little panicked. She raised her teacup and said embarrassedly, let me toast Vice Sect Leader Yin as an apology. The ignorant are not guilty. Yin Meng smiled and raised his cup. I know that sect leader captured Xiao Hua and forced him to tell me the whereabouts of the Grand Universe Shifting Token. Alas, what a pity. Zhang Qingxiao's tone was filled with endless loneliness. I'm afraid Vice Sect Leader Yin will never find Xiao Hua. Why? He died? Yin Meng was shocked. Where did he die? Even if he died, his storage pouch must be found. There might be a Grand Universe Shifting Token inside. Xiao Hua died in Inkcloud Black Forest. Moreover, his corpse can't be found. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand. A few disciples of my sect happened to be there. They sent news a few days ago. If Vice Sect Leader Yin didn't mention this, I wouldn't have known that Xiao Hua was so important. Xiao Hua died in Inkcloud Black Forest? Yin Meng was dumbstruck. He said in exasperation, why did that guy go there for no reason? A little aura refining disciple really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he's dead, what should I do? Sect Leader Zhang, where is his specific location? Mo Bao. Zhang Qingxiao spread out her hands. Not to mention us, even if nascent soul cultivators died, it wouldn't be strange, right? Their corpses have long become Mo Bao's food, right? The things in their storage pouches became the prey of others several years later, right? Alas, if it were somewhere else, the storage pouches would be easy to deal with. Yin Meng was extremely regretful. He said dejectedly, but in Inkcloud Black Forest, storage pouches will corrode, and the things inside will be scattered in the Black Forest. How can I find them? If this matter is important, I can order my disciples to be careful in Inkcloud Black Forest in the future. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. What's the use of your aura refining disciples? Yin Meng snorted. I have to go and see for myself. Fine. Zhang Qingxiao was not angry at all. She took out a jade slip, wrote something and handed it to Yin Meng. Although this location is at the edge of Inkcloud Black Forest, Vice Sect Leader Yin should still be careful. Chapter 2034. All right, I'll take my leave. Yin Meng hurriedly bowed and quickly left the tea house. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Yin Meng's back, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then it was shrouded by sadness. He looked up at the gloomy sky where dusk was rising and half a red sun was hanging on the mountain top. Little junior brother, you still went. Sigh, you're just a little foundation establishment cultivator. Why did you go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Damn it, I only wanted to scheme against those two sword cultivators, you and the sword cultivator. Sigh, I know, isn't it your stupid flying sword? You want to get the sword spirit. You can tell me if you want it. I have the complete sword technique of the sword cultivator here. You can nurture the sword spirit again, you can even cultivate the flying sword again. Why did you have to go to Inkcloud Black Forest? Sigh, you're gone, you're going to leave so carefree, in this world. There's only junior sister left. What's the point of me living? What's the use of me scheming against the demon cultivators, the Taoist sect, and the sword cultivators? Even if I killed those 3 nascent soul cultivators, who would be able to laugh with me in the end? Little junior brother, why didn't you stay in the Imperial Thunder sect to cultivate properly? Why did you run out? The last time I saw you, you were still a chi refining level 12 disciple. Who would have thought that in just a few years, you've also built your foundation? Do you know how happy I was when I heard that you've built your foundation? Although I don't know if you have anything to do with Master and Senior Brother's death. But you're still my little junior brother. I'd rather believe that you're innocent. Do you know how upset I am now? I only have you as my little junior brother in this life. There will definitely be no Shang Huaming in the future. And there will definitely be no junior brother. I was still thinking, the next time I see you, I'll scare you and let you see my cultivation. Do you know? Little junior brother, I'm now in the late stage of foundation establishment. I'll be able to condense my course soon. was actually a peak late-stage golden core cultivator in my previous life. I never thought that on the day I met you, that bullshit condensed knowledge treasure was actually refined by me in my previous life. As she spoke, Zhang Qingxiao casually stretched her back. Her cultivation at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage was comparable to an early golden core cultivator. I've prepared a lot of good things for you. I also want you to quickly build your foundation. Zhang Qingxiao retracted her arm and withdrew her aura. She was once again a simple mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Apart from junior sister in the 100 Herbs sect, Shang Huaming only has you and me left. Who else can I dote on if not you? Little junior brother, what should I say to you? Even if you've built your foundation, it's nothing in my eyes. I have 10,000 ways to make you steadily improve. But you were actually killed by Dowmaster Brightsword's flying sword. I can't save you even if I want to. From now on, I will be the only one in this world who will avenge Master and Big Senior Brother. I will also be the only one who knows the true reason behind Shang Huaming's destruction. I can't accept this, Zhang Qingxiao thought and muttered. Her eyes were filled with endless loneliness as she looked at the setting sun. It was as if there was only loneliness in the entire world. Although Zhang Qingxiao had unfathomable devil cultivation secret techniques and could quickly obtain news about Xiaohua with Zhang Jihao's clone, she still couldn't know that the grieving Xiaohua had already flown to the front of Haoming City. She stopped in midair and carefully observed the entire city. Senior, a voice sounded in front of Xiaohua. It was a cultivator wearing the armor of Haoming City's city guard. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the city guard. The city guard hurriedly saluted. May I know how I can be of service to Senior? Is that so? Xiaohua smiled. This was the first time he had entered the 7 major cities of the state of Xi and received such a high level of courtesy. Yes, the auction in this city is about to begin. The city lord is afraid that seniors who come from afar don't know the rules of our Haoming City, so he specially sent us here to wait. We will welcome any seniors who are above the foundation establishment realm at any time. The city guard replied respectfully. Well, okay. Let's talk about the rules of Haoming City first. This is also my first time here, so I don't want to offend Dowmaster Yao Hong. Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay. The city guard also smiled. An approachable cultivator like Senior won't offend our Haoming City. Then, the city guard briefly explained the taboos of Haoming City and said, Senior, as long as you don't kill ordinary people and don't attack at will in Haoming City, these taboos are nothing. However, Xiaohua frowned. You mean in Haoming City, cultivators of different realms have fixed areas of activity? Cultivators of lower realms can't cross the boundary without the permission of cultivators of higher realms? Otherwise, if they are killed, won't your Haoming City take responsibility? Yes, Senior. In Haoming City, we, the city guards, naturally have to ensure the safety of all cultivators. However, if those low-level cultivators cross the bottom line of our Haoming City and offend high-level cultivators, our Haoming City naturally can't guarantee the safety of such cultivators. The city guard answered patiently. Moreover, according to the number of cultivators in our Haoming City, the designated area of activity is sufficient. If someone crosses the boundary, it must be intentional. Well, what about the ordinary people in Haoming City? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Senior, you should know that those ordinary people are just doing things that we cultivators don't want to do, such as earning some hard-earned spirit stones. It's impossible for them to affect any cultivators. Such people are not few in our Haoming City. We naturally have to protect them from the harassment of unscrupulous cultivators. That's right. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, From this we can see Dowmaster Yao Hong's generosity. I agree very much. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. The city guard smiled apologetically. Senior, if you want to lodge a complaint, you have to look for it yourself. If there really isn't one, you can find a city guard like me for help. The city guards and I are very happy to serve Senior. Well said. Xiaohua nodded. After thinking for a moment, he asked, I want to send a message to a fellow Taoist. She's an Qi refinement disciple, but she should be with a nascent soul cultivator. Can I just send a communication talisman directly? Yes, there's no restriction on communication talismans in Haoming City. As long as there's a response from a nascent soul cultivator, Senior can go to their area. The city guard said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled. He clapped his hand and took out a communication talisman. Under the urging of magic power, a red brilliance flashed and flew out of Xiao Hua's hand unfortunately. What made Xiao Hua slightly stunned was that the communication talisman didn't fly directly to the top of Haoming City. Instead, it turned in midair and flew directly behind Xiao Hua. Oh, why did it leave the city? Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly. Could it be that something happened? Then he cupped his hands slightly towards the city guard and flew out of the city. The city guard didn't think it was strange and went to another place to welcome other cultivators. Senior Martial Brother. Xiao Hua flew a distance away. When his divine sense passed by, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Xue Xue's voice came again. Unexpectedly, Xue Xue's face was a little thin. She left the two people behind her far away and flew towards Xiao Hua. Xue Xue. Xiao Hua was delighted and reached out his hand with a smile. There were still some cultivators nearby. Xue Xue didn't have the nerve to rush into Xiao Hua's arms. She only reached out her hand and impatiently held it, as if only the warmth in Xiao Hua's hand could make her feel at ease. Why did you come so late? Xue Xue's heart was calm. She looked into Xiao Hua's eyes and asked with concern, I thought you'd be able to catch up to me in a dozen or so days at most. Who knew that it would take you almost a year? Hee, didn't I say I'd give you a surprise? Xiao Hua said with a smile, Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I finally have the face to come back and see you. This concubine said before, this concubine doesn't want any surprises. This concubine only wants you to stay by this concubine's side. Xue Xue said tenderly. She didn't care about Xiao Hua's so-called surprise at all, and didn't ask a single word. Just as Xiao Hua was about to explain, he suddenly felt a strange gaze shooting at him from the side. This gaze was not the kind of bone-deep hatred, but it was a kind of faint hostility, a kind of slight disdain, which Xiao Hua was very sensitive to, and he was able to detect it. Who is it? Xiao Hua raised his sword-like eyebrows and looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was the two people who came with Xue Xue. One of them was the ugly Hua Furong. At this time, Hua Furong was very tactful and kept a distance of more than 10 zhong from Xiao Hua. Beside her, there was a male cultivator who looked very similar to her. His cultivation was around the middle stage of foundation establishment. A pair of big and small eyes stared straight at Xiao Hua. This gaze seemed to be spitting fire and full of jealousy. Huh? What's going on? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He turned his head and whispered to Xue Xue, Is this male cultivator Hua Furong's brother? Xue Xue's face was somewhat unnatural. She nodded and said, Yes, this male cultivator is called Fire Qilin. He's Hua Furong's cousin. Fire Qilin? He has the nerve to call himself Fire Qilin with that appearance? Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. And, when I saw him for the first time that day, I was also this surprised. Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled. However, this person's character can be considered good, even somewhat refined. He's somewhat similar to the so-called Confucian cultivators. Why is he looking at me like that? Xiao Hua whispered, I don't seem to owe him any spirit stones, right? This. Xue Xue was somewhat embarrassed. This guy seems to be a little. Ah? Xiao Hua was really stunned. Damn it, when I'm with you, I feel like I'm a flower stuck in cow dung. If this guy, then wouldn't he be? I really can't compare. Fire Qilin has a lot of etiquette. He only expressed some goodwill and didn't say anything. However, he's a foundation establishment senior. I also vaguely told Hua Furong some things. Presumably, he should be aware of it. Xue Xue whispered, His cultivation is higher than yours. Don't cause trouble. Chapter 2035. However, Xue Xue covered her mouth again. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation was at the early stage of foundation establishment, his strength seemed to be higher than Xiang Yang, who was at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He shouldn't be afraid of the Fire Qilin. Therefore, she hurriedly said, Their great-grandfathers are the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. They're all early-stage nascent soul cultivators. We can't afford to offend them. I understand. Xiao Hua transmitted his voice. Then, he let go of Xue Xue's hand and turned to look at Hua Furong. When Hua Furong saw Xiao Hua looking at her, she glanced at the Fire Qilin from the side and sighed slightly. Cousin, let's go. This is Xiao Hua, my sister's savior. Don't embarrass him. The Fire Qilin nodded and said seriously, Who is your cousin? How can I lower myself to his level? Okay. Hua Furong agreed and flew to Xiao Hua. She cupped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, we finally meet again. Your junior sister has been worried about you for the past dozens of days. Every day, she asked me to accompany her outside Bright City to wait for you. She's really affectionate. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect, and also cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Hua, thank you for bringing my junior sister to Bright City. Thank you for taking care of her for the past year. Don't mention it. I want to thank fellow Daoist Xiao even more. I dare not take credit for this. Hua Furong smiled and pointed. This is my cousin, Fire Qilin. He's also a famous cultivator of Ardent Fire Mountain. I am Xiao Hua, a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings, fellow Daoist Hua. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and greeted. The Fire Qilin was also polite and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed a talent. I'm envious. Moreover, my junior sister is indebted to fellow Daoist Xiao for saving her. Everyone in Ardent Fire Mountain is grateful to fellow Daoist Xiao. I dare not take credit for this. It's just a matter of convenience. Xiaohua said modestly. The Fire Qilin turned to Xue Xue and said, Fellow Daoist Xue, since we've received your senior brother, let's return to our residence in Bright City. We still have to pay our respects to our 3 great-grandfathers. Xue Xue shook her head without hesitation and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Daoist Hua. Since my senior brother is here, I won't go to the residence of Ardent Fire Mountain. I hope that fellow Daoist Hua can apologize to the 3 seniors. Oh, you're not coming with us? The Fire Qilin was somewhat disappointed and said, My Ardent Inferno Mountain's residence is filled with world spirit qi. It's a good place to cultivate. No need. Xue Xue shook her head again. Seeing this, Hua Furong quickly smiled and said, Since fellow Daoist Xiao has come, then little sister Xue will naturally follow fellow Daoist Xiao. However, fellow Daoist Xiao, my 3 great-grandfathers have always wanted to see you so that I can thank you for saving my life. If fellow Daoist Xiao has found a place to stay, please send me a message through your communication talisman. Xiao Hua could ignore the Fire Qilin, but he couldn't ignore the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Ardent Fire Mountain range. Since Hua Furong said so, Xiao Hua had no choice but to nod and say, Sure. After I find a place to stay in Haoming City, I'll immediately send a messaging talisman to fellow Daoist Hua. I also really want to pay a visit to the 3 nascent soul seniors. The Fire Qilin nodded and said, All right, since that's the case, I'll first accompany fellow Daoist Xue to find the city guards of Haoming City and help fellow Daoist Xue find an excellent place to stay. Xiao Hua smiled and said, There's no need to trouble fellow Daoist Hua. I can find the city guards of Haoming City myself. Unexpectedly, the Fire Qilin ignored Xiao Hua and only looked at Xue Xue. Xue Xue was helpless and could only shake her head and say, Fellow Daoist Hua, please return. I'll let senior brother arrange my residence. Oh, so it's like that. Then, I'm a little worried. The Fire Qilin hesitated and said, I'll only be at ease if I help you do it. Hee. Xiaohua finally understood what Xue Xue meant when she said that the Fire Qilin was full of etiquette. He clearly didn't understand the ways of the world. He and Xue Xue had already clearly rejected him, but he didn't seem to understand and was blindly flattering. Cousin. Hua Furong's face was somewhat embarrassed. She pulled the Fire Qilin's sleeve and said, Fellow Daoist Xue, fellow Daoist Xiao can arrange it. You don't have to worry. It's already late. You and I had better hurry back to pay our respects to our great-grandfathers. Yes, I know. The Fire Qilin's face turned cold as he answered. He then said to Xue Xue, Fellow Daoist Xue, when you find a residence, you must send me a communication talisman. Xue Xue was obviously non-committal. However, the Fire Qilin thought that Xue Xue had agreed. He beamed with joy and actually urged Hua Furong to return earlier. Hua Furong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She cupped her hands towards Xiao Hua and Xue Xue and urged her figure to fly away together with the Fire Qilin. Damn, this Fire Qilin is really somewhat interesting. Xiao Hua scratched his head, very speechless. Hee, the Fire Qilin is a good person, but he's just a little pedantic. Xue Xue also pursed her lips and said with a smile, Let's go. Don't worry about others. Xiao Hua pulled Xue Xue's hand and said, After we find a residence, let's do something that this guy can't even dream of. Bah! Xue Xue spat lightly, but there was a smile on her face, and her eyebrows were rippling with spring. There were many abodes on the mountain range of Haoming City, and they were divided into different layers of the mountain range. Even the abodes that Foundation establishment cultivators could live in were of different sizes, and the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi was also different. Each abode had different spirit stones to pay according to the specific conditions. If a cultivator had a more special need, as long as they could pay the spirit stones, Haoming City would provide special things for the cultivator in the abode. Xiaohua was different from before. There were many spirit stones in the space, so he found an abode with rich heaven and earth spiritual chi and an alchemy room among the abodes that Foundation establishment cultivators had the right to live in on the second layer. After handing over the spirit stones to the city guard and receiving the magic tablet and jade slip, Xiaohua was not in the mood to stroll around Haoming City. He immediately took Shue's hand and flew to the abode he chose according to the direction indicated on the jade slip, doing something that Fire Qilin couldn't even dream of. Xiaohua couldn't wait to activate the magic tablet and rushed into the abode while holding Shue's hand. Shue's face was still red. She also missed Xiaohua very much and longed for Xiaohua's warmth, but looking at Xiaohua's anxious appearance, she was a little embarrassed. She was even thinking about what she should do if Xiaohua did something special. Should she refuse? Should she cater to him? Or should she compromise? However, when Shue was hesitating, she was dumbfounded when she saw Xiaohua's real action. What? Husband, you actually know alchemy? You also got the heavenly ingrass? Shue was flabbergasted as she watched Xiaohua take out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. Then, he skillfully turned on the earth fire in the alchemy room and took out the sky ingrass from the space, as if he was presenting a treasure. Shue couldn't even dream of it. Could you, Fire Qilin, dream of it? Chapter 2036. More than that. Xiaohua looked at Shue's surprise and ecstasy. He felt that his life and death in the ink cloud black forest was worth it. He patted his forehead and smiled. Look at your husband's cultivation. Ah? Husband, you're already at the middle stage of Foundation establishment? Shue really didn't dare to imagine. She came out with Xiaohua, but they were both at the 12th level of qi refining. Just as they arrived at the Flame Forest Marsh, Xiaohua unexpectedly entered the early stage of Foundation establishment. Moreover, he broke the blood seal set by the male thunder beast and saved Xiang Yang and Zhuiqing Yuan. Then, Xiaohua showed his prowess at Tianmen Mountain and saved the bloodline of Tianmen Mountain. Then, he concentrated on the formation and helped Tianmen Mountain set up the formation. Shue saw clearly that Xiaohua didn't seem to cultivate much. Moreover, since they parted ways at Tianmen Mountain, it was less than a year. Even if 1 year at the Flame Forest Marsh and 3 years at Tianmen Mountain were added, it was less than 5 years. In just 5 years, Xiaohua actually directly jumped from the early stage of Foundation establishment to the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Is this still the Xiaohua who failed to build his foundation and failed to build his foundation after more than 10 years? What's wrong? My wife, are you shocked? Xiaohua smiled proudly. Your husband wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect this surprise to be a bit big. Shue's eyes flashed with surprise, but then there was a trace of shadow. She forced a smile and said, Yes, this surprise is really big. So big that I didn't expect it even in my dreams. Immediately, Shue hid her gloominess and showed a bright smile. She pointed at the heavenly ingrass and said, Husband left me. Could it be for this heavenly ingrass? This heavenly ingrass is a rare thing in the world. Where did husband get it? Speaking of which, the story is really long. Xiaohua said with a smile, Your husband will heat up this pill furnace and take a good look at the pill formula for refining Ling Lei pill. Then I'll slowly tell you. Okay, I'll listen to husband's instructions. Shue was very sweet. Her 2 limpid eyes seemed to stick to Xiaohua. Xiaohua cast a few spells that Shue didn't seem to recognize on the earth fire. The earth fire burned fiercely and wrapped around the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. It slowly warmed up. Then, he took the jade slip from Shue and read it carefully. Shue looked at the cauldron warmed by the earth fire, feeling a little confused. Although Shue didn't know how to refine pills, she had heard her master talk about it before. She had even dabbled in the teachings of the Thunderstorm Palace. Shue. It wasn't that her heart was far away, but that her cultivation was too far away. It was so far away that she felt a sense of fear. It's done. Xiaohua took out his divine sense from the jade slip and said with a smile, "Your husband looked at it again. It's more or less correct. Once the pill furnace is warmed up, your husband can refine Linglei pill for you." "Husband, why don't you make a copy too?" Shue hid her gloominess and said with a smile, "Husband took a copy and can look at it any time. It's inconvenient for me to give it to you." Xiaohua scratched his head and said with a smile, "There's no need. This is Shue family's secret. Your husband better not take it." Isn't Shue family your family?" Shue pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Won't it be Shao families in the future?" "That's right. How could your husband forget?" Xiaohua saw Shue's seductive appearance and his heart itched. He reached out and hugged Shue's plump body. He buried his mouth and nose in her chest, greedily inhaling that enchanting smell. Shue was also moved. She reached out and hugged Xiaohua's neck. The two were affectionate for a long time. Only then did Shue ask while gasping for breath, "Husband Xiao, I feel very guilty. For me, I'm afraid you risked your life to pick the heavenly een grass, right?" Not at all," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Speaking of which, there's a story. Moreover, your husband also obtained a lot of benefits from it." Then, Xiaohua casually told the story of Mo Zhao Black Forest. "Finally," he said, "look, didn't your husband come back in one piece? Moreover, my cultivation has improved greatly." Hearing that Shue met Mo Bao of Mo Zhao Black Forest, Shue's face was already pale. She was clear about the dangers of Mo Zhao Black Forest. That Mo Bao was the nightmare of all cultivators. Xiaohua actually received the help of the heavens, and his cultivation improved greatly because of it. Although it was said that he was lucky, there were countless difficulties and endless love for her. If it wasn't for her own foundation, would Xiaohua take such a risk? Although Xiaohua didn't say anything else, Shue easily thought of the other difficulties Xiaohua encountered. "Husband." Shue couldn't help but hug Xiaohua again. Her cherry lips slightly opened, and she kissed him. "You really have to pay to reap the rewards." Xiaohua didn't forget to sigh while enjoying himself. After a while, Xiaohua thought of something again. He took out a jade slip from his bosom, immersed his divine sense in it, and wrote something in it. He handed it to Shue and said, "Wife, your ancestral jade slip has recorded that even if you take the thunder pill, when awakening the thunder beast bloodline or building the foundation, there is still the danger of true qi breaking through the meridians. Your husband happens to have a special cultivation method here that can refine the meridians. You can start cultivating now. I hope it will be useful when the time comes." Shue was stunned again. She also knew that this kind of cultivation method that could refine the meridians was definitely a secret of a cultivation sect. Moreover, the scale of this sect was definitely not inferior to the thunder-controlling sect. However, now she was already used to Xiaohua's magical powers. She reached out and took it, and only smiled slightly and said, "Husband is considerate." Immediately, she immersed her divine sense in the jade slip and looked at the most simple and most basic dragon transformation secret art in it. Xiaohua looked at Shue's serious look, and the corner of his mouth smiled. This cultivation method was even more shallow than the one he gave Xiao Mao. After all, Shue was about to build the foundation. It was too complicated, and she might not be able to comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't waste time. He looked at the heat of the pill furnace, clapped his hands, and took out the corpses of the two thunder beasts. He made a gesture, took some things needed for the thunder pill from the corpses, and threw them into the pill furnace. After those things melted, he took some auxiliary spiritual herbs from the space and threw them in one by one. Then he looked at Shue, who was meditating with her eyes closed. He rubbed his hands, and 2 wisps of samadhi true fire flew into the earth fire. In an instant, the entire earth fire turned light purple, and within that light purple, there was a trace of crimson red. Seeing that the various spiritual herbs in the pill furnace began to melt, and impurities were extracted from the liquid, Xiaohua's face showed a dignified look. He waved his hand and took out 2 jade bottles from the space. These 2 jade bottles contained the blood of the 2 thunder beasts. After being processed by Zhuqing Yuan, they were put into the jade bottles. However, the blood of the thunder beasts used to refine the thunder pill was not simple primitive blood, but the true blood of the blood. Only this kind of true blood could stimulate the true blood in Shue's blood. Only the true blood of the thunder beasts, which was divided into yin and yang attributes, could be adjusted by the heavenly een grass. Xiaohua closed his eyes and very carefully meditated on the method to extract the true blood. Then, with a wave of his hand, he opened the seal on one of the jade bottles, and a ball of blood the size of a fist flew into the air. This ball of blood was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, with Xiaohua's different methods, the entire ball of blood began to boil like boiling water. Bubbles continuously rushed out from the ball of blood. When the bubbles disappeared, the ball of blood had shrunk by more than half. At this time, the ball of blood began to flicker with brilliance. In Xiaohua's Buddhist sense, this flickering brilliance was precisely the faint formation of hair-thin lightning within the ball of blood. Quick! Xiaohua chanted an incantation and urged his magic power. A method that he had been forming for a long time struck the ball of blood. Following the incantation, strands of golden lightning were extracted from the ball of blood by Xiaohua, and like countless small fish in an oval space, they wantonly swam. These lightning strands seemed to want to break through the confinement of this oval space and rush into the heavenly Tao. However, every time they came into contact with the restriction, they could only be slightly repelled by the restriction. They simply could not cross half a step. Rise! Xiaohua lightly reprimanded again. His hands were like plucking the strings of a zither, and small and delicate incantations struck the lightning strands. Those lightning strands in Xiaohua's hands were like dancing, gradually gathering together. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a small lightning beast shape was formed by the lightning strands. Great! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. His forehead was almost covered in sweat. This extraction was far beyond his imagination. It was several times more complicated than when Xiangyang took out the Tai green light rod from the Tai green light rod. If Xiaohua's magic power was not comparable to the middle Jindan stage, it might really be difficult. Go! Xiaohua knew that this was the final critical moment, and he did not dare to be careless. His hands moved nimbly again, faster than before, almost bringing along an afterimage. At this time, the place where he struck the incantation was no longer the ball of lightning strands, but the ball of blood again under Xiaohua's incantation. The ball of blood quickly shrank, and was soon compressed to the size of a thumb. Moreover, the ball of blood was still trembling, as if there was still room to shrink under Xiaohua's magic power. Prung! It seemed that Xiaohua lost control of his magic power, and the ball of blood suddenly exploded like a firework. However, Xiaohua's face did not have any depression, but instead showed a trace of joy. Xiaohua's eyes stared at the exploding ball of blood, and his hands quietly stopped in midair. The moment all the ball of blood began to fall, his right hand suddenly stretched out, 5 fingers stretched out, and stretched forward. It was precisely above the ball of blood, and then, with great difficulty, he lifted it up. As if he was carrying a heavy object, Xiaohua's hand actually sank slightly by an inch. Chapter 2037. A strange thing happened. The falling droplets of blood froze in midair and began to tremble rapidly. Then, from each droplet of blood, a thread thinner than a hair was pulled out. As the blood thread was pulled out, the droplets of blood fell to the ground again. Xiaohua waved his left hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared. It surrounded the droplets of blood, and all of them were burned to ashes, falling to the ground. Xiaohua's right hand stretched out and then retracted, throwing it towards the lightning beast in the air that was formed by lightning threads. Go! Seeing the blood thread approaching the lightning thread, Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true essence. The blood thread used the power of true essence to hit the lightning beast. Once it hit, the blood thread instantly wrapped around the lightning beast. Kacha, a soft sound of thunder suddenly echoed in midair. It hit the lightning beast that had already turned gold and red. Seeing the lightning beast's wings and the faint lightning thread mixed with the red blood thread, it really seemed like it was going to soar into the sky. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He pointed at the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, and the lightning beast flew towards the furnace. In a moment, it entered the furnace. Ah, such a divine skill, husband. I can't compare. Xue had opened her eyes at an unknown time. She looked at Xiaohua's technique and muttered, He, wife, with your husband working hard for you, you can just obediently wait to build your foundation. Xiaohua said with a smile. But at this moment, Xiaohua frowned. He looked at the entrance of the cave and said unhappily, This fire qilin is a bit boring. Why did he come here to harass us again? Since we are hiding from him, he should understand. Hearing this, Shue smiled bitterly. This person is a bit dull, even pedantic. If he wants to do something, even 9 heavenly dragons won't be able to pull him back. According to Huofurong, he is only a few years older than her, but he didn't like to cultivate when he was young. At the beginning, Huofurong was in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, and he was still in the 1st layer. The 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain racked their brains, but he just ignored them and did his own thing. But later on, for some unknown reason, when Huofurong reached the 7th level of Qi refining, she suddenly came to a realization. As a result, her cultivation speed began to spiral out of control. Other than cultivating, she did nothing else. Lord Husband must have also seen it. Huofurong has only just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, while the Fire Qilin is already a mid-level Foundation Establishment realm existence. Speaking of this, Flaming Hibiscus also bitterly smiled. Actually, I've only seen him a few times, but he began to follow me. He didn't say anything and just looked at me. In the beginning, this concubine still nodded politely. Every time he saw this, he would be wild with joy. Later on, when this concubine understood what was going on, she no longer paid attention to him. But he is still pestering me. Shue said embarrassedly, "Husband, this concubine has never said a word to him." Every time, Hibiscus was present. "Hee, my wife." Xiaohua said with a smile, "I didn't say anything. How could your husband not believe you? In this Dawn Rain continent, there are probably not many who can be more handsome than your husband." Saying this, Xiaohua flicked his hair, looking around with a narcissistic look. "Uff," Shue laughed. Xiaohua said again, "It's just that your husband is busy right now. I've just finished refining the male lightning beast's true blood, and I still need the female lightning beast's true blood. Only after these things are done can I go see the Fire Qilin. Let this guy stand there first." "Okay." Shue smiled sweetly and went to comprehend the dragon transformation art. After waiting for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua also successfully extracted the female lightning beast's true blood. Immediately, Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out the heavenly een grass from the space. With a point of his finger, the stem of the heavenly een grass was cut off from the root and thrown into the pill furnace. The roots of the heavenly een grass were also thrown back into the space, and let the puppet carefully plant it. Xiaohua actually wanted to cultivate the heavenly een grass first, but he was afraid that something would go wrong and delay Shue, so he left it behind and tried to plant it. When the stem of the heavenly een grass fell into the pill furnace, under the tempering of the Samadhi true fire, it immediately turned into a spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid was clearly different from the previous spiritual herbs. It actually had 2 colors. One was pure white, the other was fiery red, the same color as the yin and yang of the ink cloud Black Forest secret area. These 2 colors were clearly separated and did not seem to mix with each other. Wonderful. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the liquid. At the same time he praised in his heart, he also doubted whether he could grow the heavenly een grass in his space. This kind of miraculous spiritual herb could only be grown in a special place. Go, Xiaohua rubbed his hands, and the 2 lightning beasts' true blood that had been spreading their wings and wanting to fly together were pushed into the pill furnace by Xiaohua. Immediately after, another hand seal was cast. However, he saw that the pill liquid in the pill furnace was pouring down onto the 2 true blood from top to bottom. The true blood actually softened once again and seeped into the pill liquid. As his divine sense swept through, the phantoms of the male and female lightning beasts spreading their wings in the pill liquid were vivid and lifelike. Good. Xiaohua praised himself first. He knew that even if the Ling Lei Dan could be formed, he would have to refine it again to quench the impurities in the elixir. In the end, he would be able to condense the true blood of the male and female lightning beasts together to form the Ling Lei Dan. Hearing Xiaohua's praise, Shue opened her eyes again and said with a smile, "How is it? Did it succeed?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "How can it be that simple? This Ling Lei pill probably needs to be refined for 81 days before it can be completed. Now, we've only done some superficial things. Fortunately, I heard from Master that the more precious a pill is, the longer it needs to be refined. The 81 days for the Ling Lei pill is not too long." Shue nodded and said, "Moreover, the auction in Haoming City is also held during this period. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone." That's right. Xiaohua nodded. He had some expectations in his heart. Yes, when Xiaohua was in the Qi refinement realm, he had always been using the fire marrow flame crystal and the Big Dipper divine fist to temper his bones. Every time he used the Big Dipper divine fist, there would always be a cold current tempering all the bones in his body inch by inch. However, ever since Xiaohua entered the Foundation establishment realm, or maybe after Xiaohua absorbed the fire origin, the Big Dipper divine fist's effect became increasingly small. Previously, Xiaohua did not care about it and thought that it was just a matter of cultivation. He did not practice it enough. However, after Mo Zhao Black Forest, Xiaohua broke through to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His Dharma body, meridians, and cultivation technique were all profound, but in terms of tempering his bones, it was far inferior to the fire marrow flame crystal from before. During this period of time, Xiaohua had been pondering. It was only a few days ago that Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. When he saw the light reverse flight's demonstration of the light evasion technique, the bone tempering he saw was not just a simple Big Dipper divine fist, but several different methods. Every method, the bones would change into a different color. In other words, each method could only be used for one color. At the fire origin stage, he used the Big Dipper divine fist, and after the fire origin, it should be the earth origin. At this stage, the Big Dipper divine fist should not be used anymore. Xiaohua must find another method to temper his bones. Otherwise, even if he used up all the earth crystal Yao milk, he would not be able to complete the second stage of tempering his bones. Chapter 2038. Therefore, Xiaohua came to Haoming City to look for Xue Xue and to take advantage of the Blazing Fire Mountain's 3 elders to enter a high-level auction to obtain a better bone tempering method. However, could there be a bone tempering method? Xiaohua really didn't know. There were many body tempering cultivators in the Daybreak continent, and they all used body tempering methods. Bone tempering? Who would do that for no reason? Not using time on the Great Tao. However, Xiaohua knew his own matters. In essence, all of his cultivation was based on the space behind his head. Furthermore, the light reversal within the space was the most important. This light reversal should be his #1 priority. Since there was only the cultivation method of the light evasion, he should first master the light evasion. He was no longer too worried about basic cultivation methods. His knowledge and experience had already far surpassed that of aura refining cultivators, and his cultivation level had also far surpassed that of foundation building cultivators of the same realm. Under these circumstances, it would be very easy for him to find cultivation methods to advance his cultivation. Spiritual plants, medicinal pills, and so on were even less of a concern to him. Buddhism, Confucianism, dragonization art, sword cultivation, phoenix battle body, and even soul cultivation. Although they were all divine abilities comparable to Taoism, in Xiaohua's eyes, they couldn't compare to light escape. Of course, Xiaohua longed to try these divine abilities, but this would have to wait until he succeeded in using Master Bright Sword's Sword Heart Origin Seed secret technique. Seeing that the pill furnace had already stabilized and the 3 medicinal liquids were arranged in a straight line, quietly tempering in the furnace fire, Xiaohua knew this stage would probably last for more than 10 days. Therefore, he set up a rabbit formation and concealed the entire pill furnace. Then, he followed Xue Xue to the front of the Immortal's Cave. The front of the Immortal's Cave was the reception area, and the space wasn't small. Xiaohua and Xue Xue came here and smiled at each other. They each found a praying mat and sat on it, cultivating without mentioning it. As for the fire Qilin outside the Immortal's Cave, he waited for more than half a day. The summoning talisman he sent was right in front of him, but he didn't enter the cave at all. He knew in his heart that Xiaohua didn't welcome him, but he really didn't seem to be discouraged as Xue Xue said. He even encouraged himself in his heart. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Female cultivators are all shy, and it's not easy to say something. An outstanding female cultivator like Xue Xue is even more so like this. If I leave now, how can I let her see my determination? When she left yesterday, didn't she still smile at me? Doesn't this mean that she has feelings for me? Although this Xiaohua is her senior martial brother and can be considered to be in a favorable position, but I didn't know Xue Xue before, so I can't take the lead in her heart. But now that I know Xue Xue, I can't neglect her. I didn't appear before Xue Xue, but from now on, I will appear every day. I will definitely let her know who is the most suitable for her, who is the one who misses her the most. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw that the fire Qilin was still there. He couldn't help but frown. Facing such a strange person, Xiaohua really didn't know how to deal with him. The fire Qilin was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator in name, and he was also a direct descendant of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. It was impossible for him to casually kill him. At this moment, another person flew over from not far away. That person didn't wait for the entrance of the cave before shouting, "Oh, cousin, so you're here. Great-grandfather is looking for you. He's just short of sending you a messaging talisman." The person who had arrived was none other than Huafurong. "Oh, why is great-grandfather looking for me?" The fire Qilin was puzzled. "I already paid my respects this morning, but I didn't see him say anything." "You'd better go quickly." Huafurong curled her lips. "You'll be in trouble if he sends you a messaging talisman." "Oh, okay." The fire Qilin seemed to be afraid of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. It looked at Xiaohua's cave with some reluctance before turning around and flying away. After the fire Qilin was far away, Huafurong sighed and said loudly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, little sister Shui, please open the cave. I have something to ask of you." Xiaohua naturally heard her. He took out a magic tablet and opened the restriction. Then he and Shui went forward to welcome her. Huafurong cupped her hands from afar and said with an apologetic smile, "My cousin is always so reckless. I've let fellow Taoist Xiao see a joke." "Oh, is that so? Where is fellow Taoist Hua?" Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. Huafurong smiled and didn't mention the fire Qilin again. After entering the cave and taking a seat, she said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I came today to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to come to my Ardent Fire Mountains cave tomorrow. The 3 elders are very concerned about fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness and want to thank you in person." When Xiaohua heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua is too polite. It was just a small matter that day. Anyone who saw the heavenly demon sect's actions would have to intervene. I don't dare to take credit for it. Moreover, fellow Taoist Hua brought my junior sister to Haoming City and protected her safety. You've already repaid that so-called kindness. It's better not to mention this matter again." Then he thought for a moment and said, "If fellow Taoist Hua feels that you owe me, you can just give me a passage talisman on the day of the auction." "That's natural," Huafurong said with a smile. "Since fellow Taoist Xiao has come to Haoming City, you can't not follow my Ardent Fire Mountain to participate in the auction for nascent soul cultivators. That's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons. However, the auction for nascent soul cultivators doesn't need any passage talismans. Nascent soul cultivators can participate every day, and they can even bring in 5 disciples." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua scratched his head. It seemed that he had no choice but to pay a visit to the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. It seems that a nascent soul senior from the Imperial Thunder sect has also come. However, he's not near the Ardent Fire Mountain's abode. Huafurong suddenly thought of something and reminded, "If fellow Taoist Xiao has the time, shouldn't you also pay a visit?" "Hee, I'm just a pawn of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid that a nascent soul senior wouldn't recognize me at all." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Although paying a visit is a kind of etiquette, I can't pay a visit without a nascent soul senior's permission, right? Since that's the case, I'd better not ask for a snub." "Hee, that's exactly the case." Huafurong pursed her lips and said, "When my 3 great-grandfathers arrived at Haoming City, they sent one messaging talisman after another. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Xiao, my great-grandfathers didn't even look at a single one of them. They were all crushed by us for fun. Some aura-refining children even competed to see who could crush the most number of messaging talismans every day." Huafurong patted her hand and took out a palm-sized token from her storage pouch. She handed it over and said, "This is the token of my Ardent Fire Mountain. It was personally given to me by my 2nd great-grandpa. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you take it, you'll be able to pass through Haoming City without any obstructions." Looking at the flame-like token in front of him, Xiaohua knew that this was the face of a nascent soul cultivator, so he definitely couldn't refuse. Thus, he reached out to take it and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Hua. Since fellow Taoist is so considerate as a junior, it's only right for me to pay a visit to the seniors." Huafurong was overjoyed and said, "Today, my Ardent Fire Mountain is holding a small banquet. If fellow Taoist Xiao has the time, can you go? Xiaohua glanced at Xue Xue. Xue Xue also smiled and said, "The three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain are famous nascent soul seniors in my state of Shi. I've always been following Big Sister Furong in Haoming City, but I haven't had the opportunity to meet the three seniors. Now is the perfect opportunity, so I also want to meet the three seniors." All right. Xiaohua actually knew that the opportunity to meet nascent soul seniors was very important, especially if he could get some pointers. Even if it was casual, it would be of great benefit to his cultivation. Unfortunately, wasn't there a fire qilin here? Otherwise, Xiaohua would have already gone without hesitation. Since he was willing to meet Xue Xue, how could Xiaohua not go? Great. Hua Furong clapped her hands and said, "I often mention fellow Taoist Xiao in front of my great-grandpa. Presumably, there will be some benefits for fellow Taoist Xiao this time, right?" That's the best. This Xiao likes benefits the most. Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. Xiaohua, Xue Xue, and Hua Furong left the cave and sealed the cave with a magic tablet. Only then did they follow Hua Furong all the way to a high place. Xiaohua naturally hadn't been to the residences of Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators. Along the way, when they passed by different areas, Haoming City's city guards would kindly remind them, but they definitely wouldn't forcefully stop them. Hua Furong ignored them and only took out the Ardent Fire Mountain's token and shook it. Without waiting for the city guards to see if they could see it clearly, they immediately rushed past the city guards. Xiaohua followed behind Hua Furong, looking at the residences of Gold Core cultivators and Nascent Soul cultivators with great interest. He thought to himself, "This Haoming City is really thoughtful. The concentration of heaven and earth spirit qi in different areas of the mountain range is absolutely different. The spirit grasses and spirit trees in each area are also poles apart. The style of the Immortal's Cave is even more different. If this young master didn't come up to take a look, I really wouldn't have known the secret." Stop! Just when Xiaohua was looking left and right to find something interesting, a divine sense swept past and locked onto the three of them. Who is it? Why would Hua Furong care about this? In front of Xiaohua, she was still fine, but in front of other people, her fiery temper was immediately born. She released her divine sense without hesitation and collided with that divine sense. Fellow Taoist Hua, Xiaohua was slightly startled and promptly called out, "Don't be rash." Of course, the other party was in the late stage of the foundation-building realm, and his divine sense was much stronger than Hua Furong's. Hua Furong's action was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. However, when Xiaohua reminded him, he came to a realization. This was the residence of a nascent soul cultivator, and this foundation-building cultivator was either a city guard or a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator here. Hua Furong was a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain, so how could she lose face for Ardent Fire Mountain? Naturally, if it was a foundation-building cultivator who broke into this place, Hua Furong would be even more arrogant. Sure enough, when that cultivator saw Hua Furong's reaction, he immediately withdrew his divine sense and said warmly, "May I know which cultivation group fellow Taoist is from?" Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense. By the time he looked into the distance, an old man wearing the armor of a city guard was flying towards them with two early-stage foundation-building city guards. These three people all had swords hanging from their waists. "This lady is a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain. Have you all never seen me before?" Hua Furong didn't care who they were and said without any trace of politeness. Chapter 2039. I was wrong. The old man slapped his forehead and came to a realization. "I went to visit Elder Hua a few days ago, so I should know what you look like. Alas, it's all because this place was a little messy just now, which angered the nascent soul senior here. That's why I was so careful. Please forgive me, Miss Hua." Although Hua Furong had a bad temper, she was still a descendant of a famous sect. Seeing the old man apologize, she felt embarrassed and quickly bowed. "I'm Hua Furong from the Blazing Fire Mountain. I've offended you just now. May I know when fellow Taoist met my great-grandfather? I don't seem to have seen you before." It's fine. The old man flicked his sleeves and said, "I'm Yu Chun, the new captain of the city guards of the Blazing Fire Mountain. Countless cultivators visit Elder Hua's cave every day. How could fellow Taoist Hua remember me?" "Hey, this is the captain of the city guards who replaced Shang Qinghe?" Xiaohua looked at the old man and thought, He looks much more humble than Shang Qinghe. However, I wonder if Lu Cheng's material for refining tools has been delivered to him. So it's Captain Yu from the Blazing Fire Mountain. I've been disrespectful. Huafurong smiled and looked around. She asked curiously, this should be the cave of Master Qing Yen from the Mo Sang Mountain. His temper has always been good. Why did he get angry? Alas, it's because a few Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to make friends with Master Qing Yen. Not only did they send a communication talisman, they even sneaked to his cave and wanted to visit him. Yuchen smiled bitterly. You said that the rules of the Blazing Fire Mountain were clear, but they just wanted to take the risk. I can punish them according to the city rules, but they have a sect after all, so I can't really kill them. Fellow Taoist Hua, you must know that the city guards of the Blazing Fire Mountain only stopped them, but never stopped them. Yes, I understand. Huafurong smiled and said, Master Qing Yen is famous for his good temper. He won't really kill them, so these Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to find him. That's right. They all want to go to the auction to find some good stuff, but they don't even think about it. Even if they do find something good, what do they have that would catch the eye of a nascent soul cultivator? Yuchen nodded and then cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Hua, please. This old man was just complaining a little. I've made a fool of myself. A lot of cultivators went to the Ardent Fire Mountain's Immortals Cave today. I'm afraid there must be something going on, right? Huafurong smiled and said, yes, the 3 old ancestors invited their good friends. These 2 fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect are also my good friends. That's why they followed me to the banquet. Oh, so you are disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Sorry for the disrespect. Yuchen hurriedly saluted Xiaohua and Shueshui. Xiaohua and Shueshui naturally returned the salute and introduced themselves. Your sect's Reverend Miyu is on the other side of Haoming City. This old man saw him a few months ago. Yuchen said with a smile. Canlei Palace's Taoist Miyu? Joy appeared on Xiaohua's face as he said, this Xiao has already come out to gain experience for several years. It's been a long time since I've seen him. I'll pay him a visit tomorrow. Yes, this is the filial piety of us junior disciples. Yuchen nodded and told him where Taoist Miyu lived, then cupped his hands and flew away with the 2 city guards. After Yuchen left, Huafurong said with a smile, the city guards of Haoming City really have it tough. They don't dare to get too angry even when facing cultivators with lower cultivation than them. If it was me, I would have thrown a fireball at him. Who cares who he is? So Big Sister Hua is a disciple of Ardent Fire Mountain, and Senior Yuchen is a city guard of Haoming City. Shueshui pursed her lips and laughed. Let's go. Hua Hibiscus covered her mouth and laughed. She flew up again, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she flew to a brightly lit place. This was clearly an Immortal's Cave, but it was clearly much more imposing than Xiaohua's Immortal's Cave. A jade door, several dozen meters in size, stood tall among the mountain rocks. The door was exquisitely carved, and various patterns appeared. There were no fluctuations of magic power. In front of the door, there were several children dressed in brocade robes, holding bright red lanterns in their hands. They seemed to be welcoming guests. In front of them, there were a dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators scattered about. They were looking at the door of the Immortal's Cave, presumably wanting to pay a visit to the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. When those children saw Huafurong, they all smiled and said, Martial Aunt Furong, Martial Aunt Furong. 2 of them, who looked very similar, rushed out and shouted, Martial Aunt, today, the 2 of us have crushed 32 messaging talismans, and the winner hasn't been decided. What do you think we should do? Huafurong pretended to be troubled. If the winner can't be decided, then I can't give you the medicinal pills. While they were talking, one of the boys suddenly flew towards Huafurong's side. The other boy's face was filled with shame, anger, and regret. That was because a communication talisman flew over from Xiaohua's side and landed in the boy's hand. Just as Huafurong had said, the boy didn't even look at the communication talisman. With a pinch of his hand, the communication talisman was crushed. I'm first. That child cheerfully shouted in midair. However, at this time, a slightly old voice came from the messaging talisman. Huozha Shan, this old man is Lan Yu from Xianlu sect. Tomorrow at noon, I have something to discuss with you. When the boy heard these words, his dancing body came to a halt in midair. The smile on his little face also froze. Very quickly, It was replaced by a mournful expression. Clearly, he was about to cry. "Martial uncle, save me." Of course, he directly called out the name of Hua Zhishan of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and called himself Lan Yu from Xian Li's sect. Wasn't he Taoist Master Lan Yu from Meng Country's Xian Li's sect? He was also an early nascent soul cultivator's messaging talisman, but it was actually crushed by a gatekeeper of Ardent Fire Mountain. How could a small child bear this kind of responsibility? Hua Furong saw this and sighed in her heart. She understood very well that this wasn't just a messaging talisman. It was a greeting from a nascent soul cultivator. That child should have delivered it to the three elders in a complete and respectful manner. To crush it so rashly, it really showed that Ardent Fire Mountain didn't have any rules. However, Hua Furong was also annoyed. She couldn't blame the child. As long as a nascent soul cultivator came to visit, they would first send a disciple to deliver a name card. It wasn't as simple as using a messaging talisman. This messaging talisman was somewhat rude. Don't be afraid. Martial Ant will take this messaging talisman inside. Hua Furong reached out and took it. She smiled and said to the child, however, "Today's medicinal pills are gone." "Many thanks, Martial Ant." The child's face immediately beamed with joy. "As long as Grandmaster Grandfather doesn't blame me, this little one is happy." Chapter 2040. I've let fellow Taoist Xiao see a joke. Hua Furong held the summoning talisman in her hand and said to Xiaohua very apologetically, "My Blazing Fire Mountain's rules are strict, but I can't bear it." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua is so kind. How could you be wrong? I actually feel that this is very heartwarming." Hua Furong was very happy and said with a smile, "I'm already satisfied that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't see a joke. I'm a bit arrogant with such praise." Seeing Hua Furong restraining her temper and talking to Xiaohua, the group of children was curious and looked at Xiaohua without blinking. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, little sister Shui, please," Hua Furong said and led Xiaohua and Shui into the courtyard. Behind the courtyard was a restriction. Although there was a bead curtain, it wasn't a screen wall but a spacious corridor behind the bead curtain. The corridor was quite peaceful and didn't seem to be chaotic. Just as Hua Furong stepped into the corridor, she saw a person walking quickly from the other end of the corridor. As soon as he saw Hua Furong, he shouted, "Furong, when did grandfather call me? How could you lie to big brother?" Xiaohua frowned. Wasn't this person the Fire Qilin? What a coincidence. Just as he stepped into the Blazing Fire Mountain's immortal cave, he immediately ran into the person he didn't want to see the most. "Oh, fellow Taoist Shui." Xiaohua and Shui also turned into the corridor and were immediately seen by the Fire Qilin. How could the Fire Qilin still have time to complain about Hua Furong? His face was full of surprise, and he quickly walked over and bowed very seriously. A few days without seeing fellow Taoist Shui is like 3 years. Cough, cough. Xiaohua took a step forward and blocked the somewhat embarrassed Shui behind him. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, we seem to have just met yesterday, right? How many days have we not seen each other?" "Is that so?" The Fire Qilin only glanced at Xiaohua and immediately looked at Shui. "I've always been with fellow Taoist Shui. Although we haven't seen each other for a day, it feels like we haven't seen each other for several days." Shui was greatly embarrassed and said in a low voice, "Senior Hu, be careful with your words. When have I been with you all this time?" "Why not?" The Fire Qilin was somewhat anxious. He pointed at Fire Hibiscus and said, "Hasn't fellow Taoist Shui been with I and Hibiscus for the past 100 days? Shui breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua saw that the Fire Qilin only had eyes for Shui and was truly speechless. If the Fire Qilin had made any moves, Xiaohua could have used it as a pretext to make a fuss or even leave in a huff. But this guy had the appearance of an infatuated child and didn't even say a single unreasonable word. Xiaohua really didn't know what to do. "Fellow Taoist Hua," Xiaohua smiled. He held Shui's hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Hua, my humble junior sister was taken care of by the 2 fellow Taoists Hua. This Xiao is very grateful. Today, I specially came to your esteemed residence to thank you." "It's nothing. Fellow Taoist Shui's appearance is like a celestial being, and her character is noble and pure. She's just like a true immortal that has been banished to the mortal world. We mortals have to protect her with our lives." The Fire Qilin didn't have Xiaohua in its eyes at all. It only stared at Xue Xue as it spoke with sincerity. Cousin. At the side, Hua Furong had an awkward expression. She managed to get the fire Qilin to come back with great difficulty. She didn't expect that she would bump into them the moment she returned to the Immortal's cave. Moreover, she was very clear about the relationship between Xue Xue and Xiaohua. Naturally, she also talked to the fire Qilin in detail. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin didn't listen at all. She was also helpless. Great-grandfather wants to see fellow Taoist Xiao. We should hurry and go in. Hua Furong reminded. Then let fellow Taoist Xiao go in. Why does fellow Taoist Xue have to follow? The fire Qilin was stunned. Great-grandfather is entertaining those snobbish people. What fun is there inside? Fellow Taoist Xue might as well go with Furong to see the lovely flowers. Right now they should be blooming. It's the most gorgeous time. Senior Hua, Junior wants to accompany senior brother in. If you don't want to go, you can admire the lovely flowers by yourself. Xue Xue leaned her body against Xiao Hua and smiled apologetically. Oh, since that's the case, I will also accompany fellow Taoist Xue in. Although the fire Qilin was disappointed, it still smiled. Damn it, Xiao Hua almost wanted to use his hand to slap his forehead. At this moment, an amiable voice resounded. Furong, Qilin? Who are the two of you talking to? Hua Furong's face reddened. She promptly smiled and said, Great-grandfather, what are you saying? Didn't you ask the boy to invite fellow Taoist Xiao here? Oh, Xiao Hua, I know. Let this child come in quickly. The voice was slightly stunned, but it was still amiable. Hua Furong's face showed an apologetic expression. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you see, great-grandfather is also old. I reckon that he drank a lot of spiritual wine last night. He even forgot what he said just now. It's fine, Xiao Hua smiled and said, I reckon that right now the banquet is full of nascent soul and golden core seniors. I'm already satisfied to be able to see Elder Hua. And fellow Taoist, please. As Hua Furong spoke, she glanced at the fire Qilin. That guy's gaze was still on Xue Xue's face. He didn't have the awareness of being a senior and leading the way at the front. Without any other choice, Hua Furong could only lead Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. The fire Qilin followed behind them and walked through the long corridor. As soon as Xiao Hua and the others turned around the long corridor, their eyes immediately lit up. A burst of music filled their ears. They saw that this was a hall that was several hundred feet in size. The decorations were extremely gorgeous, and all kinds of strange patterns covered the entire hall. Even the floor was paved with huge pieces of spirit stones. On top of the spirit stones, Xiao Hua first saw a dozen or so beautiful smiling female cultivators with graceful waists. Each and every one of these female cultivators wore strange clothes. Most of their snow-white skin was exposed, and their arms and legs were casually dancing. Their limbs exuded a kind of lazy feeling. After Xiao Hua's gaze paused for a moment between these dancers, he looked at his surroundings again. Around him were some jade tables that cultivators often used to entertain guests. At this time, they were divided into 3 places. There were 5 tables at the head, and there were 5 tables at the left and right sides. Behind the table at the center of the head was a tall nascent soul cultivator wearing a fiery red Taoist robe. This cultivator's face was very strange. His forehead was bulging, his nose was sunken, his mouth was bloody, and his ears were strangely small. His entire face was very similar to Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin. Behind his left hand was a nascent soul cultivator's table, and behind his right hand was a nascent soul cultivator's table. There were also 2 nascent soul cultivators wearing fiery red Taoist robes. They looked almost exactly the same as him. No wonder. When Xiao Hua saw the appearance of the 3 people, he immediately understood. Previously, he had suspected that Hua Hibiscus also knew a secret technique to deceive the world like him and could change her appearance like Kai Zhuoxia. Now, it seemed that this was her true appearance. Seeing Xiao Hua's group of 4 enter, everyone in the main hall very naturally swept their divine senses over them. There was no need to mention Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin. Their faces were their signature. Who didn't know them? They swept their divine senses over Xiao Hua and Xue Xue a few times. However, when they saw that they were Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining disciples, they withdrew their divine senses. Only the Foundation Establishment cultivator on the right had a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, the one sitting in the center was the eldest of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain, Hua Zhishan. However, Even though he was called the eldest, he wasn't that big of a deal. The second elder, Hua Ishue, and the third elder, Hua Pikong, followed closely behind him. They were the triplets' twin brothers. Since young, these triplets' minds were connected, and their aptitudes were the same. Among the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain, they were known as geniuses. And the most interesting thing was that these three people's cultivation advancement was also the same. Their breakthroughs in foundation establishment, gold core, and nascent soul realms were definitely not more than 10 days apart. In the country of Shi, the Ardent Fire Mountain was neither big nor small. It was precisely because of these three brothers that their strength was ranked very high. The most amazing thing was that in the present day, when the ancient formations had been lost, the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain somehow managed to obtain a combination of three people. The three of them together could fight against 6 nascent soul cultivators. With this, the reputation of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain became even more resounding in the country of Shi. After the group of dancers retreated, Hua Furong brought Xiao Hua and Xue Xue to the front. She bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, this is the Xiao Hua that the boy often mentioned to you." It was fellow Taoist Xiao who saved the boy from the evil clutches of the heavenly demon sect that day. Junior's Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua and Xue Xue greet Senior Hua. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and pulled Xue Xue forward to greet him. "And get up!" Hua Zhishan smiled. The pockmarks on his face became even brighter. With a wave of his hand, a great force stopped Xiao Hua and Xue Xue's figures. He smiled and said, "Who is your master? Is it someone this old man knows?" Junior's master is Thunderclap Palace's helplessness. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid Senior Hua doesn't know." Junior's master is Thunderclap Palace's Sun Ming. Xue Xue also said, "Oh, Thunderclap Palace's Thunderclap spiritual master. This old man has heard of him, but has never seen him before." Hua Zhishan smiled. "Fellow Taoist helplessness, I really don't know him. What is his cultivation level?" Junior's master is at the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Hua carefully said, "Only at the late stage of foundation establishment?" Hua Zhishan on the left shouted, "No wonder this old man was pondering just now. All right, Senior Hua knows. Junior has also just reached foundation establishment. Master? Of course it's impossible for him to be at Golden Core." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Since ancient times, don't ask about a hero's origin. As long as you have cultivation and strength, who cares about your origin? Another Hua Zhishan said, "You saved our Furong, so you have fate with our Ardent Fire Mountain. Come, arrange a seat for Xiao Hua." "Yes," the distant Ardent Fire Mountain disciple replied, placing a table at the end of the left and placing spirit wine, spirit fruits, and other things on it. At this time, Hua Zhishan smiled. Come, Xiao Hua, greet the two seniors beside this old man." As he spoke, he pointed to the left. "This is Lanli Sek's Xian Yunzi." Xiao Hua understood Hua Zhishan's meaning and quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Xian Yunzi." Xian Yunzi slightly nodded, ignoring him. Hua Zhishan smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xian Yunzi, if you meet Xiao Hua in the future, please take care of him for this old man's sake." That you're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.